May I ask you to kindly take your seats? Dear colleagues and friends, herzlich willkommen in Wien. Good morning and a warm welcome to all of you here in the room. You really have shown some true commitment to join us here for the 5th edition of the Supply Chain Conference in person. Unfortunately, as you all know, this event was hit by the ongoing critical situation due to the outbreak of the coronavirus. In view of this, I would like to also say a warm welcome and good morning to everyone not visible in this room. There is a significant amount of speakers and participants who are currently watching the event through a live stream, as they have experienced restrictions with their travels to Vienna today. You might just think, great, more drinks and more food for us because there are less participants, but jokes aside, organizing this event has truly been a challenge with all that is going on in Europe at the moment. The outbreak of the coronavirus is keeping health systems on their feet. Health professionals are working around the clock, and all of us have been doing their part to keep the machine running as smooth as possible under the current circumstances. But I feel and I fear we are still at the beginning, and our nerves will be continued to be tested. The current situation has also shown once again, you all know, diseases do not know borders and do not differentiate between you and me. More than ever, it is important that everyone works together, that information flows are guaranteed, that supply chains are working. And in this extraordinary situation, it becomes very clear why our sector is the vital link in healthcare. We are proud to say that up to now, full-line wholesalers, even in northern Italy, can keep up the continuous supply of medicines, even in the so-called red zones, as our sector, of course, is part of the critical infrastructure. Despite from this, I very much hope this event and the networking around it give you new ideas of where we can work together even closer to tackle some of the issues our health systems and the pharmaceutical supply chain are facing today. And we would also like to show you some of the drivers of common changes across Europe and the globe. In the keynote speeches, interactive speaker panels and Q&A sessions, we will of course not only speak about how to act in the current situation and about how to cooperate through emergency response systems. In fact, we have planned this topic only to enhance some of the sideline discussions during coffee breaks. What we are looking to focus on during this event are the developments impacting our business recently, currently, and in the near future. For instance, how was the first year of implementation of the Falsified Medicines Directive? Do we see an end of the flood of alerts yet, Andreas? Where are we with the new EU-level medical devices regulation and what will be its impact? And what are the latest developments driving change in the healthcare supply chain? And where do we see the temperature-controlled supply chain in the next 10 years? This and many more will be questioned, addressed over the next 1.5 days, and we hope that the discussions will capture all our interest and imagination, and maybe even take your mind off the coronavirus for a couple of hours. As every year, we work very hard to get an impressive lineup of supply chain experts as speakers and delegates here today. While unfortunately many of them will not be able to be here in person, almost all have agreed to share their knowledge and insight with us via the virtual channel. As such, our event will be a hybrid version of offline and online speakers sharing their views and insights. Thanks to modern technology, we will therefore not miss out. At the same time, we are very interested to hear all of your perspectives on the challenges you face, on the opportunities you see in the ever-changing, even more globalized industry of pharmaceutical wholesaling. If I therefore ask you to actively participate, ask questions, discuss and share opinions to make this exchange interactive and worthwhile. The same goes for participants online, by the way. You can ask questions using the event app that you hopefully all installed, which will go directly to the tablet of the moderators. Instructions for this will be shown during the discussion, so get your phones out and join in. At this point, I would like to also address a couple of words to our valued conference partners, namely iCnubia, Knapp, SSI Schäfer, Capi, Thermo King, Sensitech, Right Hand Robotics, BD Rover, Sofrigam, Petit Forestier, Polpharma, and last but not least, Biomap. I would like to warmly thank you for joining us and supporting us, because without you, an event like this would not be possible, and we are very much looking forward to hearing and learning about the great services and the products you can offer to us. Now, before I welcome on the stage our first panel of speakers, please be reminded, I don't want to see anyone shake hands. Use your elbows, your feet, or whatever. And if I see anybody kissing anybody else, these people will go to the quarantine room, no? No, just kidding. But in all seriousness, please take the time to read carefully the official hygiene guidelines we have put around the conference area, and also have a look into your conference bags where we have added some of hand sanitizers for you, which have kindly been provided by Quidster Pharma. Thank you, Thomas. Having said this, may I invite our first moderator on the stage? Oh. It's somebody you all know very well, our old colleague and friend, Mr. Andreas Walter. Andreas is Managing Director of the European Medicines Verification Organization and has been steering and supporting the implementation of the Falsified Medicines Directives with great success ever since. As such, I cannot imagine a better person to moderate our first panel titled Falsified Medicines Directive from Soft Launch to Jumpstart, How to Best Handle Alerts. Andreas, please join me on the stage. My warmest thank you to all of you here for having come to listen to our speakers and for making it possible that this event takes place today, despite the very difficult circumstances. I wish you and everyone who is watching online an interesting and enjoyable time. Andreas, the floor is yours. Many thanks.
Thank you. So thank you, Bernd, for this nice and kind welcome. Indeed, the virus has joined the community. We will all be under a stress test, and a part of it is that, at least from the EMVO and the EMVO stakeholders, we would like to support this stress test for GIRP while being here today. On the other hand, and I have to go further, we have a subject which we know all very well, and all in this room worked a lot on the Falsified Medicines Directive. It was launched a little bit more than 1 year, and we have still to recognize, and I would like that you join me there, that this project is still a big success. We are fulfilling the tasks which were entrusted to us, to you, to all stakeholders, in a very successful way. However, we are protecting patients. However, we have still problems, and our panel will a little bit go into a retro perspective, but also in a look in the future, how we can handle alerts. And alerts are a part of the system. They will be always there. However, we have, for instance, alert rate from 1%, which is a lot. And I understand my colleagues from the industry that they are a little bit nervous, and they say, listen, stabilization period is already over in some member states, and we need to work on these alert rates throughout Europe. So 1%, it's a lot. We are fighting this together. We are fighting this with our local colleagues from the NMVOs, while setting up, and it is running now 1 year and a little bit more than 1 year, setting up educational part where we, together with the NMVOs, and the NMVOs are on the front there, try to help to support the end users locally in order to get down there the mostly technical problems. There are a human factor, of course, but there are technical problems in the front line. EMVO is at the same time trying to get the OBPs, so the manufacturers, ready. We just talked before the start of the conference. We are a little bit astonished that also the manufacturers and big pharma is sometimes not ready for the correct uploading of the data. So this is our task. And the third pillar, we would like to set up, and EMVO will set up a technical project in order to, let's say, enhance the system where we can also prevent some alert root causes by technical means. So the projects we have in mind. In the meantime, of course, after the launch, the stabilization period and periods in the several member states were necessary. It was, what we say, a soft launch of the system, and we were supporting the approach to say, let's do it in a phased approach and under a certain point in time. However, now, after 1 year, a little bit more 1 year, we need more than that. The stabilization period has to come to the end. Perhaps not in an abrupt way. We have some examples in member states how to do that. But we have to come to a period now where compliance and enforcement is required. In a smooth way, in a phased approach, but this is necessary in order to get all the stakeholders aligned and all the stakeholders recalled what they have to do under the European FMD legislation. So how to best handle alerts? For that, we will discuss today a little bit, and I have the real honor to have a very knowledgeable and outspoken panel, and everybody's there, so in live on stage, to discuss how to handle the alerts, what we can do together in order to get them down. I would like to invite then my 3 colleagues to join me on the stage. I will introduce them. In the meantime, let's do it like in the supply chain, wie das Packel läuft. We start with Bernhard Wittmann. He is Vice President of Pharmic and member of the board of the Austrian Medicines Verification Organization, AMVO. I have to say at this moment, Bernhard, I would like to thank to the AMVO and IMVS for the good cooperation we have. So I have to make a compliment to our Austrian colleagues. The cooperation is very close and proactive, which is more than welcome. Bernhard is also Executive Director at Sigma Pharm Arzneimittel and a member of the board of the Austrian Pharma Circle. So thank you to join us at this panel. So the Packel goes then to Thomas Brosch. He is General Manager of Quidsta Pharmahandel. He was appointed in 2012, and Quidsta Pharmahandel is the second wholesaler in Austria. Thomas has also been a board member of FAGRO, the Austrian Association of Full-Line Pharmaceutical Wholesalers since 2012, and of AMVO since 2017. Thank you for joining us. And last but not least, I would like to thank in particular Thomas Müller-Uri, who replaces Raimund Podroschko. Thank you for having accepted that under just a short notice. When I heard your name, you know, I had the honor to meet your father in the discussions in the very beginning of the FMD discussions in Austria. A very outspoken and strong character. However, you are on stage, so having a master degree in pharmacy of the University of Vienna. You told me you bought your own pharmacy then, Vido Bona Pharmacy in Vienna, and you are also holding a clinical assistant professor at the Long Island University in New York City. So thank you very much. I'm expecting that this panel will, let's say, give us the occasion to discuss lively the subject. Before we do that, I will give a very short overview about what is happening in Europe. If I find my things, yes. At first, who is onboarded on the system? From a manufacturer point of view, we have always expected 1,600 manufacturers to be onboarded in Europe. We are currently at 1,051, which are connected to the hub in the production environment. From them, 996 are uploading master data into the system, and they are representing overall 2,545 marketing authorization holders. There are still some missing, and we are onboarding currently 5 to 10 OBPs, also manufacturers, to the hub on a monthly basis. This is slow, but we are getting there. The 1,600 is probably a number we will never reach because overestimated. At the next point, we have the onboarding of the end users. Currently, we are missing 30% of the wholesalers. This is also due to the fact that wholesaler licenses are there, but there is no wholesaler behind it. So I know that GIRP did a big research at several databases throughout the union, and these 30% should be taken not as high as such, due to the fact that these licenses are a little bit, let's say, existing, but not really triggering action. Pharmacies, we have around 20% missing. France, sorry for the French in the room. France is our big problem, 22,000 pharmacists to be connected. We have currently 10. So there's something coming up. And we are expecting that this also will have an impact on the alert rate. We can perhaps discuss it later on. Healthcare institutions, hospitals, 27, there's a big step forward. They have understood the member states are moving, not always in the right direction as we see in Spain, but there is some movement seeing, and dispensing doctor and others are not as such interesting. That's the overview of the alerts and scans. We have currently about 156 million scans by week, and an alert in a total number of 1.8 million. This gives you then alert rate from about around 1%. We went up with that, and this is what we see. Sometimes there are some singular actors. In the last week, it was a generic company and a wholesaler in France who generated hundreds of thousands of alerts, which then gives us again the tendency to the up. However, I do not want to lie. I think personally that this 1% will stay still a certain time. We cannot get under this margin when in a very quick manner, considering that all these actors have to do their homework, and we have still to resolve some technical problems. This is the alert rate in Europe. You see in red. These are those over 1%. The most of them are bigger countries. It is, of course, a fact, a little bit more difficult to get alert rate controlled. The most of them are in between 0.1 and 1%, also Austria. However, I have to say, again, Austria and AMWS is doing a very good job, and from a technology point of view, under the team of the AMWS, they are working a lot in order to get the rate down, and I'm expecting that they are joining the preppies. The one only preppy was just turned amber. It was Slovenia. They are have a very low rate. However, one of the actors misbehaved, so they just went into the amber stage. So we have a certain picture, and that's what my board is always asking us: who is responsible? So we heard a lot of statements from the various stakeholders. My stakeholders are not the main driver, it's the other. I heard from the industry 99.9% of my members are furnishing good data. All these kind of statements. So we wanted to know now what is the reason. So this is the alert distribution in the EMWS. The most of them are triggered by pharmacies and hospitals. But you have, and you can get our monitoring report, you have to be very careful. It is not blame and shame, because the pharmacies are depending also heavily on the IT software suppliers for the end users, and there we have underestimated the problems. I can tell you horrible stories about this. So the pharmacies, yes, mainly, but there are these software problems. We have scanner problems, which were not expected. On the second point is then industry. I have to say I'm sometimes a little bit disappointed about some companies sitting since the creation of the project in 2011 in the committees, not able to provide proper data. This is then 32% against 99.9% announced. Wholesalers and others are neglectable. However, sometimes we have, for all stakeholder groups, some naughty guys doing a little bit weird things in some member states. Stabilization period, very quickly. The overview, we have a stabilization period confirmed. This is, for example, Germany and France. There are no stabilization period officially announced. For example, Poland and Romania, UK. Some of them has ended their stabilization period. There I would like to name the Netherlands, Belgium, Czech Republic, Slovenia, and Croatia. And there is a phased approach for the end of the stabilization period. For example, Sweden, there's also Austria and Slovakia. What does that mean? This is more interesting. If you do something wrong, are there fines? We are calling a little bit for enforcement, so this is an important message. No fines applicable are in the blue countries, so Germany, Spain, and Ireland, Portugal, Bulgaria. These are still sometimes even not implemented in the national legislation. Fines applicable are in France, Hungary, Sweden, and Slovakia. However, in France, we have a certain delay. I never heard about fines. However, officially they are there. And there are the countries in red where the stabilization period has ended and fines are in place under applicable law. Okay. So that's the background we will discuss now, and I join now my colleagues on the scene. And we will have now a short introduction from the stakeholder side. I think we start, wie das Packel läuft, with Bernhard. He will give you a short oversight about the positioning and the thoughts and thinkings of the industry. Afterwards, we have the wholesalers and then the pharmacist. I leave that with you.
So I want to give you a brief overview on the manufacturer side in this project. beside being part of several boards, we are also a local manufacturer of pharmaceutical products here in Austria, and also achieving some wholesale activities. So as a rather small company, we still have to participate on many different levels in this system. And I can tell you, and I think I speak for all of the stakeholders, nobody was happy in the beginning of this project, and still nobody would choose this project if it were to choose. But in the end, it's a European law, it's a European project, and I think it's good to have this project in place to prevent Europe from the problems we have in other parts of the world. And while it's a big effort for all of us, and a big effort especially I think for the manufacturers, it's worth the effort to have safe pharmaceutical products in the market in Austria and also in whole Europe, of course. So as a manufacturer, we started with the first gathering of information rather early, I think, in years when not every other stakeholder group was maybe aware of what will come and what will be the future of manufacturing and wholesaling pharmaceutical products. But it was not a straight course, and we had several problems to face, and it was a tight game until the end. And even as we had to implement all together a period of a system with some problems to solve. In Austria, we're at the stage to implement now a starting phase, so to go to another level of handling the alerts. But still a lot of work has to be done. And also for the manufacturers, it's not enough to buy all the machines, it's not enough to implement all the software that's necessary. It is necessary to implement on each level of quality and manufacturing the awareness to have this new system and to use it for every part of manufacturing process. And that's a challenge, I can tell you. But in the end, all of us should do our best to participate in this project. I think it's not about finger pointing at any other stakeholder, and I think any of our stakeholder groups has to do its homework. And I think this is what we do also in the Austrian boards, to provide the stakeholders, to provide the companies with the necessary information, to do their job as good as possible, and to have a good system in place that helps all of us to do our business and to save our patients from falsified medicines.
Sometimes forgotten. That is the purpose of this legislation. Okay. Thomas, do you want to show your slide there? Or?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I have to agree perfectly to Bernhard. After some kind of struggle in the beginning, where the cooperation is really fine within the industry, the wholesaler, pharmacy and dispensing doctors in Austria. At the beginning, I was not sure about this, to be honest. But after some months of struggling, we really found a perfect way to cooperate. Also with the IMVS, thank you, Daniel, who is here. It really works fine, and we have all a common goal. And that's maybe more than 50% of the effort, and for the reason why we are really big ahead against some other countries like France we have just seen. For the challenges of the wholesaler, well, we have the advantage, as you all know, we don't have to scan all and verify all the packs. Thanks to Monica, it was a yearly struggle to come to this result. Thank you very much. We're all very happy about this. But of course, we have a lot of challenges. In Austria, we have about 1,000 alarms per day. So, of course, we have to handle this somehow. And all the wholesalers have several alarms on their accounts, although they have to verify only a few packs. What do we do with these alerts? First of all, with all the alerts we have when the the batch number is not in line with the serialization number, and all these kind of errors. At the moment, we have the advantage in Austria that we can still ignore them. We have them in the system. The IM4S is challenging what exactly is the problem. Is there an upload error from the industry, wherever comes the error? But we can handle with the packs as we do, and we can still sell it, and that makes life much easier. We have one kind of alarm which we take quite strictly. That is when we get a return from a pharmacy and this pack is already verified as sold already, then we don't give it back to our stocks. Then we really try to find what's the problem, because that's the main, that's not a technical issue. Something has to be, was happening with this pack, which was not in line with our regulations. And also here, thank you for Daniel, we make a short conversation. What happens, where's the reason? And normally, we have never had a really failure with the. It's always some technical problem that somebody makes a handling failure. Our main challenge is, and now how to get this on here?
Ja, auf den grünen Knopf.
This da?
Ja, und dann auf den grünen einfach.
Ah, yeah. Thank you. Our main challenge in wholesale at the moment is when we get the packs in our stock, we get packs which have quite a lot of them, which has still the old one, normal EIN code, because they were put in the market before February 2019. Of course, we have a lot of packs having the new data matrix code, and of course, we need to have established processes for both of them, which is, of course, a challenge when the packs are in, and the quite biggest problem is that we, as in the picture, we have a very high amount of packs which will bear both of them. And of course, if somebody in the stocks takes the scanner and puts to the wrong code, we have the full wrong procedure, because nobody can guarantee that the people in the warehouse takes this one or this one when it's bear both. So from our point as a wholesaler, we would be very happy to get rid of the old ones. So Bernhard, please, maybe you can do something with this. Finally, I still have to mention that all this serialization and scanning the data matrix code is not a challenge for the wholesaler. The big challenge for the wholesaler is still that we get in place that we have to record all the batch records, and this for all the packs and not only for some of this. And we have to change completely our storages rules and everything. And it's not easy to have this effective picking process what we had in place before this, still with having all this batch recording and documentations. And as we don't get any more money, we need to have the same effective pickness progness. And this is still a main challenge for us. We're not at the moment so far that we manage, but we're working hard on it. And I think all of you is doing the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, I have to say, you're right. You have a very strong voice of the wholesalers in Brussels. I have experienced that. And Monica is doing a good job there. And she did a good job when exempting the view from scanning all the packs. However, in the future, we will go into further discussions when it can be what can be done in the aggregation discussion. However, now the pharmacists and Thomas, please be outspoken as we are habited to. You're not a representative of an association, so you can really tell us what is happening on the front face of the patient.
Makes it easy, yeah. As a pharmacist, I'm the last in the chain. Yeah. Thank you, Thomas. Actually, we do share many issues and challenges. I'm going to show you some details later. Now, what about the crocodile? Falsified medicines are really dangerous. I think we conclude crocodiles have the same abilities. Very dangerous animals. Now, we're in Austria. Certainly, we do have some dangerous animals in Austria too, like mosquitoes. No worries, no malaria. There's some bears in the mountains, only a handful, maybe some snakes, but I'm quite sure there are no crocodiles to be seen in the country. Now, crocodiles are really dangerous, and someone came to the same conclusion. He had to deal with crocodiles in his country. Knows all about the dangers of having crocodiles in his backyard, killing people, and he had the amazing idea of installing traps to catch the crocodiles. Because that was really reasonable, he wanted to do this on a wider scale, on, let's say, a European scale. Excellent idea, yeah? Since he managed, we do have loads of crocodile traps in Austria, and to be honest, I haven't caught one single crocodile in my garden since then. Yeah, I'm sure you get the idea. Of course, we do have some false alarms, traps telling us we caught some crocodiles, which we didn't, because still that is not an issue in Austria. Yeah, but still we do have to maintain the crocodile traps. Costs a little bit of money, costs a lot of time, and that's our business. That's what we're doing. Now, I'm a pharmacist. You see, that's all the Austrian pharmacy. We're celebrating 110 years Wien-Dobberner pharmacy this year. We're the last in the supply chain, so we receive all the packs, and we are dealing with customers and patients. To give an impact, how this looks, when we make the checking process on the, we call it the TARA, so the dispensing process, we check the 2D matrix codes. Works fine. Here we do have this 2D code on one pack, which works out quite nice and easily. To be honest, I have a dispensing robot in my pharmacy, which makes my life much more easy with the 2D matrix codes, because I can scan the packs and I don't have to scan them twice, because the codes are managed through the system, so that works great. Still, as Thomas mentioned, there are some challenges. For example, when you take a look at this pack, yeah, which code to scan? Obviously, the 2D matrix code has to be scanned, but it's a challenge if you imagine you're in the process and you're working with the people. I'm quite convinced it's Plavix, but yeah. To give you an impression how this looks in the computer in the pharmacy, we have the whole process listed here. As you can see, the small M's, they tell us that e-medication is on, and when the M is green, that says that the verification process, the dispensing process is fulfilled and that everything is okay. But here in the first place, you can see a red M, and there's this actual warning. So that says, obviously that's not my pharmacy, this red M says, the alert says, this pack was already dispensed longer than 10 days ago and can't be checked out again. Yeah. So the future challenges are the medicines which are picked up. That happens quite a lot. Yeah. Thanks to our partners, the wholesalers, we do have 3 to 5 deliveries per day. So our customers and patients receive their medicines even when they're not on stock in the pharmacy. That's quite fast, but the process still holds a challenge in the process at the pharmacy. and still the process is a little bit slow. Yeah, you need to imagine we had to deal in the last 12 months in the Austrian pharmacy. We had to deal with several technical challenges. First, we had the cash register security regulation took in place. That's one small box added to the computer. Then the falsification directive took place. And the next addition was the e-medication we are dealing with. And unfortunately, for example, with the e-medication, we're far away from the 1% of errors, or just doctors dispensing, doctors not taking part. So that's the story, and we're trying to catch some crocodiles.
Thank you, Thomas. Very interesting from a pharmacist point of view. But we perhaps all agree that, of course, the system has to be enhanced. There are processes within the system, and I think EMVO will do its job there to enhance processes within the system. But now I would like to ask you a little bit, what are you doing in your sector to, let's say, enhance processes? What can be done to enhance processes in order to get the alert rate down? Let's start perhaps with industry. I know it is very, let's say, cumbersome at first, of course, the whole artwork. Then you have your data management in-house. You're depending sometimes on software suppliers, also not always on the top of the compliance. Then there are processes in the QA part. What can industry do to enhance processes in order to avoid, let's say, data which is not complete, for example, or which is not uploaded at all in some cases? What can be done there?
I think in the end, it's an easy answer. Everyone has to do his job properly. But you may see the scene of manufacturing a pharmaceutical product is more or less fractured. You very rarely have a company manufacturing a product, bringing it to the market and selling it in different markets as manufacturing pharmaceutical company. So you have a broad range of CMOs, you have a broad range of different supply chain activities, even on the side of the manufacturers. And this is not that easy to handle that we might have thought in the beginning. And it's very high-level IT infrastructure we have to use. And there are certainly some points that have to be achieved in the interaction between the participants on the manufacturing side. But in the end, we are used to a highly regulated sphere, and we are used to apply GMP to all of our processes. So in the end, it should be not a technical problem, but of course, also for us, it's a problem of cost. Manufacturers have to bear all the costs, and in this fractured scene of participants, of course, these costs are shared and pushed from one player to the other. And of course, this is not very helpful to solve problems if you have to put money on it.
I imagine. But what we are experiencing a little bit is that most of or a lot of companies are relying on these software providers. Let's get this SAP, Tracelink, and all that kind of companies, and there we experienced also a certain dependency, and then they were not ready either. So if you take, I know it from the big pharma industry, how dependent they are from their SAP systems sometimes, and if SAP is not compliantly treating the data, and this was the case during this last year, then there, of course, also the manufacturer is a little bit lost. What can he do, and what can he, how can he enhance the processes? Now, okay, this is then the uploading process, and then you have, of course, there's an alert. You have to investigate. At first, what is your experience with that, honestly, and how do you see your role? Because the investigation is also support for the end user in a certain way, how to know what is happening, and then the mitigation of the problem.
At the moment, I do not see a challenge that would not be bearable at this side, because we are used to investigate, we are used to have our information at hand, and even if we have several stages in the supply chain of the product, I think it's at least for a non-multinational company, it's not a big task to get behind the problem and to see what happened to the specific pack and to the specific serial number that might have been part of this alert. On the other hand, I think it's important and it's necessary for all of us to see what happened to this pack. Again, it's not about blaming anyone, it's about learning. And this is what we should have used at the time more for this learning and not waiting for the next level to be applied. So I think this is maybe not so true for Austria. I think we used the time very well here to solve problems. But as you look on the overall picture of Europe, it's a little pity that we did not use the time more to solve problems on the different levels in the supply chain.
Yes, but of course, we are now learning in the time after the February 2019. So we were all happy that we got in place the system until February 2019. There was no much time for learning before this, and of course, everybody in Austria, and I think almost everybody in Europe understands that it's now the learning time, and it's not the time to execute this regulation on every point. We are learning. We started to learn in Austria from February 19 to February 20 with the stabilization phases. We are now learning with the new phase, which is the start phase, which has a little more strict rules, but not all of them, which has no explicit end. We wait how it develops, and this is now our learning phase, and we take it, and I think we take it very well because everybody's working together very, very fine. But we need this learning phase, as Bernhard says.
What did you learn now, particularly in your
we learned that
wholesale
things
sector? What is your takeaway of this first year? You know, processes.
Well, to focus on processes is also a good thing, but I can now say easily, well, when we look at all the alerts we have, 1/3 is about for uploading errors from the industry. 1/3 is that somebody in the pharmacist did something wrong, check it out double or whatever, and 1/3 is that the scanner has this famous YZ error. So for sure, less than 1% of the alerts is done by the wholesaler. So we are fine out of this. But of course, we have learned a lot because we changed our processes within the warehouse, within the communication to the customers a lot, and we faced problems we've never imagined before because we get back a pack in our return department. We verify the pack. It is already checked out. We contacted then the IM4S what to do. What's the alert? We said that it's not checked out by the pharmacy who sent us the pack. Nobody knows what happened. So things is we learn that there are processes happening and we don't know exactly why because it's just an end-to-end verification and you don't see the way of the packs.
Yeah, that's true. Do you agree that the role of the NMBO is also crucial in that let's say learning phase because you're relying a little bit on them?
Not
also
like
for the manufacturer and pharmacist side, the alert handling is done also in cooperation with them. and the NMVOs have a role to play there.
Bernhard, that's yours.
I think the NMVO has the most crucial role in this because it's the one and only point to see all the problems of the system and to give this information to the stakeholders and to provide together with them the necessary steps to solve the problems.
Yeah. And of course, then on the pharmacy side, what is your takeaway, and what can you do a little bit to? Where is your margins to ameliorate the overall setting and to get the alerts
on the pharmacy side, I'm convinced we're learning together. And speaking quite frankly, in the pharmacy, it works in the background. So in the best option, we don't even notice the system running because that's the way it should be. And we never experienced one single falsified pack in the Austrian distribution chain. I mean, that's quite an issue. And I mean, Thomas, you're not going to sell me falsified medicines, are you? So,
obviously not.
Yeah, that was never ever an issue in Austria, and that's a reason why the Austrian pharmacists were not too happy with the system, because I strongly believe it's not going to happen in Austria. But still, we have to deal with the issues. It's more work for us. Yeah. What do we do if we have the red dot on a medicine that produces work? Yeah, that's working hours. And right now, I'm a pharmacist in the city center of Vienna. Now we have the third week in a true state of emergency. So I really thought about giving you a live stream to my pharmacy right now. We're breaking all records of customers and patients' records. So now it's a real state of emergency. And to be honest, if now a pack shows up with a red dot, yeah, I put it aside and we don't have the time to think about what to do with it in the next 2 weeks or something like that. Yeah. And I mean, the worst medicine is dispensed is a wrong medicine, but we were talking about a lot about the numbers and keeping the errors below 1%, or Bernhard said he wants to have it at 0.1%. That's a nice idea, after my opinion. To be honest, let me ask Thomas. What's the percentage of wrong amounts of packs in your warehouses?
What do you mean that it's?
You should have 1,000, but it's only 999. So what's the percentage?
1%.
1%. So that's to understand. That's the 1% human error involved, and that's what we do experience in the pharmacy. No one in the pharmacy wants to dispense a pack of falsified medicine. But I mean, 1% is not a lot when you look into the amount of packs on stock with simply wrong numbers because of human errors, dispensing errors, or when you dispense a pack and you don't scan it, when you scan it twice or whatever. So that's the practical errors. And as a pharmacy owner, it's my money going out, and I would love to have an error rate at 0.0%, but I have to be realistic. That's not going to happen.
At first, Thomas, this is, I think, the point. What can then the wholesaler do to help the pharmacies? This is a little bit the question behind what he is telling. So, what do you think? How
because the pharmacy can be 100% sure that it gets only correct text from us, and not you, by the way, as you don't well, but that's another story.
After this,
but I want to say, I said for several years, the same as Thomas, we are shooting with cruise missiles on a problem which is not existing, costs a hell of money. Why do we do this? But to be honest, 2 days ago,
Sorry.
I did not expect that today I'm not in the morning to kiss Monica and say hello, not to shake hands with anybody. We had in Austria a very big pharmacy congress in Schladming with 600, 700 people, which was broke up on Tuesday lunchtime. We had a big invitation for 300 of them in the evening, which was cancelled. Nobody expected something like this is happening, and nobody wants to have situations where we have really a lot of falsified medicine, as we've seen in some countries out of Europe. So maybe all the money and all the work and all the things we spend now has a work we don't see at the moment, and we hopefully never see it, because we are prepared in this learning phase, as Bernhard mentioned. I think this
Precaution, yeah, it's simply a precaution.
Precaution, yeah, but I didn't hear anything. But what can the wholesale sector? How can you help?
Well, we
Thomas and with his problems to mitigate the errors, etc. What can be done?
Of course, what we do, and all the pharmacy know that all the Austrian wholesalers. When you buy for an Austrian wholesaler, you can be 100% sure that the bag is not falsified, more or less, because we have our purchasing process, we have our verification processes in the inbound, and all this. We spend a lot of money, energy, work, time to try to guarantee this, and I think we can give the pharmacy almost absolute securities. It's, of course, it's always 99.99 something, that the bags from us are okay, as we can be almost perfectly sure that all the bags we buy from the industry are okay. So as long as we are stable in the supply chain, things are more or less okay. Things are not okay when somebody, whoever in the supply chain, thinks he can make some extra gain with buying it somewhere else. That's always not the best solution.
Okay, but the system is there, and we
The
can
system
discuss.
is there, and I think
we can
it's
discuss along if it's sensible or not. It is there, and I think has sense. But Bernhard, what is your view? What can you do in order to make happy the other part of the supply chain, and what you're expecting from them?
First of all, thank you for your statement, and I'm following this. And this is also why I disagree with the acceptance of 1% of failure in the system we use, because we have a system that works perfectly. So please don't forget, the system itself, the IT system, works perfectly. So what we have is some problems in the procedures of the different stakeholders.
Processes, yes, indeed.
So this is something very different, I think. And in the end, if we have this system in place, working perfectly as it is now, it cost a lot of money, and it was a lot of effort to have it in place. And this is why I think we should use this to the full extent, and we should have it airtight. And this is why we really must put all our efforts in solving the problems we still have. Maybe there are just minor problems in Austria, but overall it's more than 1%.
Yeah.
And we should put all our effort in solving these problems, and I think it is possible. It is possible also by the manufacturers. We must comply to the regulations, and I think we will comply to the regulations. And the problem is that one batch that causes problems in the system, of course, may erupt as several errors on the other side. But it is possible to get the hand on this, and it will be possible to get below, maybe not 0.1, but 0.0.5.
I thank you for this positive note. Because I think also the system is working. What we have to change is our processes, and let's say, the way how to use it, and while enhancing also some problems from a technical side, which we can. Expiry date mismatch is one of them. We can use technical means to solve that in order and enhance the system. Quickly, Thomas, if you want to have, because we are running out of time, so okay. I want to have a note a little bit in the future, and also a little bit about the positive sides of the system.
The positive sides. Now, I really think the system is running perfectly from a technical point of view. That's not the issue. I just want to jump back to the human factor. Yeah? So, for example, when was the last time you were ordering food from Foodora, Uber Eats?
I never did it.
Never. Thomas, please. Never.
1 week ago.
1 week ago. Okay. I have 3 kids. I'm afraid I have to admit my kids love McDonald's food. So we order once a month food from McDonald's. They have this Foodora app, or now it's Miam, whatever, installed. So you choose the items. The items are sent, and in the last year there was not single delivery 100% correct. Yeah. This is going to be the only point. That's the only point where I'm ever going to compare Austrian pharmacy to Foodora and McDonald's. But it's a very strong human factor, and money is an issue. If Thomas could send me a decommissioning agent to the pharmacy. Nice guy being responsible for checking out and commissioning, verifying, whatever, yeah, then I would love to see even my amounts of goods being 100% correct. That was nice. And as I mentioned, I'm using a dispensing robot. So my system knows 100% what's in the machine. And I'm still slightly above 1% with errors. And I'm working like 60, 70 hours in the pharmacy, so I like what I'm doing, and I'm 100% behind checking everything and working in the most efficient way. Yeah. But it's a process. Yeah, and that's the human factor we can't leave out. And
you're right, and we certainly have to live with a certain degree of alerts in the system due to the human factor. There are, of course, some use, depending on the stakeholder who is talking, how low this should be. I can understand the concerns of all the stakeholders that they have their interests, but we are working all together, and this is what I take away into processes. But you already mentioned it, and I thank you also. You say, okay, but the system as such, I'm quite happy with a part of it, because my management is more controlled. I get via my robot all this information. To the other Bernhard and Thomas, what is the CU from using the FMD infrastructure? What are their potentials, benefits out of it? Because we see now the dark side of the moon, but also the system can and already provides benefits which could be also interesting and decisive in the future.
There are a lot of advantages, but first one sentence to Thomas. Of course, there's the human factor, and we will never eliminate it, for sure. But we're working hard all together is to get the things easier. As Thomas and myself, we put almost the same picture on. When we have 3 codes on the packets, you have increased the human factor. So, but I'm sure within the next month, years, whatever, we can reduce this so that. And then it's maybe not 0.05 or whatever, it's as low as any possible. To the advantages, of course, these data matrix codes on the back give the wholesaler a big advantage. Which we now have with one scan, we have a lot of information in our system, which is a huge advantage. Yeah. The same advantage has Thomas in his pharmacy in the Roboter,
for keeping,
in the roboter,
record, keeping record of the packs and
So
expiration
it's much
dates.
easier than it ever been. We all know how it looks before this. You hardly were able to read this because it was stamped in and whatever. So it's much easier now. One scan and have all the information in the system, and it's almost perfect correct. So with small errors. Of course, this gives the wholesaler, when we implement our processes, when we're able to change the process with all the IRP system and all the, gives a huge advantage for better tracking and tracing all the packs in the store, to have the expiration days better managed and all these things. So, and this gives us a huge advantage, no doubt about this.
Bernhard, I think for industry also, that you are paying
you
for
may
it.
have you may have recognized I see some light on the dark side of the moon, but I do not see any advantages like the other parts in the supply chain, because we had all this information available as a manufacturer already, so there is no improvement for this. Again, I think it's a common effort to prevent Europe of a situation of a lot of falsified medicines in the market.
Yeah.
We are maybe on an island in Austria where we did not have a major problem in the time being, some minor problems maybe, but you never know what will happen tomorrow. And if you look to other parts of the world and the problems that they have with falsified medicines, I'm sure this system will help us for the future to prevent Europe for these problems.
I think so too, and I think also that this infrastructure will be at the base for much more than only verification in a 5-10 years time. I will be retired then, but I think the infrastructure we created all together will be used for more than only verification in the future. Last question, because this is now I'm a bit selfish, and then we have perhaps the public to ask questions. We are discussing within EMVO since 1 and 2 years now, nearly. Should we implement an alert system in the EMVS? So alert management system. Now, you are practitioners, you are on the ground. In Brussels, we have a lot of experts, whatever they have expertise, but what do you think? Is that something you need on the ground, you need in national level, you need in the EMVS in order to handle alerts? We are not talking about now the crisis, let's say, when the alerts are up. We are talking about when we have stabilization. Do you need that? And I would start with this, Thomas Müller-Uri, because what I'm receiving signals from the end users, and particularly from the pharmacists, it's yes, no.
Typical.
Kind of. I mean, imagine, think about your personal community pharmacy. How would you react if your pharmacist, while counseling you, talking about your medication, getting the pack of medicine, and then telling you, "Oh, I'm sorry, that's a red flag. I can't sell it." Yeah. What would you do? You would turn around and run away. Yeah. You don't want to see a pharmacy where they're selling falsified medicines. So. I was always a huge fan of the backdoor verification, to be honest. Because, but just imagine the situation in the pharmacy.
Yeah.
So if an alarm pops up in Austria, it's a very rare occasion. Yeah. So I don't think that's, or I hope it's never going to be an issue in future. Yeah. But it's should be handled in a different way,
right?
Not at handling alarms, right. When not during the dispensing process. What do you do?
Yeah. Okay. Good. I see the point. We are just taking together specifications, use cases, what could be done by this. But I take your point. In the flow, it should not, and this is the main message always from the pharmacist, in the workflow, no further delays. We need that this is done in the background, perhaps. Then it's perhaps useful, perhaps. but not hindering any workflow. Quickly, the other two, because I take this with me to Brussels, because we have this never-ending discussion, and I want to hear everybody once. And
Well, honestly,
yeah.
Yeah, to honestly, so we have almost no direct contact to the EMO, so that we the alert procedures we do with the IM4S works perfectly. So for me, the system is fine. So
Good. Message taken.
yeah.
Bernhard.
Again, I want just to add something because I agree to Thomas, but I really think we should try to get to the next level. We should use the system to the full extent, and we should all of us should do our homework in our processes to come to this point. And in the end, then we will have used the money for the right things.
Good. Thank you very much. So it was a very good discussion, and I take some stuff with me, which is important for our discussions we have on a European level. I want to thank you all, especially the stakeholders here in Austria for this trustful cooperation. IM4S, Dangel, thanks a lot. We stay always in touch. If there are, perhaps they can have one question. Quick? No? No. Yeah, we will try to make it quick.
North America will ask the question. Hi, my name is Simona Surdila. I'm the head of quality for Corporate McKesson, and in Canada, of course, not US. So we are kind of low virus corona, but hope to return safe home. So my question is, because we have all the supply chain, I mean, we start with the manufacturers, we continue with the wholesalers, distributors, and then the endpoint, the pharmacist. How do you compete, all three of you, with the continuous drop of cost of medicine while you implement those systems to reduce basically or to eliminate falsified medicine?
Who starts?
I mean, the processes are interrelated, so to reduce the errors, I think everybody is doing something, right?
Let me give you my idea. Now we're in a situation where the 2D matrix code costs more money than the medicine inside the pack. Yeah, that's crazy situation. I don't have any influence on that, yeah?
No, I'm saying, how do you compete internally, like all of you guys, because the costs are raising, but you need to do business. I mean, that's the point.
Yes, the costs are rising. We all try our best to get our processes as efficient as any possible. Nobody is paying this, although the industry is always saying, and it's true, that they pay the system, but they don't pay, that they pay the technical system, but not the whole system, because all the processes implemented in all our organization system, whatever, of course, is paid by the individual wholesaler. I know that you say that's after this. Of course, it costs a hell of money, and it costs additional people in the warehouse to do all this stuff. We try to invent new processes where we can recover this. Of course, it's not succeeding by 100% at the moment. As the margins are not increasing as well, we have a certain problem. You're completely right, yes.
Sounds crazy to North American, but we're doing more money, we're doing more work, and not receiving any money for it.
Bernhard, yes. Very short. But
it is real, unfortunately. Yeah, that's the challenge that we face. We don't have those systems in Canada with a double check yet, but I think that will follow. So I was interested, just in case that, we're going to face the same challenge as you do, guys. Let's hope not.
I want to thank you for this question as a last statement, because you see, there is a very different picture if you look on the different products. So you have not only the expensive products that everyone is happy about selling, buying, and commissioning. We have also a big group of very cheap products in the market, and we have a very different picture of in the field of manufacturers, wholesalers, and pharmacies. So we have a common problem, and I think it's not only about competing within the supply chain. I think it's a problem that we have to discuss on a broader basis, because we do something for the society, we do something for the population, and we do also something for the payer system. So I think one part of the next step must be to sit on a table and to have discussions on the costs that at the moment we have to bear, but in the end maybe we cannot bear in the background of products that are really very, very cheap in the market.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a tricky question. Huh?
No, I mean, because the government should support those initiatives. I mean, if they want to eliminate anything that could damage the end customer, that...
Indeed. It's a hairy question, let's say it like that. So, okay, thank you very much to my panel. Thank you. I have now the honor, and I would like to introduce the next speaker, the keynote speaker. It is Yoram Eshel. He has 30 years experience in the global transportation, supply chain management and logistics, and he worked 14 years as head of the global transport and logistics in Teva, before he then in 2018 founded his own company, Loginor. He is a really high-level expert for insights into the regulatory and operational aspects of the medical cannabis supply chain. It's a very nice subject, and I would like to welcome him and give him the floor remotely, I guess.
Yes,
Thank you, guys.
It's a pleasure not to be with you, but to be with you. I bless everybody that came over. I'm now in Israel, cannot travel. And if I travel, I cannot come back. So if I come back, then I need to stay 14 days at home. So here I am together with you. So thank you very much for the opportunity. And it's a pleasure to be with you guys. My presentation today is about the medical cannabis supply chain. A few words about myself. 14 years, I was the head of global logistics for Teva. Have a lot of information, a lot of experience, knowledge, a lot of, as I said, experience in the logistics and supply chains of pharmaceuticals all around the world. I was in charge of all the logistics operations. And of course, I know most of you guys and most of your companies and most of the logistic providers and so on. In the last 2 years, actually, I deep dive into the medical cannabis industry, trying to understand and follow up the regulatory aspects, and this is what I would like to share with you today. So today, we're going to talk about coronavirus. I saw the previous presentation talking a lot about what's going on. Well, today we'll talk about different type of corona, and we will even see that cannabis is actually getting into the corona beer in some way. So I will talk a little bit about the regulatory aspects, about what is the current state, the future opportunities, and what are the logistics and supply chain challenges and some of the solutions. So cannabis, what is this all about? Cannabis is a plant. We are all coming from the pharma industry, where we understand chemical medicines, we understand biological medicines, but here we're dealing with the plant, and the fact that we're dealing with the plant-derived products is actually the challenge of this industry. So basically, just that everybody will be on the same page, cannabis has two major components inside. One called the THC, which you see here, the Delta-9, whatever, very complicated name. Well, the THC is that psychotherapy or psycho element which make people to be high. So if you go to those guys who really use cannabis for fun, recreational use, they will look for the highest THC that they can get, because this is what makes you high. But there is another component in the cannabis which is called CBD. There are actually, it's more than 100 molecules of cannabinoids, and these molecules are actually known to be the more therapeutic side of the plant. So basically, you can see here on the right side that the therapeutic potential is actually a combination of certain amount of THC and certain amount of CBD that goes together and can treat several illnesses, intentional bowel syndromes, depression, Parkinson's, autism, and some other medical conditions. Another thing we should know that usually those products, and I'm talking about medical cannabis, will be prescribed and will be allowed to be treated usually just after all the conventional products that all of us are selling in the market are not helping the patient, or the patient needs some more medicines to improve his or her medical condition. So when you are talking about medical cannabis, we're talking about usually a combination of THC and CBD, which can treat many illnesses. Coming into the regulatory arena.
Yoram,
So,
excuse
yes.
me to interrupt you, but could you load your presentation? Because we only see the image of yourself, but not your presentation.
Well, hold it. How do I do that?
Okay, perhaps we can.
On the bottom of your screen,
Yes.
you see a microphone and you see a blue sign with a camera. And next to it, you say share content. It's like it's a square with an arrow going up. On the bottom of the screen,
yeah, I see the
a square
content.
with an arrow going up, and there you can share your screen and you can share your presentation.
Somehow it doesn't. Doesn't work. Maybe here, share content.
Yes.
Can you? I think you should do. Allow me to share first. Okay.
He is the presenter.
Yesterday it worked. Now the share button is like in shadow.
And if you try again, like the square, share content.
As I said, it's in shadow right now. You want me to try to contact again?
No?
Jij kan gewoon delen. Ook al ben je de presenter nu. Jij bent nu de presenter, jij kan gewoon delen.
This is your. I see your screen.
Yeah, this is me. You see, I can press here. I can press share.
So in my computer, the share is like in shadow. I cannot push it. More options, maybe.
So I would propose we break for coffee now. During the coffee break, we will figure out how to have you and your presentation visible. And we would come back in like 20 minutes from now. So for the ones watching us over their screens, we will be back at 10:50 sharp. Thank you very much.
Yep. I see your screen now. Hello, do you hear me? Hello?
I will do the link. I can log in.
Yes, I hear you. Hello?
Yes, 1 second, please.
Okay. You want me to reconnect, maybe? Ah, okay, now we see the...
Can you try again?
Yeah,
Press the
now it's
square.
okay. Yeah. Now it's working.
Now it's working.
Yes.
I don't know why it wasn't.
Okay.
It was rejected.
It works now.
Okay, we go have a coffee. We will let you know 2 minutes.
10:50.
Okay.
10:50, 10:50. We will be back.
In 10.
10:50, 10:50.
Yeah. Fine.
See you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye. Judith. Hi. Yeah, it is working now. Yeah. Yeah. They fixed it. Now it's working.
Okay. So we will try to resume the session from before, and we'll try to put Joris on.
I'm here.
Hello, great.
Hi.
And we'll see, and your presentation is here. So all is
Okay.
fine now, and hope we do not encounter any more technical difficulties. Thanks. Floor is yours, Joris.
Shall we start?
Yes, please.
Okay, so good morning again. Now after the coffee, I'm going to talk about medical cannabis today, the supply chain and the challenges around that. As I already said, 14 years in Teva, a lot of experience in everything that goes together with the supply chain and transportation and logistics. Years ago, established my own company, Loginor, and also Cannabilog, which is my cannabis brand. And I'm working very hard in the last 2 years in order to build a global network for medical cannabis supply chain management and logistics. As I said, I'm not going to talk today about coronavirus. You already spoke about that. I will talk a little bit on different type of corona, and we will even see how cannabis is going into the corona beer. We'll talk about regulatory aspects, current state and future opportunities, and the logistic challenges around that. As I already explained, now you can see it on the presentation. Cannabis is built out of two main components: the THC, which is the psycho element of cannabis. This is what gets you high, and the CBD, which is actually more than 100 molecules that just 15 or 17 of them were already researched. And there's a lot of research around. I will show you later. And when you're talking about medical cannabis, you're actually talking about combination of this THC and CBD in several proportions that can treat several illnesses, as you can see on the right side: depression, Parkinson's, autism, and other illnesses, and usually as second treatment after trying to treat patients with the conventional medicines that all of us are actually distributing all around Europe and around the world. When it comes to regulations, as I said before, cannabis since 1961, United Nations Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs, cannabis is Schedule 1, like heroin, cocaine, and those guys. And actually, in the world, cannabis is not allowed, or you're not allowed to do anything with cannabis. Not to grow, not to trade, not to store, not to transport. Actually, doing nothing unless you have special licenses. And we will talk about the regulatory arena in a few minutes. Just that you know that globally, there is still the convention that does not allow any trade or any distribution of cannabis. By the way, we're talking about cannabis, the plant, and all its components, from the top flower down to the roots. It's forbidden. A little bit about Europe. I'll show you a few data elements on Europe, and I'm sure that I can bring you the message that actually Europe right now is not like in the medical side, it's not like in the pharma side, when you have very strict regulations, European-wise regulations about medicines and about pharmaceuticals. When it comes to cannabis, there's no Europe. There's actually each country by itself, very, very different, and I'll show you that in a minute. In general, what you can see here is some statistics around medical cannabis. As you know, medical cannabis is not just the medical side, there's also the recreation side. But you can see that in 8 years, in general, the forecasted the total cannabis market will be something like 115 billion euros. Even if it will be just half of it, I think everybody understands the potential, and everybody understands that we're looking at actually a moving target and a moving regulatory environment where countries are in the process of changing their whole approach to medical cannabis and to cannabis in general. On the left side, you can see a map, which countries are progressive, which countries are average, which countries are conservative and average and more conservative than the others. I'm telling you that there's a lot of gray areas. Now look at Europe, right? Look at the left side. Is it legal? Is it not legal? Is it half legal? Is it decriminalized? There's a lot of issues. Each country has actually different set of regulations. And in general, there are three conditions. One is whether it's illegal completely. In other countries in Europe, I'm not talking about Canada right now, but in Europe, it can be illegal but decriminalized, like in Germany. I'll show you in a minute. In Germany, you can hold few grams of cannabis for your own usage. It's not legal, but they will not criminalize you for doing that. And in some countries, it might be illegal or decriminalized, but the medical side of it is legal. When you're talking about legal medical, again, what is the meaning of it? You have to have a prescription from a doctor. You have to have, look at Germany, there is cannabis in the pharmacies. In some countries, it is allowed. In some countries, it is not yet there. There's a lot of issues around that. And as you can understand from this a little bit chaotic map, is that Europe is actually country by country, and you need to know what is allowed and what is not allowed in each country. And what I'm showing you right now in, I believe, few months will be different. Okay, Belgium, Denmark, Ireland, Spain, Greece, Austria, everything is changing. So just bear in mind that the regulatory environment is not clear and it's moving. It's changing all the time. Few words about Germany, by the way, all the information is available on the net, but here you can see, you know, usually I'm putting this map and I'm asking, do you know why the people in Berlin are so happy? So it happens that in Germany, you can either hold 6 grams or 10 grams, but just in Berlin, you can hold 15 grams. This is what makes these guys happy than the other German people. But in general, again, you can see that it's not just the country level, it also can be by region or by state or by anything else, which make it much, much more complicated. By the way, the grams are for recreational and not just for medical. So let's try to understand, since we are all people coming from the pharma industry, let's try to understand what are the definition, what are actually we're looking at. So the first thing we are looking at is medical cannabis. Medical cannabis is not a medicine. Usually medical cannabis didn't went through clinical trials, didn't went through the whole stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 and so on. It is based on research. It is based on a lot of experience. It is prescribed by doctors, but it's a medical product. It's not a pharmaceutical. It's not a medicine, as we know what is medicine definition. So it's plant-based. It can be oils. It can be tablets. It can be cigarettes. It can be flowers. But this is medical cannabis definition. The second thing can be a pharmaceutical cannabis. As you all know, there are two products of GW Pharma, a UK company, which are already approved by FDA, Sativax and Epidolax. And I'm sure that as we go on for in the next few years, we will see more and more products coming on this section of pharmaceutical cannabis. My own view about that is that as pharma companies and other companies will be able to put IP around it, will be able to write patents around it or other IP rights, then we will see more and more pharmaceutical. For medical cannabis, there's no way you can write IP or patent. because it's based on a plant, and this is why I think one of the reasons that we don't see the big pharma guys still in big portion in this market. The next level is the recreational cannabis. Just bear in mind that this is a huge market. Products sometimes are not holding high level of quality. A lot of it is coming from cultivation farms, illegal in many places. And if you look at it, from a more holistic point of view, there's a lot of interest in this recreational area to allow the consumers, whether legal, not legal. I said before, I anticipate it will be more and more legal in some countries, but anyway, the quality of the products should be maintained here as well. So it's a huge potential here in the recreational area. By the way, right now, there are two countries that fully legalize cannabis, which is Uruguay and Canada. And within the US, we'll talk about the US in a minute, but in the US, as you know, federally, it's forbidden. You can do nothing with cannabis, not import, not export, with cannabis-based products. But 11 states within the US legalized recreational cannabis, and 34 states legalized medical cannabis. But as I said before, federally, it's not allowed. And the last market that we see is huge growth in this market is the CBD-based products. Those products can be anything with drinks, food, additives, cosmetics. A lot of products coming into the market. You can see it in Europe everywhere that CBD-based products are already there. There is two definitions of CBD, which actually define the amount of THC within the product. So in Europe, in general, if you have a product with less than 0.2% THC, it will not consider as narcotics, and you can market it and you can sell it in the market. Some countries, it's 0.3%, and in Switzerland is 1%. Okay, this is why a lot of CBD companies are going to Switzerland. So in general, the CBD industry is getting huge in many areas of products. As I said before, drinks, food additives, cosmetics, and so on. And I'm sure that we will see a lot of growth in this area as well. If you look at the type of products, just that you can understand, you can see at the top line oils, a lot of oils, the tablets, inhalers. There is a very sophisticated inhaler that you can see in the middle, which is Psyche. It's an Israeli company selling their inhaler and having this magazine of cannabis with a very precise amount of cannabis. There's a way to control the specific dosage in a very high level. It can be cigarettes, it can be flowers, it can be a lot of different products. As you can see on the left side, inhalers, suppositories, patches, creams, and so on and so forth. I mean, the sky is the limit. And you can see on every product what is the amount of THC and CBD and so on. So even the flowers that you can see in the bottom will come with a specific amount of CBD and a specific amount of THC, and will be treat different medical conditions, as I said before. And even the cigarettes and the flowers are not recreation. I'm just talking medical cannabis. So the cigarette will be, for instance, just as an example, 20% THC and 5% CBD. If this is what you need for your illness, this is what you get in the cigarette. So again, we can argue if smoking a cigarette is good for your health, or it can cure, a different medical condition. This is a different debate that we can have later. So it can be smoking, it can be inhaling, and any other form of medicines. Just that you understand the market size in terms of sales. Again, every forecast can talk about different numbers. You can see that in 8 years, 2018, sorry, 2018, yes. We're talking about billion dollars of market size. Again, these are forecasts, but definitely a huge market that we can see. Nobody yet knows what will happen in the US. The guy in the White House can wake up one morning and legalize everything in a minute, and we will have a different situation around the world. But this is where we are today, and this is where medical cannabis is allowed and regulated. In terms of quantities, we're not, nothing to compare to the medical market today. I mean, moving so much tons of medicines around the world. When I was in Teva, and what you're doing, guys, so maybe this is not, the amount or the huge amount we are looking at, but we are still looking at tons of cannabis coming from different areas into Europe, into North America, into Canada, into Australia, into South America. There's a lot of potential that we can see over here, both in terms of sales and both in terms of quantities. This is to show you how much we are in the clinical trials. There are a lot of companies investing a lot of money to have clinical trials regarding medical cannabis and the treatment of several conditions. You can see it over here. And as I said before, I think that this tendency of research and based on scientific proof, then we will see more and more pharmaceutical cannabis products and even being registered, as medical products, regular medical products, although they are based on cannabis. FDA, MHRA, and other agencies around Europe and around the world. When we're talking about international trade, and this is where I personally am much more involved. So you can see there's a lot of trade going around. As of today, just in Germany, we can see flowers coming in from Portugal, from South America. We start to see some stuff coming in, definitely from Canada. Just that Canada right now, the big Canadian companies having a lot of inventory. The Canadian market has some difficulties to distribute cannabis within their market. So just imagine yourself that the black market is even cheaper than the legitimate market just because they don't have enough dispensaries. But nonetheless, there are more and more international moves of cannabis. And this is where it's starting to be more interesting because even you guys from Germany, Germany right now is importing a lot of cannabis in, need to understand that the international move of cannabis is highly regulated, and we will talk about that in a minute. But we see now a lot of and growing more and more international move, which will arrive to you guys for distribution within your markets. So what are the challenges? I would say that the first challenge is the regulatory challenge. As I said before, we are all, you, me, I mean, we're doing hundreds of thousands of narcotic shipments every year. Narcotic shipments is not a big deal. We know it in the pharma world. We know how to deal with it. You need an export license, you need an import license. But this is something that everybody in the room, I guess, or not just in the room, is very familiar with. When it comes to cannabis, there is a very strong psychology element playing a huge game here, because most of the governments doesn't want to be conceived as pushing marijuana to the streets. So I call it a narcotics plus. So it's not just it's regulated in narcotics and being a Schedule 1 product, as we know, they're putting more and more restrictions on cannabis, right? You need more licenses to grow it, to hold it, to store it, to transport it. So there's much more licenses and much more regulations that you need to be aware of when we deal with the medical cannabis products than regular narcotic products. And this is why it's so tricky, because governments all around the world are paying a lot of attention to this area. I can tell you that I just managed and executed the first ever shipment of medical cannabis into Israel, imported into Israel about 5 weeks ago, 250 kilos from Portugal into Israel. And actually there was no regulations. So we had to kind of invent and write the regulations by ourselves. And this is in many cases the case. So government are hesitating. They don't give clear instructions how exactly to do it. What are the procedures? So you may expect that even in some case, someone will tell you yes, the other one will tell you no, the third one will tell you maybe. There's a lot of things that you need to know when it comes to regulatory issues. So, as I said before, different regulations on federal, on state, on country, or local levels can be even, region within the country and constantly changing. So you have to be aware what is allowed and what is not. As I said, we need licenses for export, for import, for holding, for storage. Just in Germany, if you want to import and distribute medical cannabis products, I think you need, if I'm not mistaken, 3 or 4 or 5 different licenses for regular products and then for cannabis and so on. So very important to understand this environment. Custom procedures, authorities, if you want to ship flowers, all of a sudden you need to deal with the Ministry of Agriculture. Guys, we are pharma guys. We're not dealing with, usually we're not dealing with plants and agriculture products. Here you have to understand that if it's flowers and it's still medical cannabis, you will have to deal with authorities that we are not used to. We are used to deal with Ministry of Health, with all kinds of health authorities. And all of a sudden we have to adhere and deal with other agencies. And then you have product specifics. You have cannabis, you have hemp, you have CBD base, as I said before. APIs. In Germany, 30% of the market for medical cannabis is what we call the compound preparing compound market, meaning that the pharmacy will get THC as such, CBD as such, as API, and they will make the compound by themselves in the pharmacy, by the prescription. So now we're not talking about products, we're talking about types of APIs or those CBD and THC, pure CBD and THC products. Again, different area. R&D products, a lot of research around the world, a lot of laboratories, a lot of research like universities, hospitals, and so on. And documents. I'm not going to details right now, but already you understand that there are some required documents that we need to show to authorities in order to move this stuff around. And the quality. Guys, this is a medical product. In Europe, you have to adhere completely to EU GMP and to EU GDP and to EU GAP, which is the good agriculture practices, and to EU security practices. So quality is exactly the same exact regulation as as medical product. Sorry, Judith, how long do I have? Hello? Hello?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. So I'll run. So the quality has to be exactly as the pharmaceuticals, and there's no shortcuts around that. So once you are dealing with a medical cannabis product, usually it will be 15 to 25 degrees. You will have to adhere to all the GDP requirements. The third thing is the security and loss prevention. In some countries, medical cannabis require, for instance, in Israel, if you truck more than 15 kilos of medical cannabis, you have to have a special vehicles with armed guards attached to the truck. And there are some other countries that requires that. So security, higher level than what we are used to from the medical side or from the pharmaceutical side. So again, high level of security all along the supply chain and the logistic chain. And as we are progressing, if we will be able to ensure the regulators that we know how to keep the security of the products, it will ease their hysteric or their pressure around it. And traceability and transparency, of course. This is just a technical, schematic flow. When you air freight cannabis, you need to use temperature control vehicles, temperature control at the airports, temperature control during the flight, temperature control on the other side, same as security, same as all those requirements that we know from the pharma world, and even stricter in the cannabis area. Documentary and licensing, just you know how it works, right? The importer has to issue an import license, then it sends it to the exporter. Then the exporter has to issue an export license. Then he has to send it back to the importer, and just then we can do the shipment. I'm not going to technicalities, but just this process requires a lot of interfaces with the Ministry of Health and other agencies, just to make sure that we are able to do that. Same thing with customs. We need to expect. We're supposed to expect delays, physical tests, documentary review, and so on, just in order to clear those shipments around. So, running into the takeaways, I fully encourage you, first of all, to really understand what are the regulations in the different countries. Remember, in this stage, there's nothing like Europe. France is not like Italy, it's not like Germany, it's not like Holland, it's not like the UK. So you need to understand what are the implications on each country. You need to understand the implication of air freight, on ocean freight, of land transportation. For instance, if you want to ship flowers from Portugal to Germany, there's no way to do it with trucks. You have to fly it in, because you cannot pass France with medical cannabis, and so on and so forth. I encourage you to use global, people with global expertise that really understand what they're doing, because you don't want to get in trouble with authorities. Everything that goes together with all the regulation environment of medical products will have to adhere to the medical cannabis. And also we were able, at the last point, we were able to issue a special unique insurance coverage for medical cannabis, which is not that easy. I mean, everybody can tell you that it's okay, but something that really covers the risks for medical cannabis supply chain activities, it's also something that we were able to obtain. So to summarize, guys, we are looking at a very promising industry. We are looking at something that will grow in the next 2, 3, 5 years to places that we can even not anticipate today, whether medical, whether pharmaceutical, whether recreation, whether CBD. There's a lot of going on, and I encourage you to make sure that you really understand what are the potential and what is legal and not just, just shooting in the dark, because we want to do it in the right way. Thank you very much for listening. This is my details, phone number, email, whatever. I'm here. If you have any question, if you want to get any further information, please contact me at any time. I don't know now if we have some time for questions, but thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Joram, for this very educational session. We will share your contact details. So if there are no questions right now, but I'm sure there might be some when people think about what they have just heard from you, what we have just learned from you, and we will get back to you with the questions of our participants.
Please do, and enjoy the 2 days, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for remotely joining us. It worked on the second attempt very well.
Yeah.
So,
okay, guys, thank you, and enjoy the day. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we are coming to our keynote session on tracking of pharma products using modern technology, and it is my great pleasure to introduce two very courageous speakers to you who have joined us here today. First of all, Professor Dr. Yvonne Ziegler. Yvonne, please join me, yes. And the best is you.
Down, yeah.
Yes, you can already. Yvonne was working from 1991 until 2006 for Lufthansa in various management positions. So it's a company which might be struggling right now. And since 2007, she is a professor of business administration and international aviation management at the University of Frankfurt of Applied Science. Welcome, Yvonne, and thank you for having made the effort to join us here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And secondly, I would like to introduce Dr. Jan Wortmann. Jan is business partner, pharmaceuticals product supply at Bayer. And he co-leads the supply chain workstream of an EU-funded project in blockchain technology, blockchain-enabled healthcare. And other than blockchain, Jan is involved in designing a digital supply chain strategy and therefore furthering innovation in the supply chain. Jan, also many thanks for having joined us here. And we are looking forward to your contribution. But maybe you join Yvonne here.
This is a distance for the virus.
The distance
No, it's just to get
okay.
out.
Don't get too close, but it should be okay.
I always take the aisle seats because with my legs it's very difficult to get out of any kind of vehicle. So from that, but I stay a bit always to the side. Don't take it personal.
So I think
Yvonne, perhaps.
No, I think you start. No, I start.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk about track and trace and pharma product with blockchain. Just one addition for the introduction. So just recently, the nominations for our reorganization came up. So my future title will be Digital Lead for Supply Chain in the Pharmaceuticals Division of Pharma, which is not so much different from that point what I'm doing today, but sounds even more modern in this sense. So this is the clicker. Great. So Bayer Science for a Better Life is something which is most to you known. We all have contacts with our product. So we are doing things like cardiovascular and those things in our pharmaceuticals division, which is the center here of the slide. We have our crop science business, which is highly disputed these days. And of course, on our consumer health business with the eldest marketed drug, our aspirin, right? So this is basically what we are doing. I don't want to bother you with too much of that detail and jump into the next thing. Something which is known to all of us is the question on track and trace. For the time being, with February last year, we have the situation that we have the EMVO with Andreas here in our middle, which is giving us an endpoint control. So we are putting the barcode on a pack and we are able to scan the product in the pharmacy on the very end. Ideally, in order to cover the gray ground in between, we would need more things, and this is from the current technology, it's the serialization, which allows us to do all the tracking on the resin. But it has a very significant drawback. It needs all the partners on it. And this is the biggest piece what I'm referring to, how we tackle these things, and where I want to invite you in the further discussions to see if we have found common ground to strengthen our partnership in this piece. Blockchain, from our point of view, is something which adds on this because it's giving us major things which are not defined, for instance, in the EPCIS standards from GS1, where we have just interoperating systems, but not overall control in this sense. And blockchain with the digital representation of assets, the immutability and traceability characteristics, and especially the absence of a centralized authority and middleman is something which might help us in between, because this middleman role in the past was always, or not always, was often encompassed by banks and those things. And it makes it easier and less costly for us working in this piece together. Some mentions about blockchain. Blockchain is a technology which allows you to distribute automatically store information, so-called distributed ledger. And how can we imagine this? Very simple. The Sumerians 5,000 years ago invented a system to track the donations to the temple. So they took clay tablets and stitched the donations on it and dried it. So how does this look in the 21st century? Blockchain is just a data format which we fill, which given information. And instead of drying it in the sun, we have mathematics which helps us in this piece, which is the so-called hash function. So the content of our data piece will then be uniquely put to a single code, the so-called hash code. And this is a unique identification of the entire content of them. In order to make this information robust over different blocks of information, we chain them, taking the hash code from the block I've just created to the next one and making it part of the payload. By this, we have a unique chain which cannot be altered. At the same time, the system in the background is replicating the information among partners, so-called nodes. So by this, it's not only that we have to break up the chain and reconstruct it, we also have to recollect all the copies out there in order to hamper the information. So this is something which is fairly complex. This in a nutshell for blockchain. And the most important thing, as I said, is the ecosystem. How can we work together and gather the advantages of this technology for future use? Oops, something is gone now. Okay, thank you. So what did we do? First of all, when we set up our strategy in 2016 for IT, we thought, okay, we have to look into blockchain. And the question is always where to start. What is the good use case? Basically, what we saw is with the ever-increasing requirements on traceability, it could be a good opportunity to have a look into this and to see how material traceability, which is formalized in the European Quality Oversight Directive, could be used with blockchain. And we did another interesting part. We not only explored this at home, let's say in Bayer, we said, okay, maybe it's a good idea to do this directly with partners. So we invited several partners, and in the end, we had a little consortium of 2 packaging providers. We had another contract manufacturer of ours on the team, and our distribution partner in Asia, which was working together in order to see how this technology has to be exploited and what are the potentials on this piece. And on this, we had a very good answer. What is the value, not only as a result of the POC, also on the longer term. So what we did, we took a reference product where we had those partners together and had a look how the distribution situation looks like. So this is a very simplified example. What we in the end did is that we defined interesting points in the value creation where we write blockchain information to the blockchain. And this allows us in the end to hand over the information and the physical product from one partner to the other, and by this guarantee the traceability of the product end to end. This is something which is new and not so easy to gain in this part. As an example, oops, again, screen is gone on my machine here, okay. So what we did is modeling the value chain. Now it's back. Modeling the value chain. And on this piece, we built a little application which allowed us to retrieve the information and follow it over the different partners, which was a very big insight to us, because by this we had for the first time a very good overview to the entire production network of our partners, which for instance have production here in Vienna, and ending at the pharmacies, serving the pharmacies in Asia, in Malaysia, for instance, with our partner. This is something an information which for the time being was not accessible to us, right? So what we see here is our reference product. As I said, we can trace a bit. We have selection mechanism which allows you to, okay, what is our value chain creation on it? What is the part of the creation of other partners and so on? And on top of that, with the traceability information, we can set up a very interesting scenario, which is quarantine recalls, in the sense is if we encounter, or some partners in the value chain encounter problems with the product, they can say, okay, guys, here is something, please stop the further distribution, which is already a very big advantage, because we will not further distribute product which is probably with problems. And in the worst case that we find that this kind of issue really is serious, we have a very easy access to recall things. And we can do this up and downstream. So this is the advantage we see here on a blockchain solution, because we do not have, I mean, if you see notification services, like you see, for instance, in Rewe for supermarkets these days, you know, okay, there is something, but you do not have a coordinated approach over the partners in the value chain. And we believe that this is a significant difference to what we have today. So what we did with this, we presented it internally and externally, and we had a very positive feedback on it. So we took it to the next phase. So this was a bit changed, the setup, in the sense our packaging partners and our CMO said, okay, that's enough for us. We know how it works, but we want to pursue it now, right now. So what we did in the end, we started with our distribution partner, Zurich, in Asia. And while doing so, another pharma heavy hitter like MSD came up and said, oh, this is interesting. We want to participate. And by this, we created for the first time a net of pharma companies working on this technology together with the distribution partner. The idea here is especially the question on cross-border trade, which is a specific problem in Hong Kong. As you know, we are not allowed to gray imports to Hong Kong. If this will be found, the pharma makers are held reliable to retrieve the goods from the market. And this also holds for counterfeits. So from that point on, there is very much pressure on this market, and we used this approach in order to demonstrate how this could be done with blockchain. So what we did is we took what we had before, the infrastructure, and we added to the endpoint, with the help of our partner Zurich, a little app which is scanning the product and then is cross-checking against the blockchain in order to see if this project is legitimate. So here you see the scanning app, yeah. And we are just in the midst of that, so we've established this network. So we have routine data posting to the blockchain out of Bayer, out of MSD. The information will be completed with our partner in Asia, Zurich. And by this, we have a complete registry of all our deliveries to Asia in this sense. And as we said, the first and very important prerequisite is full integration into our ERP system. We have to fine-tune the data visibility requirements in order to avoid all of the competitional law aspects in this piece. And this allows us now a secondary use of data in order to understand better, this is our number one objective here, the flow of our product to Asia, which we do not have in this kind of accuracy as we find it here in our blockchain solution. And of course, the overarching topic here, put to the last point, is the safety of our patients, which we are all 100% dedicated to. And another call for you. So we are working together with Asian suppliers. We would be happy to have more interaction with you guys here in Europe, although, as we heard in our previous session, the requirements and the problems on the supply chain with counterfeits are not that high as in other areas of the world, specifically in Asia. But still, we believe there is a lot of room for improving the ecosystem and coming to common ground on questions like working capital and these things, and of course, to better supply our markets here in Europe. Thank you, and now I'm handing over to Yvonne.
Thank you very much, Jan. Thanks a lot for the clicker. Yeah, I'm also very happy to be here today, seeing you all again, and share with you information about our project Mightigate. Let's see if something happens. Yeah, this is an overview of my presentation. I think one chart is missing actually. Yeah, this one. That's basically where I come from. I'm a professor of Frankfurt University of Applied Science for business administration with a special focus of international aviation management. And Monica was just mentioning my background in the aviation industry. I'm still giving lectures there. We have an MBA program, Aviation Management and Tourism. And I can only tell you this industry is really hit very hard. Yeah, just to give you an example, Lufthansa normally has 250,000 bookings a day. Now they have only 7,000. And also cargo airlines like Airbridge Cargo, the Russian operator, a very big one. They have incurred 3-digit losses already now in this first quarter of the year, and they have been dismissed already 100 people in Russia and already also the first people in Frankfurt. So this just as a quick update. So where do I come from? Actually, I'm responsible for a research project called Mightigate. Mightigate was initiated with a pharma consortium, Bayer, and also Boehringer Ingelheim. And the main purpose was to develop a working IT tool for lane risk assessment. And last year, when you had the conference in Nice, we had the opportunity to present this already. Today, I would like to present you another part of this project, which has been a so-called minimum viable product in blockchain tracking and tracing. So I also give you a quick overview on blockchain, but Jan, as the expert, has already said, I would say, the main aspects anyway. And then I would also show you how our MVP looks like. Because I'm sure you have seen a lot of PowerPoint presentation, but it's always nice also to see how this could really look like and come then to a conclusion. Yeah, the original blockchain concept it's already relatively old. It was first time pinned down in a white paper by Satoshi Nakamoto. This is a pseudonym. Nobody knows exactly if this is really the guy or if he looks like this, but probably he is. And he used blockchain for Bitcoin. However, Bitcoin is not automatically blockchain, of course. Blockchain, I think this is a good definition, is a distributed database which is shared among and agreed upon a peer-to-peer network. It consists of a linked sequence of blocks holding timestamp transactions that are secured by public key cryptography and verified by the network community. Once an element is appended to the blockchain, it cannot be altered, turning a blockchain into an immutable record of past activity. So in a nutshell, and I think you mentioned this also, these are the key characteristics of blockchain. It's a very safe tool. You need a network to make it really work. It uses a consensus mechanism, and it's basically a ledger. It's tracking whatever you are putting down in this ledger. Advantages are really that it's immutable. Yeah, so it's very hard to manipulate. It's also very consistent. And you can use it for smart contracts, meaning that once you can define smart contracts, for example, for a track and trace application, once the transportation has been carried out successfully and there was no, let's say, quality issue, then you can automatically start, for example, the payment process if you have defined beforehand a smart contract. And of course, the big advantage is you would also need no middleman. And of course, this can save the industry a lot of costs. However, blockchain is not a must. Yeah, you can go through this kind of decision tree and always think of your business case if you are really needing a blockchain application. Very often, let's say a normal database probably would also do it. However, if you want to have an objective, immutable protocol, for example, then this would give you a strong indication that blockchain probably would make sense. And here also you have different types. Yeah, you have the permissionless public blockchain. This is the case of Bitcoin. Yeah, it's completely public. Everybody can access. This is probably also the type of blockchain which still has a lot of disadvantages because it's slow, it's costly, etc. But in the industry, normally you are using permissioned public blockchains or permissioned private blockchains, which are smaller, faster, and less expensive. Here again, you also have to decide if you use a blockchain between countries, if you have it in your ecosystem or just internally in your own company. Yeah, blockchain is probably a very hyped concept at the moment. Blockchain in supply chain is already pretty high on the Gartner hype cycle. Blockchain in healthcare is a little bit lower, but the forecasts are that probably it takes more than 10 years to really reach the plateau and really have a lot of running application. At the moment, most use cases for blockchain are still on the prototype phase. Yeah, you just have so-called MVPs. And in the supply chain, I only know of the company Maersk, who is really running on a bigger scale or implemented blockchain on a bigger scale. So McKinsey says blockchain at the moment is still in the beginning of the growth phase. And why? And we heard this already in Jan's presentation, because many, let's say, components are still missing, the ecosystem is still not there, also the legal and data protection framework is still not 100% there. So there are still, and also a true business model is also not yet proven. Okay, but then I would like to present you Mitigate, our MVP. What was the starting point? Yeah, a big issue in the pharma industry when we talk about pharma transportation is that there are many risks, of course. Here you have a few of them. Counterfeit was one that was addressed this morning already, but others would be, for example, theft, damage, loss, and also temperature deviation. So we focused here on our use case on the issue of the temperature deviation. This is around 20% of all transports today. 80% are general cargo, but here 20% are temperature-controlled shipments, and you can either do something about passive or active cooling solutions. And the problem is that you still have a lot of deviations, especially if you transport them by air cargo. Yeah, you have a lot of parties involved, a lot of supply chain partners, and thus there is a lot of there are a lot of problems, and there's a loss estimated by the World Health Organization about $34 billion, because you have your organization has to work whenever there's a temperature deviation. You have to do root cause analysis. Sometimes if you can't use the product anymore, you have to replace it. And you have also insurance costs, for example, that go up. The air cargo transportation is really one of the supply chains that have, at the moment, regarding temperature-controlled transportation, the worst track record. IATA says that 20% of all air cargo transportations do have a temperature deviation. That is double the amount of other transport modes like sea or truck. So here there is a real need of action. And of course, the current tools that we have, for example, serialization in this case is no solution. Again, Jan said the part in between, unfortunately, is still a black box. Yeah, you check the beginning, you check the end, but you don't know what's happening in between. Of course, the idea is that all the supply chain partners are eventually also linked, but at the moment it's still not the case. So our use case was built around this background. Yeah, we want to have a tool that is able to track the temperature of a shipment during the supply chain of air cargo. And now my picture's gone. And so we have, in our use case, used Quorum as a blockchain. And the red thing on the box here is our temperature data logger. And we have done this development together with the company GFT. It's a big IT company in Germany, an MDAX company. And we have also teamed up with Software AG and used their IoT platform. And now I can show you how this looks live, hopefully. I have a little film that I can comment. So basically you have two applications. One is, I don't know if there's a pointer here, one is basically a computer-based program, and then also another one for a mobile application. And here you can log in, for example, as buyer into the dashboard, and you have the list of all your shipments that are tracked through the tool. And you can see the origins and, of course, the destination, and you can also see the status. And for each shipment, also a QR code is created that can be scanned. And you can see here, this is the temperature monitoring for the data logger. And you also can see where the shipment is located, because it's a real-time data logger, so it's sending signals, and you can always see exactly where your shipment is in the world. And this is part of the dashboard where you can see that there was a temperature deviation. Yeah, you see the range. And the temperature deviation is then stored in the blockchain and secured with a hash. So here, basically, you have the full overview, what's happening with your shipment as a pharma company. But then as a supply chain partner, you would download the program on your app. You would log in, for example, as Lufthansa, as a handling agent when the shipment arrives. And then you would also, on your mobile app, have a scanning function. You would scan the barcode that had been attached to the shipment. And then also your supply chain partner has all the detailed information about the shipment. Also, the temperature requirements, for example. In this case, it's 15 to 25 controlled cold chain shipment. And you also could save or take pictures, for example, if whenever the shipment is damaged, you could take a picture, and also have this picture saved on the blockchain. So here you would really be able to trace the history of this shipment, including, let's say, all the information that are gathered through the active data logger and stored also in the blockchain. I think we can finish the film here now and go back to the presentation. Thank you. So this just gives you a little impression how a tracking tool for pharma transportation could look like. So both, again, would have to work together. Yeah, you would need to have this ecosystem. What would be the advantages? Here, you would really have all data in one place. At the moment, of course, all the supply chain partners, they are also checking the status of the shipment. So whenever, for example, a cargo handling agent is receiving a shipment, they have a checklist and control the temperature of the shipment, or maybe they look at if it's damaged or not. But this is still a manual paper-based process, and they store at the moment this paper documents together with the airway bill. They just scan it and have it on their local database. Here, the advantage would be that basically all information would be in one place and accessible for all members of the supply chain. You would have a verifiable quality monitoring. You have a timestamp tracking. So you could also, whenever there is an irregularity, a temperature deviation, you would be able to identify where did it happen. Yeah, at the moment, it's often a challenge to find out who is responsible for a problem. It's pretty easy to use, and you can use, of course, this information again for mitigation of further transportation. So, coming to the conclusion, I think blockchain for supply chain is a really opportunity, to really move traditional supply chains into digital supply ecosystems. However, probably will take a while until the industry is ready, because an ecosystem is really requiring a mutual effort, not just one, let's say, company who is going this way, but there needs to be a consortium, and I think that's what you're already doing right now, which is great. And so here these are definitely, let's say, the components that are still important. So in a nutshell, what are advantages for blockchain for supply chain use case? You have the possibility of real-time tracking. You can reduce your operational costs because you will have more transparency and be able to find out, let's say, partners that are not properly working or supply chains that are more dangerous than others. You will have one set of data that can be shared among everybody in the supply chain to discuss and improve. And so the benefits for the customer will be, of course, to have a more integral, healthy pharma product, which is, of course, all our interest. So this is it from my side. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to some questions.
So many thanks, Yvonne and Jan. This was really interesting. And yes, the temperature deviations is something which is occupying our sector a lot. Are there any questions from our participants? So far, we have not received questions over the app. And to those of you following online, please don't forget to put your questions through the app. But from our physical participants, do you have any questions to Yvonne or Jan? Andreas.
So thank you very much for this further introduction into the blockchain discussion, because you're so right. There's a big hype. And you showed a slide, both of you, making a link to the European Medicines Verification System. You're right, it's a point of dispense, but we are discussing, just kick off discussing aggregation of the system. So we are in the future, we will have to shape it. And then I'm coming, and everybody's coming and saying, oh, listen, you have to do that with blockchain. You know, this is the future. Some of them are not knowing really what blockchain means, but they heard about it, everybody heard about it. I'm just learning now what it means, because particular industry is insisting that this is could be a way forward. On the other side, there is, of course, when we started the project, we had cloud. Cloud was there. One of the big pharma company representatives said, never ever my data in the cloud, only over my dead body. It's since years now in the cloud, and it works. So we should be open for new approaches. And there I'm coming to my question. We were approached by Pharma Ledger, which is a consortium.
We had a conversation in November, you remember?
Exactly. And we had a discussion. November was a little bit early because the aggregation discussion was not kicked off. Now it is. And I personally was always favoring to have a look into blockchain, because we need a real business case there. And I think blockchain can be one of the options if we enhance our system, if the system will be developed further. And blockchain is one of the options, not the only one. And I think there are some disadvantages. The advantages you very well explained. Disadvantages, in my eyes, also costs, especially for this kind of system. But do you have other? I saw now this Mitigate is one of projects, but I have a little bit the impression there is the will to do something, there's the money to do something, but you do not have a business case, or you have not something concrete where it could be an option. So would you be ready to discuss this? And I would know, do you really believe that this can be, from my point of view, a way forward when we are discussing about the EMVS and its future?
I maybe start. When we started this MVP, actually it was already 2 years ago. So we were very, very early, because when the concept came up, we thought that this really would be a very nice use case. And we thought it would be great to really try it out, to do this MVP together with GFT, to have really something to show and showcase. And my experience is that now slowly the industry is also evaluating blockchain, and that more and more parties are approaching me to to start, let's say, another project in order to develop this also in a not from a MVP to a really functioning product. Because here in our MVP, there were some things that we didn't yet take into consideration. For example, that the data logger that we used is not a data logger that can fly already. Yeah, so we have to do some modification in order to make it really work. It is also not developed in a validated way, for example. Yeah, so I think it's a matter of time, but as you correctly said, you really have to evaluate what makes most sense. But I think because you want to connect so many different parties, to really have a very safe and immutable system would speak, from my point of view, for a blockchain solution.
Which would mean to change completely the architecture of the system. Because, for instance, this is based on another design.
Yeah, I think it's a question if you really have to change completely the architecture or if you can integrate it. I don't.
There was enough.
I'm open for this.
Yeah.
So from technical point of view, there are several approaches to that. I see it as more in a complement to it, exactly adding in these areas which we have covered so far. And keep it in this direction. We are talking about Europe here. There is a whole globus around us which we have to cover in the same way, so we are not alone. And there we have different approaches on this piece, which we have to tie together. Take EDI, for instance, which has been designed nearly 50 years ago. This is still a point-to-point connection. How can you make this more reasonable? If you work the pharma distributors know this. They have ED connections with us. In automotive, where I used to work before that, it's even more of a nightmare. If you're working with a big provider, you have 4 different terminals for the major makers in front of you, which you have to serve. So the complexity of handling our customers, our partners in the supply chain is a real nightmare. So our crop science colleagues counted something about 3,800 partner relationships, not interfaces. So this is basically what we are talking about. So we are coming with our standards to you, driving you crazy. Then the regulators come driving us all crazy. So from that point of view, it's the opportunity to slash down the interfaces on the one hand side. And there's another piece which is important for me. We have to keep in mind that the further we go to the ends of the supply chain, the less computational power we will have. So we, as a pharma maker, our major distributors have well-developed IT capabilities in order to handle these things. The further we go to the ends, in the end, all we have is our iPhone in the end. And in order to provide end-to-end traceability and the opportunity to engage the patient, which is our ultimate objective here, is we have to take care of these capabilities. So it must be something simple. And this is exactly where blockchain comes into play. It's a simple technology. You come in a bit provocative in the sense, okay, where is the money in this? So the money is very simple. We know all what we have in losses in the overall distribution process. This is the money that we are talking about. This is significant effort we are sharing. And we believe that especially with the reduction of interfaces and the shared truth that we have, we would be able to react faster to all these things. So especially the question on working capital, and these things can be managed in a more adequate way, right? And the major learning for us with our Total Recall initial pilot was we have created some little infrastructure which we thought is just giving us the bare minimum, and we were wrong. We found that on this information we had several other use cases. For instance, the counterfeit paste was just something which fell out of it directly. So there is an unlimited number of applications which can be set on this piece. the important thing is we have to connect all the partners, and this is not done for the time being if you consider EPCIS, for instance, right? So the ability to run the smart contract over the entire chain is the main value from my point of view, which in turn brings us all the value you like in this sense, right? And one final comment, yes, we started the Pharma Ledger project in January, and we are about to narrow down the use cases, which will be, then we have the short list by April in order to go into the details aspect of this, right? And we are going to look into the economic aspect very deeply, right?
Thanks very much for that exhaustive answer. We have, I think, time for one more question. I see there at the back, Carl, you have a mic, yeah.
Hi, I'm Carl from Modum. So first of all, I think it's cool to see, companies in the pharmaceutical industry, let's say, getting their hands dirty to get to know the technology. My question is, because you mentioned obviously, and I think this is one of the key things, that if you look at blockchain and the supply chain, real benefits only come out if you have various partners within the supply chain part of the network. What's your experience been with regards to talking to different partners in the supply chain, whether this is interesting for them, and what kind of incentivation models have you thought about? I'm thinking about getting, for example, pharmaceutical wholesalers on board, pharmacies on board, to really get that, at the end, that end-to-end traceability.
Shall I?
Yeah. I mean, I can also start. My impression is that, pharma companies have already teamed up under the European Union initiative. And I personally, at the moment, get more requests and interest from forwarding companies in this tool and this kind of technology.
Thanks, Carl, for this question. The incentivation is a very interesting piece. For the time being, we relied on the coalition of the willing to take this famous speech of the Bush administration, because we believe that strengthening the relationship on the professional level between companies is always a very good opportunity. So we didn't really go into this question, do we have to provide initial coin offerings and those things in order to make it more attractive. Our major impulse, especially with Asia, is the ever critical situation on patient safety, and on the other hand, the position of some players in the market in Asia, which are serving exclusively for bigger parts of the pharma industry. So they have an interest to keep us happy, and we have an interest to keep them happy. And if we find no new ways to get to team up and work more efficiently together, this is something which will reduce our nightmares that we have whenever something pops up. So from that point of view, we didn't 100% explore this piece. We believe that straightening the business relationship is a value as such, and here the technology helps us, but it's not the number one piece. This is something I have to admit. In the end, and building on that, it's always interesting to have a transitive relationship, suppliers, distributors, and so on. So this makes it interesting, because then the piece of interfaces and connecting will be important, right?
Thank you very much to the two of you for having been so brave to join us and to share this interesting session. And we on our hand, we will try to encourage our members to get more engaged in your project or other upcoming projects, because we think this is definitely a technology we should all together look into.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Big applause
Thank you
again. Thank you. Now we continue with the new technologies and our snapshot on new technologies and what is out there. The moderator of the next session is somebody who does not need an introduction within GIRP. It's Martin Fitzgerald, our Deputy Director General. Martin was, I think, crucial for building up GIRP what it is today. And he has a legal background, but despite the legal background, he's very flexible and jumps in wherever help is needed. So thank you, Martin, for moderating the session.
So thank you very much, Monica. And yes, I must apologize. Of course, the first choice was Henry Ames, and he couldn't be here, so he remained in the US. And the second moderator for the session left during the middle of the night, Rafiq Bishara. So unfortunately, you're left with me. Indeed, a legal background, but trying to moderate a technology session for the future. So good luck for this, for all of us. Yeah. Now, before we kick off this session 2 of this afternoon and before lunch, I just would like to remind those that are watching online that we very much appreciate that you've been able to join us online, but please use the app. So far, we've not had an awful lot of questions via the app, so particularly those online, please feel free to ask many questions. We have representatives here from the supply chain with the 2 that will be in the room have over 60 years experience between them, so there's plenty of experience there to extract some valuable information. So we have 3 speakers for our next session. The first speaker will join us through a presentation, a video presentation. She was not able to be here in person, and she was not able to join us remotely, so we will first listen to her, and then I will introduce the other 2 speakers who have brave enough to join us here in the room today. So our first speaker is Ursula Balean, who is head of purchasing at Hungopharma. For those of you that don't know it, Hungopharma is the largest pharmaceutical wholesaler in Hungary, its market leader. She has been responsible for inventory management as well as the provision and development of services for manufacture. Her career began at the industry side, and she has worked for both GlaxoSmithKline and Merck. So if we can perhaps get her video running, we will hear from Orsi.
Good morning. My name is Ursula Bollai. I'm the purchasing director at Hungopharma. Now I would like to present you a challenge or adventure with gene therapy. At first, let me introduce my company. Hungopharma is a classic pharmaceutical wholesaler, adding that it is eager to continuously renew and open to meet the requirements of its partners with proper cooperation. We have been in business for 70 years, so we have outstanding experience in delivering to all partners in pharma trade. Our customers are more than 2,400 pharmacies and approximately 150 hospitals. Hungopharma is participating in all special pharma supply processes, like different types of standards and reimbursement. We provide non-stop service of life-saving products. Considering the size of our country, the number of traveled kilometers is an amazing result, as we go around the equator every working day. My personal favorite from this chart is the highest number, the annual sold number of boxes. It is 150 million. Please take a look at the slide on some unique facts regarding our topic. First of all, it was the first completed gene therapy treatment in Central Eastern Europe with high value and within extraordinary delivery conditions. About the price. The treatment cost is almost 2 million euros. How many years do you think a Hungarian citizen should work for that amount of money based on the average net salary? Can you believe that the answer is a shocking more than 200 years? May I bring you an overview of our operation, especially in connection with the project of gene therapy. You can see in the slide that Hungopharma has a wide range of particular licenses. Let me show you the necessary ones. The most important is that Hungopharma is the only single wholesaler in Hungary authorized for handling a frozen medicinal product. For instance, transportation and storing requirement of gene therapy were under -60 degrees Celsius. To turn to this wonderful story, it began when this small country demonstrated that Hungarian people can hold together and collect almost 4 million euros to give better life for 2 children. I remember how surprised and touched the whole team was when we realized that we could continue our work to supply the hospital with the medicine. Are you ready for a tram travel with me? Then we have to jump back to last April and recap when Hungaropharma started the first negotiations with the manufacturer without any exact knowledge about the process and the product. Everything was confidential. The only thing we knew that it could be very important, and we had to be prepared to swing in action as soon as possible. Hungarian pharma law's specific provision of named patient importation served as a legal basis for the supply. This provision is similar to the early access program, but some minor differences can be handled by the individual import license regulation. We went through several difficulties to harmonize the American, Swiss, and Hungarian terms and conditions of the contract. The reason might have been that the Hungarian authority has high requirements. It demands the right to handle the product individually. Meanwhile, all manufacturers intend to take part in the decision-making process regarding their products. Because of the required temperature of below minus 60 degrees and a high-value product, we decided to set up a predefined test shipment. This scenario included the whole shipping from the manufacturer side through the airport to the fridge of the hospital. During the test, we learned that, for example, we had to use an other door to the receiving site in order to minimize the risk of injuries among the staff and patients. Following the pilot test, we reduced the number of participants in the receival process as the pharmacy was too crowded and we were each other's way. Then we provided supportive devices like gloves and goggles, as well as we organized a customer audit at the hospital pharmacy and the GDP training for the pharmacist at the same time. To move on the special requirements of the shipment, a validated shipper box was used with passive cooling system that contained dry ice and had inbuilt temperature sensors and GPS. The reason of this, the real-time geographical tracking, and another important factor was that we had to monitor the temperature every 15 minutes. Optimizing the opening time of the shipper box was a difficult process, as we had to wait until the last second and open it right after the last measurement. We were required to replenish dry ice in every 24 hours because there was no direct flight between the manufacturer site and Budapest. Fortunately, the hospital was near to the airport and it reduced the risk of any possible damage. Regarding collaboration and cooperation, Hungaropharma played a vital and central role. To start with, let me list the members of our effective and enthusiastic team which took part in the process. Altogether, 5 teams were involved. From the part of Hungaropharma, the participants of the team were from various fields. For instance, let me mention our legal, quality, communication, logistics, transportation, finance, purchasing departments, and most importantly, our CEO. We formed an extremely strong cooperation to pursue the final and best solution. The team of the authority was helpful in spite of the fact that it was new experience for them as well about this kind of procedure. From part of the manufacturing, the team was built up almost the same way. There were legal, logistics, and sales colleagues working together. The next team I want to mention is the hospital one. It was a nice surprise how well we could work together with the team in areas like contract making, financial questions, and organization. When the majority of the processes were executed, a new player joined in, the courier team. They contributed with the long-term experience in field of extreme and special deliveries. As one of our enthusiastic colleagues put in a way it is not different from that we do on a daily basis, although it was an extremely special case where we were in the focus of the attention. It was a real curiosity, the best way of a successful team building. It was a heavy weight off our minds when the medicine was in the hospital fridge, We wanted to show our empathy towards the hospital staff. Therefore, a few of us returned to the next day to the hospital and stayed until the medicine was taken to the little patient. Thank you for attention, and please find me with your questions via email.
So, we would like to thank Orsi and Abstentia for that message, and it's a pity she wasn't able to be here in person to be able to answer your questions in an interactive session. Nevertheless, if you do have questions for her or seek some clarity, then we would be happy to relay them back to her, and no doubt she would be in touch with us. But as you heard, technology also relies on the human dimension. At the end, they remained with the product overnight which was administered to the patient. So let's move on to having a human interaction with technology for the next session, or for this continuation of the session with our two speakers. So if I could ask both Manfred, I did see him in the room before, and if I can ask Thomas to join me on stage. So perhaps while they're on their way up here, I could introduce the first of the two speakers. That's Manfred Price. I think he needs very little introduction, to be very fair and honest. The last time I met you, Manfred, you told me you were retiring, so it's with great pleasure that you're back in the GIRP family again, albeit under a different umbrella, and we're delighted that you have come back to us and also a sponsor. But for those of you, few of you that perhaps do not know Manfred, he has specialized in the field of electronics and automation. He has over 40 years experience in the pharmaceutical sector with picking systems, especially within the wholesale industry. And before he retired, and he was vice president responsible for global sales for warehousing product management at SSA Schaefer. And today, Manfred is responsible for business development at Right Hand Robotics. So we very much look forward to hearing from you in the next minutes. You are going to speak on piece picking for the future of e-commerce order fulfillment, if I understand correctly. And then our second speaker here in person is another person who needs no introduction. We've known Thomas for many years. He is the managing director of Healthy. However, before that, he has built up 20 years experience in the healthcare industry, holding senior management positions at Ratiopharm, Teva, and Phoenix. He has expertise in distribution, retail, supply chain management, services to the industry, HR, and last but not least, legal. And that's how we first came in contact with each other, was through our GIRP Legal Affairs Committee. So we're delighted to have you here, Thomas, as well, to also talk about something which is maybe not in the core blood of being a lawyer by background, but certainly in technology. We look forward to both your interventions. And again, remind you all to think about your questions as both are speaking inside the room, and also those following online. We will wait to have your questions on the app. So I leave it to Manfred to carry on.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. Maybe somebody asked me why you do it now, because you are 70 years old, you can retire. I did 2 years ago, and after I retired, my customers asked me, now you have time for us. And I was sitting together with them if they had a project, and I checked the project, can it run, or anything else. And then new guys coming from US, I made a test with them with their robots, Right Hand Robotics from Boston. And I said, not so nice guys, but was childs for me. And they were playing. And after that, I dive a little bit deeper, and I see they are very skilled. They are coming from Boston Dynamics, from MIT. And I will show you these guys. This one looks like a school trip. But they are really skilled and intelligent. And they came to me after they won the world record in piece picking with robot 10 years ago. And that makes for me interesting, because I always want to have the best solution for the customer. And as we heard before, the link which makes problem with the error rate are the people, the human. And but I do not want to replace human with robots, but I want to let robots do what they can do, and not people work like robots. And therefore, I said, okay, can you give some time per week to talk to you? They only talked about technique. They were very excited about their technique. And now the best for the robot would be to go in pharmaceutical industry because they have plastic boxes. It's easy to pick out of it. They have light items, not big ones. Normally they are packed. And, but they didn't know the regulations, what they have to do in pharma. I know it now since 1983. I developed the first picking robot for pharma together with a big pharmaceutical wholesaler. And since this time, I always work for pharma. And maybe I know 80% of the pharma wholesaler worldwide. And meanwhile, my colleagues is sitting behind, taking over, and they do always a good job. I hear it from the customer, because they tell me, and say, what do you mean? Your guys told me that and that. Okay. You see, 10 years old is a company, 70 employees, or financially in a very good situation, because a lot of people want to invest money there. Even the guy who sold Kiva system, maybe some of you know it, this little robot running around in the warehouse. They sold it for 773 billion from Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney was the owner of it. Now we are not really new. We have, we have installations. The white one are installations in Europe. The black one, we are just working on it. From these installations, 90% are pharmaceutical. We have also installations in US and or Canada. That's mainly companies like Walmart, like Amazon for smaller items. All of this is e-commerce. Is this wrong? There should be a video in. If it does not work, then you can see it on the booth. We have a booth in front of the building. It's a nice video, what we have done. No, it doesn't work. But that's the basic of the robot system. And the special is, it's an AI and machine learning system. That means you have not to teach anything. You put things in front of the robot, he takes it, and then he sees, oh, it was not good. I had tried 3 times. Then first time he got it, and he remembered it. And he tells this also to his colleagues. The robots are connected by cloud, and they tell the best way to pick this product is to pick it from the front side, from the back side, and so on. That means it goes better day by day. And also not to teach, that means at Walmart we have 8 million different items, you cannot teach it. And also they change the packaging, and also pharma change the packaging, the weight, and goes from glass to plastic or the other way around. And this is the brain of the system. The next is the machine learning I talked about, and the gripper. The winning in the world competition was the gripper. Normally, you have a gripper with a suction cup or with some fingers, and the combination out of it. It's now patented as well, and there's a complete computer in the gripper, and each finger is a sensor in. That means it can never be as good as a hand. You cannot replace a human with a robot. We have 3 sensors in the fingers. We have hundreds of them in our fingers. But it's nearly the same what we do as a human. We also have not to teach. We have eyes, we see the product, we can grip the product, and the same is what we are doing here. And the eyes are this 3D sensor. It helps us to measure the product, know where to grip it. Because if you have a tube with toothpaste, then it's, you cannot grip it in the middle, what you see. You have the gravity sender, but you don't know where it is. You can try, and you see if you take it, then it's hanging a little bit around. Then next time you know I have to grip it a little bit more to the end of this item. And in this case, we have to test this with pharmaceutical wholesalers. Nearly 100% of all the products which fit in a carton box or in a plastic box. And we can handle 2 kilograms. That means all the range what exists. And we can also pick polypacks, which always make problems with the gripper, but we can do that. Okay, if we talk about what you can use, what is best to use for the pharmaceutical wholesale. Over 15 years or more, I sold A-frames boxes. It's still the right product for the right system for the right products. A-frame is doing about 20,000 pieces per hour, but the problem is you have to read it. And if you read it, then you slow it down, or your read rate drops. There are 2 big players on the market with A-frames, also small, but some small. One is doing, they separate it, that it goes in line, and they read nearly 100%. But the throughput drops from 20,000 to around about 10,000. The next, make it like a waterfall. That means he has a bulk, and during it drops in the box, he is reading it. It's not limiting the throughput, but the reading rate is not more than 80–85%. Sometimes it's enough, but normally, if we talk about we have to read everything, and sometimes we talk about we have to do too much, and nobody pays for it. And then last presentation was we can do much more. Then the next question is who pays then for it? Where has had it to do? Why we come now up with the robots? I developed robots since 1980, but we had not good sensors. The robot arms were very expensive, and the software was not able to learn. And this is the reason now. All the other industry you see on the left side are doing it. They buy so much robots that the price is dropping, the quality is increasing, the eye is meanwhile very good and much cheaper. And the smart gripper, right-hand developed, and I like these guys, but I have to tell them that not only develop something, you have only to sell it, and that's what I try to do with them. And we're on a very good way. I visited a lot of pharmaceutical wholesalers, meanwhile, I know a lot, and presented it, and they are interested, but of course they cannot buy it from one day to the other. Also, system should work. Also, they say, okay, now we have a goods to man system, and we invested a lot of money. Why should I bring it out? Not necessary. We can integrate it in the running system. I have also videos about it. You can see it on my booth. That robot is standing beside, then people are picking, and in the last shift, they want to have the robot picking, because the last shift cost a lot of money. Wholesalers are doing more than one shift over the day, and then all the people can go out, and the robot is swinging in, and after 2 minutes, he is working like the people before. Also, the pick rate is very similar. That's what I presented before. I want not to repeat it. The coordination, the eye, and the hand. That's the most important. How to come into robot picking? You have to analyze your material and what we can pick. everything what is in the box normally we can pick, but we cannot, a bed for hospitals we cannot pick. Then we make a plan how we can integrate it, and then we go to the integrator what has done it before. There are 2 or 3 big integrators in pharmaceutical, and I talk to them. They are interested to do it, to integrate it. All of them have their own robot pick system, but they know that it's the best on the market. And I think it will be a very good cooperation, and then for the advantage for the customer. The customer do not want to buy a robot. He will buy benefit, and that's what we supply. Okay, this is rate millions of SKUs without teach in, and the pick rate, that is optimistic. We can do 1,000, but not when we have to read. But we can read with the robot. We can pick and read, then it's about 480. But 480 is a good figure if you have not to read it anymore. And the accuracy is 100%, because the robot cannot put it in a bag if it's not confirmed with the reader. And I have now seen that a robot gets some problems with Corona, and I think this is also helpful. This is what you see here. We can pick and read it. You may say, okay, if the suction cup goes directly on the barcode, you cannot read it. Normally, we have 5 sides. That means only one side can be the barcode. And if it happens, then he lay it down, take it again, because he knows now exactly where the barcode is. This was a check of a pharmaceutical wholesaler. He made 856 picks per hour, and no error in 20 hours. That's also interesting. I always go to processes. What process is running in the pharma industry? And the first is decanting. And meanwhile, more people working in goods in and decanting than in picking. And robot can do that. We can pick out of the carton and read it and put it in the plastic box, because in the warehouse we like more plastic boxes, because we can do it in a carousel system or in a shuttle system. Or we have no dust of the cartons in the warehouse. And we found out that we also can decant if this pressed together in the carton, because the trick is don't take it from the side, take it in the middle. And with our gripper, we have only to lift it a little bit up, and then we can grip it with a gripper and pull it out. Then it's easy. That means we can automatically decant reading in the goods in. We normally don't need the serial number, but we need the lot number, sometimes also the expiration date. Okay, this is also, that's one of a shuttle system. We can also pick out of compartments, and this brings us more to slow movers, which are not so much on stock, and then we can also pick out of the compartment, because we can put the fingers on top and pick only the piece a little bit with a suction cup, and after that we grip it, then we can move it very quickly. With only suction cup, you cannot move quickly. You lose the item. That's typically what we are doing. Goods to picker is ideal, because time is up. I'm very enthusiastic with the system. No. Okay, we have all these things you can see in a video when you come to the booth. Only short, have to lose not a lot of time, only short. Goods to picker, that's easy, because that's exactly what the picker also doing. The robot can do. The auto bagger, you have a lot in pharmacy, in internet pharmacy, you have a lot of one-liner. That means one line for an order, 40-50%. And we can auto-bag it in directly. You have not to touch it. Everything is automatically. Vertical carousels, put walls is normally for pharmacies, for internet pharmacies, not so much for wholesalers. We can put it on the sorter. That's a bigger company in US like it. or we can make kids out of it. Okay, that's companies we are working together. Meanwhile, the list is longer because I'm working. And we also have this system like what we have done with Element. That's a little robots bringing the goods out, always goods to person. And we have also had, with Schaefer, we had tested for fashion items, and for hanging solder. Okay, that was it. I was quick, but it was a lot, I agree. I always had it in a different way. With my presentation, when my colleagues presented, I had two cards. One was yellow, speed up, and then the red is coming. I have not seen the red one.
So thank you very much, Manfred. Perhaps Thomas, you wish to present, and then we see afterwards for some questions for both of you.
So good morning also from my side. I will talk about digital printing of pharmaceuticals. 10 minutes are actually enough just to scratch the surface. And so we're pretty close to lunch, but this is not the reason why I start with the pizza. When you choose a pizza, you can choose whatever toppings you like. If you buy a car, you can spend hours or even a day with the configuration. So, but what is the case with pharmaceuticals? Here you see blood thinner. I chose this example because my wife broke her leg just before Christmas. And she's now on Xarelto. And the standard dosage for whoever, whether she's 50 kilogram or 100 kilogram, is 3 weeks, twice the 15 milligram, and then you switch to once with the 20 milligram. Do you believe this is what the patient needs? Do you believe it is the same drug for everybody? For this woman? For this guy, if you compare the two, might be a similar age, might work. Then you have this old guy making with a little too much weight, or you take this baby. You might expect that it doesn't work for everybody the same way. Today we know that the effectiveness of a drug depends on many factors: age, weight, metabolism, environment, whatever. There are a lot of factors, but what do we have? This is what you have in daily practice. We know the personalized medicine for liquids, infusions, infections, especially in oncology. But for these oral dosage forms, we don't have. We know the tablets, and your doctor might have recommended for you as well, divide it, because the whole tablet is too much. This is ridiculous, because it's not supposed to be divided at all. The API is not homogeneously in the tablet. So don't believe your doctor if it comes up and tells you, divide your tablet. It's ridiculous. So this is the current situation, that we all get drugs which are not personalized, which are not individualized for your personal problem. And it is, if you become older, at the age of 65, people usually take 5, 6, 7 tablets a day, different drugs. So you even increase the problem. So you take drugs that do not work because the dosage is too low, or you take too much of the drug and you increase the side effects. Why is this? The traditional manufacturing methods, the tablet press, is designed for mass production. It's not designed for personalized medicine. The solution will be digital printing. So everybody of you knows 3D printing. Yeah, they do a lot. They print houses. They print, medical devices, whatever you want. But can we do that with pharmaceuticals? And I say, yes, we can. So it is possible. And so there are 2D and 3D printers actually, they are tested right now. There is none on the market already that could be purchased. However, there are a lot of companies working on that. And 1.5 weeks ago, Merck had a press release that they have a joint venture with a printer company in Germany. So they also work on that. And here you see a tabletop printer, a 3D printer in this case, not 2D. And with this printer, you can have any dosage you want with several active ingredients. And this is also one advantage. You can make a poly pill, not just one API in a pill. You can have different ones. And if you think of these old people taking 5-6 pills per meal, this would be a tremendous advantage if you put everything into one pill. And the kinetic can be built as you want. So with retard functions and whatever, everything is possible. Almost 80% of the current active ingredients would be possible to be printed. If you take aspirin, because we have a colleague from Bayer, it doesn't make sense. And it's also, because of the temperature. We need, let's say, 100 degrees. And for aspirin, for example, it doesn't work. So we demolish the molecule. The overall advantage is the tablets will be printed digitally, locally, and on demand. And this also has an ecological reason. If you think of that 50% of the pharmaceuticals go to waste, this is amazing because lack of therapy adherence and the two big packages. So if you think of, the smallest package has 20 tablets, the average therapy needs 7. So what happens to the 13? You store it somewhere in the bathroom, and after 2 or 3 years, you see, it ran out of time, and then you throw it away. This is ridiculous. If you can produce it on demand, you can avoid waste as well. So this is the cartridge for the API, because we have to avoid cross-contamination. It's usually, if you think of your normal printer you have on your desk, you have also the cartridges with the ink. With the pharmaceuticals, we have to avoid cross-contamination. So the cartridges will be linked with the printing head and will be then just exchanged. There will be not a leftover of the previous API in the system. This is a poly pill. I have some with me I can show you. And the plastics you eat is the ones you eat already today when you swallow a drug. So it's nothing new. It's the drug and ingredient what you already know. This is a summary. You have a personalized dosage. You can have individual API combinations. The production, as I said, is local, flexible, and on demand. It's a small printer. It's not a big machine. As you know from your Hewlett-Packard or Fuji printer on your desk. And for the patient, first we thought it's just for drugs with a narrow therapeutic range. But with the polymedication, this opens the range for almost everything. If you think of cardiovascular, if you think of oncology, and the hospital pharmacies today, they demolish the tablet that is supposed for the adults, because they need the specific dosage for the kids. They love the idea to have a printer and not to do it manually with the mortar, which is very error-prone. So the adherence will go up, the effectiveness of the therapy as well, and the side effects will go down. For the pharmaceutical companies, the R&D costs could be decreased. If you think of a clinical trial, it's much more easier to find the right dosage, which is very difficult to have. And so the follow-up costs will go down as well. This is, let's say, the normal process flow. Of course, we need more digitalization in healthcare, which, we are 10 years or 20 years behind other industries. So if I look to Germany, we just started with the e-script and the patient record. This will, let's say, accelerate the digitalization in healthcare tremendously. So is it reality or future? The FDA approved the first digital printed truck in 2015. It was a truck called Spritam for epilepsy, a completely different 3D printing technology that is nowadays used. But now, with the patent law expired and new technology, it is possible to print, let's say, the normal tablets you are used to swallow. And of course, regulatory, as always with new things, the regulatory burdens and risks are very high. The Ministry of Health in the part of Germany where I come from recommended not to discuss regulatory at all. Just go ahead, move forward. Her recommendation was, Amazon won't wait. Why should you? Reimbursement, of course, in all of our systems is also a question. So, of course, this will be discussed with healthcare insurance. It has to be, but it'll come sooner or later. Supply chain today, if you look at this, pretty standard. In some of the countries, the wholesalers also supply to hospitals. What does that mean with digital printing? Will this be the same in 5 or 10 years? I think digital printing will be disruptive. Can you imagine why? So, who is manufacturing the pill in the future? Today, it's the pharmacos. Tomorrow, will it be the hospital pharmacy? Will it be the pharmacy? Will there be compounding centers similar to blister centers? Will it be the pharmaceutical wholesaler offering these services to pharmacies? In countries where it's existing, will it be the self-dispensing doctor? Will it be nursery homes? They would be quite happy because they have not medical trained people. So if they have the service with the printer, would be help them a lot. Or will it be in the end the patient himself? Maybe that's a little bit too far, but it also could be. And who is delivering the cartridges with the API? Is it still the pharmaceutical wholesaler or just the 3PL? Or is it Amazon? I just wanted to make you think about this. Everybody who is interested in this technology might come up with some questions, and I will try to explain. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both Thomas and Manfred, for those two great presentations. we're quite short on time actually at the end, even though we had one speaker drop out and we had a little bit of time when we started after the coffee break, but now we're running rapidly out of time. We still have one before presentation before lunch. But let's check first in the room if there are any burning questions for either of Thomas or Manfred. Going once, going twice. No, that's not the case. I don't think we've either received anything from the app, but perhaps I just have one quick question for both of you, maybe starting with Manfred. I mean, you were talking about the economics of this. What are the main processes in a distribution center where you think your robotic system could be integrated in an economical way, and kind of what would be the return on investment for all of the wholesalers either following a line or here in the audience looking at this technology and considering an implementation?
Exactly what I showed in this picture. The decanting at the goods in is the first process which is coming, and it's a very manual process in the moment. We can do it automatically with zero failure with a robot. The next is picking. We would not pick the fast mover with it, but the medium mover. The fast movers are good automated, but the more you automate the fast movers, desto more expensive comes the medium mover. And since we can read it 100%. And then also the pharmaceutical wholesaler supply internet pharmacies. Internet pharmacies have not everything on stock. That means they buy what they not have, so they fund from the wholesaler, but they get it not patient by patient, they get it in a bulk. You have to get out the bulk, get it out, read it, put it in the right carton for the end patient, and then it's done. I think this is the main processes.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Manfred. And maybe turning for a quick question to Thomas before we go. I mean, we've asked Manfred about integrating it into a wholesale environment. What about 3D printing in the pharmacy context? What are the main challenges that perhaps lie ahead for integrating this into pharmacy processes? And looking back over the last year and maybe looking forward, what are the key challenges for doing this in any step of the supply chain?
So if the pharmaceutical wholesaler and the pharmacist would like to be in the game, I guess not every pharmacy will buy a pharma printer at once. So this could be the opportunity for the pharmaceutical wholesaler to build up a service for its customers, to offer this service with printing personalized medicines for them. I believe, we need the pharmacist as the expert to be in the center of the whole manufacturing process. However, who is doing the printing as such could be also a big opportunity for the wholesalers.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Thomas. I see in the meantime we have a question from the audience here.
Thank you. Yeah, just one question. How do you relate 3D printing to what PillPack is doing these days in the US as an Amazon company?
How do I?
PillPack.
PillPack. I believe that Amazon is already thinking about this technology as well. And the specialty pharmacies have a much more important role in the US than in Europe. So especially for orphan drugs, for rare diseases, this will come first. And the patients are already demanding those personalized dosages. So I believe that Amazon is thinking of this technology already.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. Do we have any last questions in the room? If that's not the case, I check with the app. Also no questions. So therefore, I think we have to say thank you very much to our three speakers. Big round of applause. Now I'm sorry, Monica, we're going to put you under a little bit of pressure. So I'd like to invite to the stage now Monica Vögele, who's the Secretary General of FAGO. Have to be careful with the pronunciation, which is the Austrian Pharmaceutical Full-Line Wholesalers Association, as opposed to the German Pharmaceutical Full-Line Wholesalers Association, which is FAGRO. So we have to be careful there. Monica, you previously worked in the Pharmacists Association here in Austria. So we invite Monica as a representative from our host national association to join us for a couple of minutes to give us an idea of the Austrian market and situation here. So thank you very much, Monica, for joining us.
Thank you.
Oops. The glasses are misbehaving.
Thank you, Martin, for the introduction. Yes, I will keep my presentation short. We are overdue with time, and I guess you are all hungry already. But a couple of words of about the association I work for. We represent all 5 full-line wholesalers in Austria. You see the names here. The 3 biggest ones represent 80% of the market. Some other data, we altogether have 2,000 employees. We have 50,000 SKUs on stock. And the 5 companies have Austrian-wide 23 distribution centers. Some volume figures. In 2019, the sales volume was about 2,600 million euro, and that's equal to 217 million units. How is the structure in Austria for the pharmaceutical supply? Austria has about 8.8 million inhabitants. On the top, you see the manufacturer, then the 5 full-line wholesalers I mentioned already, and then the medicinal products are split between public pharmacies and hospital pharmacies. Hospital pharmacies cover about a third of the medicinal products sold in Austria, and our members, the full-line wholesalers, play only a minor role here. We talk about 2 to 3% that goes from the full-line wholesalers to the hospitals. They are mainly get the products directly from the industry. So our wholesalers take care of the about 1,400 pharmacies in Austria, and we have the specific of nearly 900 dispensing doctors in Austria. And another line, I will come back later to this, the manufacturer, of course, supplies directly to the pharmacies, but that's one of our issues I will talk to in a few moments. Now you see the economic development. I guess you're familiar with pictures like that. On top you see the expenditure on medicinal products, and at the very bottom you see the wholesalers' net value added. Nearly close to the inflation rate last year, but usually even under the inflation rate, and also under the wage agreement increase. So this leads me directly to our 2 main issues in Austria. One is the margins. Our margins are regulated. The regulation was made in 2004 and has not been changed since then. But the situation has changed, as everywhere. We have a huge volume of cheap generics with very low prices. And even if the digressive margin system has high margins for cheap products, if a medicinal product has a price of 1 or 2 euro, it doesn't cover the costs for the wholesalers. And at the other end, we have a fixed margins for any product that's more than 340 euro. This was fine in 2004, but now even here the situation has changed. We have many products, 3,000, 4,000 and more, and it's not adequate to have a compensation, only 23 euros. So we have the situation in Austria. For 80 cents, you can send a standard letter anywhere in the country, and we deliver 2/3 of all reimbursed RX medicines for less than 80 cents. So that shows the picture right now. And the second urgent issue in Austria is this development you can see here. It's a tendency that doesn't please our members very much, because more and more pharmaceutical companies deliver directly to the pharmacies, excluding the wholesaler. You can see in 2019 the volume was about more than 800 million, speaking about nearly 20 million euro in margins that the wholesalers lose. So what we are wishing for is the right to be supplied like Germany has already for several years. Now, the last point, and then I already come to an end. The shortage is an issue in Austria as well, like everywhere else. Here you see the tendency of our ability to supply for the last 2 years, and it goes down. There is a reaction on a national level. As of April, there will be a new regulation. What does it say in a nutshell? The marketing authorization holder has to notify the authority about any expected shortages. Then the authority checks the products. The aspects are number of patients affected, what's the market coverage, are there any alternative products, and so on. And finally, this, the result of this check might be that an export ban can be justified. So this was the landscape in Austria, just in an overview. I am at your disposal for any questions during lunchtime. And now I wish you a nice conference and enjoy lunch, and most of all, enjoy your stay in Vienna.
Thanks, Monica. So thank you very much, Monica, for that. Indeed, if you have questions for Monica, I suggest you address them over lunch with her directly. So there we are, we're at lunch. So thank you to all of you for your attention. Thank you to our sponsors. Please don't forget to visit their stands during the lunch break. We're not going to break for lunch. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. We look forward to seeing you all in the room, and for those joining online, for seeing them online again or seeing that they are there. So lunch is served on this floor. For those of you who were at breakfast this morning, it's in exactly the same place. So see you at 2 o'clock.
afternoon session. It seems we have lost some participants to the nice sunshine. Hope it was not for the coronavirus. Just a little reminder for our participants online. Please don't forget to ask your questions through the apps. You go on the schedule, you click on the session, and there you can type in your question. The afternoon session, we are very happy that we have our inspectors panel, which has been always at the heart of this supply chain conference. And before we kick off with them, we have our first participant online, Dr. Zvonimir Macic. Zvonimir is an industry expert specialized in quantitative risk management for healthcare logistics. Zvonimir has 20 years of experience in quality assurance and a decade in the pharmaceutical industry. And the topic of Zvonimir is how to best prepare for a GDP inspection. Zvonimir, I hope you can hear us. And now we are looking forward to hear you. And we can see the slide. Can you hear us? So. Hello, Zvonimir.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. We just introduced you and now we are looking forward to listening to you.
Okay, I'm glad to hear you. So, are we ready now?
Yes, we are all ready and set up for you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, good afternoon to everybody in the beautiful city of Vienna, and obviously those of you who are connected via live video stream. And thank you for joining this presentation. Today, the topic I will be presenting is how to best prepare for the GDP inspection, and of course, what factors to consider when talking about traceability and visibility. I am in the control of the slides, so in case this doesn't work well, just let me know. What we are going to have a look is a quick review on the highlights and topics of GDP inspections. We will look into the concrete findings, observations, discussion points. And we will then step over to GDP inspection readiness toolbox, how to develop one, what are the typical content of such a toolbox, and finally talk about some of the recommendations coming from the obviously a large number of GDP inspections observed. So to start with, we are looking on the ever since the introduction of the EU GDP guidelines, mainly being referenced to in this presentation, we could recognize that topics being tackled in these inspections are typically clustered into the three tiers: the system development, system application, and the system efficiency and controls. In that respect, we don't find anything particularly new in the system development, same as in the application, although we see the main focus of the inspection observations, at least those being analyzed and published, could be found in the tier 1, with some of the percentage, small two-digit percentages being falling into the tier 2, mainly related to the legality of the customers and training and occasionally computer system validation. We will talk about that a little bit later in more detail. In tier 3, we found actually standard topics which are not too new for us, with the exception of the delegated regulations 2016/161, which we will also tackle a bit more in detail as we go on with the presentation. From the requirements point of view, the standard, the system development as tier 1 comprises of the standard requirements, both to the wholesaler, distributor, as well as the manufacturers, Well, in the tier 2, we already see requirements to cover a more broader, a more wider expertise in terms of supply chain and security, traceability and visibility. The same is, of course, applicable for the continuous improvement in practice. As far as the tier 3 is concerned, here we can identify lately a new specific knowledge and requirements from the wholesaler distributors, and that is in-depth supply chain and GDP expertise, obviously understanding the patterns of the product, standardized and unstandardized patterns of the product, also in the light of the new delegated regulations, as we are going to mention going forward. With the navigation setup, we talk about 3 main milestones related to the GDP topic, inspection topics, and there's a system as number 1. Then on top of the system, the vendor management, monitoring, compliance, approval, and finally, as a milestone number 3, the safety, which comprises, of course, of traceability, visibility of the supply chain, and relates to the product and the patient. Let's have now a view on these GDP inspection topics a bit more into detail. Analyzing the inspections performed in-house as well as those performed and published and through the articles or papers, we could identify 6 main, you could say, streams or main chapters or groups of topics as shown in this slide. We will have a look at some of them in more detail. And to start with, we will talk about transport lane risk assessment and qualification, combined with the temperature mapping of vehicles. This is a big bubble on the screen. I don't have a pointer here, and it would be completely useless if I would have one. So that's why I will indicate here. The smaller bubbles on the left-hand side are talking about the requirement of having the evidence of temperature mapping exercises and evidence of files on which, on vehicle mapping studies. On the right-hand side, we see the evidence of requirement of evidence for risk assessments on transport lanes, and of course, the vehicle qualification, comprising of frequency, defined subject and methodology on which the qualifications are performed. On the far left and right side of the screen of the slide, you will find basically answers to these requirements. We are required to maintain repository mapping studies. That was a question of one of the inspections where, of course, the suitable answer to this would be that on request, such studies would be made available by the wholesaler distributor rather than maintaining the overall repository of all the temperature mappings of all the vehicles from all the vendors we have in the system. During an audit of such a logistics service provider, the wholesaler will, of course, verify the transport vehicle mapping studies being performed, seasonality, periodical reviews, and, of course, representative model application, as well as the subject and methodology definition. Of course, the records will be checked as well, together with the rationale used in the mapping studies, be it for confined storage premises or, of course, for the temperature-controlled vehicles. As far as the right-hand side is concerned, here we are talking about outsourced transport activities approval process. Of course, the drug delivery routes would require a documented risk assessment, which could be, in the case of a pharma manufacturer, a large-scale manufacturer, a challenge ensuring having I don't know, 25,000 shipments a year only in Europe. Hence, the system would need to be comprise of the qualification of the vendor used, as well as the qualification of their system for the temperature maintenance and temperature integrity, mainly the vehicles, but also the passive or active shipping systems used in the drug distribution. Needless to say, the industry best practices available here to be used in the exercises, and the WHO has in Annex 9 has a valid technical supplements to support these requirements. I'm trying to move to the next slide, but give me a sec. Seems that it's...
We'll try to do it for you.
Please do.
We can do it. We can do it for you.
Okay, then let's move to the slide number 11. Because mine doesn't work for whatever reason. I got frozen screen. Are we on slide number 11?
Yes.
Okay, then I need to stop sharing here. Hold on a sec. Maybe I can get the visual from your side. Very good. Let me see. No, it doesn't work. Hold on a second. I will try to share it once again. Can you confirm you can see the slide? I'm sharing now.
Yes, we see the slide.
Okay, let me move then to the next slide, which is the slide number 11. Very good. Okay, and enlarge here. There we go. Slide number 11. Okay. So the next on the group of topics are cold chain maintenance and storage premises temperature mapping studies, where the evidence on how is a wholesaler ensuring a cold chain management are grouped, where of course also the transport equipment qualification falls in, the rationale for number of and position of data loggers is being addressed in this area, as well as the seasonality and mapping, change control and periodical risk assessments. These are not new topics and they are very often found in the GDP inspections. On the left-hand side, we see some of the tips for the transport or equipment qualification, where the equipment manufacturer, design qualification, installation qualification, operation and performance could be used as the basis for the qualification of the transport equipment, providing the risk assessment on the intended use is performed by the manufacturer in order to ensure the suitability of the such equipment in the particular use. Equally, there are some technical supplements from WHO and Annex 9, which are providing the rationale for determination of the number of data loggers to be used in the mapping exercises. And this is also a good and valid reference to consider when preparing such exercises. Seasonality, of course, and the change control are equally important, as we see through the inspections. Particularly on the change control, where the lack of remapping is occasionally recorded after the significant changes being made to the storage premises. I have moved successfully to the slide number 12, where we will tackle another group of topics, temperature control packaging for sales samples delivered to the healthcare professionals. And the personnel qualification and job descriptions. Here, usually the evidence of product temperature integrity in the last mile is a requirement, equally and respectively also for the product samples being delivered to the healthcare professionals, which requires, of course, the particular packaging selection and the qualification. On the right-hand side, we see the job description and the responsibility of the backup personnel, which needs to also comprise of planning and approving transport lanes, personal experience and qualification, among the other standard requirements which are described for the responsible person. Far left side, there are the few tips which are saying that the qualification and continuous monitoring for the product is obviously a basic requirement. Real-time monitoring could enhance the overall supply chain traceability and visibility. We will have a brief mentioning of that later on in the presentation. Computer system validation for the third-party vendors is, of course, a specific and yet again the standard requirement. Samples for temperature control packaging require qualifications, or actually packaging for the samples, excuse me, require qualification after a selection process. And of course, risk assessment on the intended use, accounting, of course, seasonality variations as well as the means and ways of the distribution of such samples. Yeah, on the right-hand side, not much new in this respect, but just to emphasize that visibility and traceability are required in the end-to-end supply chain, including the last mile distribution. This is something where we see continuous focus of the GDP inspections, as well as the mapping of the lanes, which includes also the simple short distance road transportation lanes, vehicles, and temperature control systems, be it passive or active. In the next slide, we are looking at the customer legality and supply chain security and product safety topics. But of course, supplier legal authorizations are a standard topic of the inspections, combined with the wholesaler verification of the distribution to the authorized wholesaler, traceability and responsibility of the products, and of course, a bit different bubble on the right corner. Bottom corner is the delegated regulations 2016-161, which we will also mention. In a nutshell, the rule of thumb in this respect would be that the less visibility in the supply chain, the less control in the supply chain, the higher the risk for the product integrity. Again, the consideration of new technologies in the mapping, in the monitoring of the supply chain are advised here to be considered. Last but not the least on these groups is the security, supply chain security and the product safety. And not much new on the supply chain security process as such, a bit more on the new stakeholders we see involved nowadays ever since the effectiveness of the delegated regulations related to this product safety. And that's going to be obviously an area of further development in terms of GDP inspections as we see today. There will be a new know-how requirements on both sides, the inspectors, as well as the wholesalers, and they increase the number of stakeholders involved in the supply chain. On the right-hand side, you will find several standards that are here referenced when we talk about the requirements on the GDP inspection readiness for the product safety. Of course, they are not all listed here. Now, a few words about the GDP inspection readiness toolbox. What is the typical content of such a toolbox? First of all, the logistics model that the wholesaler or the organization has. We don't need to specifically read through all these questions. These presentations will be made available to the participants, I believe. But in a nutshell, again, following the rule of thumb, with the less visibility, the less control, the higher the risk. All the stakeholders involved in the logistics models need to be listed, need to be approved, need to be verified for their compliance. And of course, all the related systems need to be systems related to the GDP, quality and risk management systems need to be embedded in these processes and procedures. Next is the quality agreements and the vendor approval process. Probably not new here for us in the audience, but nonetheless, again, often found to be a topic on the inspections, and thus the questions here to be asked and to be answered as a part of the GDP inspection readiness toolbox. One of the questions here I would like to emphasize on the quality agreements is a requirement for a specific technical agreement related to the specific product, such as, for instance, here, controlled drugs. If this is a requirement, who is required to deliver one? How is a technical agreement defined? What are the main aspects of such technical agreement? what is the contents, who are the stakeholders in such agreement to be defined, and their roles and responsibilities. On the right-hand side, we see the standard vendor approval process. Who are the stakeholders to be approved? Level of the subcontracting needs to be predefined before we have the approval process in place. Main contract acceptors are the first line of subcontracting, second line of subcontracting, and of course, if any further permitted, this has to be equally and regulated in detail. Next on the toolbox is the transportation lane risk assessment process and qualification. Who is responsible for the lane risk assessments? Who is responsible for the delivery? Who is responsible for the review, approval process of the lane risk assessments? When is the lane considered to be approved? What are the requirements? Documented risk assessments are today standardized practice by the main logistics service providers on the market. However, the review and approval process is equally standardized process on the wholesaler manufacturer side to verify that the risks identified in the lane risk assessments and mitigated are providing suitable protection for the product, or in other words, they're fit for the intended use. Aviation management is a basic one, right? How are the temperature excursions classified? How are they handled? Including those minor ones which require trending, and of course CAP action and follow-up closures, which are occasionally a challenge with the third-party logistics service providers in terms of duration of the investigation processes. Then we have the supply chain visibility and traceability. And among other things, transportation vendor approval process, temperature integrity assurance, vendor verification before the loading as a security feature, using of the seals and so on and so forth are the questions we need to we need to prepare the answers for as a part of the inspection readiness toolbox. Where verification of the road transportation vendors and their mapping studies is something, of course, we would also address in the preparation activities with the request for the documents, for the mapping exercises, documentation and calibration certificates, and the maintenance records. For the less than full truckload, very typical in the European network, of course, the use of the cross-dock is nearly a standard process that comprises also of the question of how do we perform the approval of the cross-docks, where the responsibility for this lies within the organization. Risk assessments on the LTL network are typically performed on general level, on a high level, rather than per lane, because that's practically it's not practical to perform ones on the lane level. Then subject and qualification methodology for the road transportation, ocean transportation, and air transportation in general. How are we defining risks in the lane risk assessment? How the risks are mitigated? Here, it's important to understand that the standardized forms of the risk assessments, lane risk assessments delivered by the LSPs comprise of in-depth and in-detail evaluation of the supply chain capabilities. However, they are not referring to the potential risks related to the product or the product impact. Obviously, for the obvious reason, they don't have the available data for the product as such. Hence, that needs to be added on top of the process risk assessments and process mitigation. When I say process, I mean the transportation process as such. Last but not the least, few recommendations. To start with, map your supply chain, transport vendors, in general, stakeholders involved, not necessarily only related to transportation, cross-dock operations, storage, or distribution, but also, as we see now from the delegated regulations, there will be new stakeholders to be involved in the supply chain mapping. Qualification of the different supply chain elements, such as lanes, transport equipment, passive, active, storages, cross-docks, and so on and so forth, using and applying the industry best practices and documents, some of them are referenced here. Apply the risk assessment to rationale on level of qualification. Monitor distribution performance as step number 4. Develop the GDP inspection readiness toolbox. Of course, this is a toolbox which will have, under the continuous improvement, new knowledge being embedded every time when we have the inspection or we see the results of a certain inspections being published. And of course, performing the internal audits or in mock inspections on our GDP to enhance the overall end-to-end supply chain. Last but not the least, considerations of new technologies like real-time monitoring. We see some good results here. We see some good trends in development of and the application of the new technologies, real-time monitoring, which are inevitably enhancing the visibility of the supply chain, bringing it to the real time. And in terms of deviations, they are enhancing, of course, the time required and the process and the time required to perform the investigation by providing the spot-on root cause in the real time with the location and the time when the deviation has occurred, which of course at the end saves time and simplifies the deviation handling process. This slide shows the abbreviations being presented here in the presentation or used in the presentation, and just a few references past and future for your consideration as well. Time for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zvonimir. As we are a little bit late and we have timed the inspectors panels, we encourage you to use the app for the questions, and we will come back to you in written format. But I think we should move on now in order to keep our time frame. And we are very happy to announce the next speaker, Dr. Sabine Kopp from WHO. Sabine is the lead of WHO's Norms and Standards Committee of the pharmaceutical team, and she held various different positions, was like, for example, acting secretary of Impact, the Internal Medical Products Anti-Counterfeiting Task Force, of which also GIRP was a part. And she was very active in the different initiatives on substandard and falsified medicines, as well as counterfeit medicines. Sabine is also in charge of coordinating the WHO GDP guidelines, and in this respect we have been already in contact with her. Would have really loved to have her physically present, but perhaps next year. And yeah, today she will join us by WebEx, and we would like to pass on to her. Sabine, can you hear us? No, seems some technical problem. We're connected. So.
Yes, but I'm trying to find out. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm connected. I'm trying to get the slides right here. Sorry.
Okay, but at least we can already hear you.
Can you see the slides?
Not yet. Not yet.
Let me just see. I can hear you, yes. Let me just...
We can all hear you here in the room, but slides we cannot see yet.
Yes.
So I go back to our technical table.
I have to get... I can... 1 second. I think we are getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yes.
Okay.
Now we see a slide. Should we do something else? She has to do what?
Sorry, Sabine, you need to change your view. You're sharing two screens at the moment.
Can you see one screen or two screens for the moment?
Currently, we see two screens.
It worked well before, so I'm really apologizing.
We will use our presentation. You just say next, next, next.
Okay.
You're live.
Okay, thank you very much, and my sincere apologies. We have tried to make it easy and not use the video, but anyway. Thank you very much for enabling me to be there virtually, and I would like to present you the good distribution practices from the perspective of the World Health Organization. First of all, slide 2, I wanted to introduce you to our Director General. You can hear my own voice in delay, so I don't know what's happening here.
We hear you perfectly here.
Okay, so I'll just try to ignore my own voice and not listen to myself. Okay. Slide 2, again. I wanted to present you the Director General, and on the slide through his Global Program of Work 13, which is a major program because it is dealing with triple billion goals. First of all, healthier population, enjoying better health and well-being, and 1 billion more people better protected from health emergencies. And the universal health coverage, 1 billion more people benefiting from health coverage. Next slide, please. The Global Program of Work is related to the Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 3, which is shared by all the UN agencies to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Slide 5, please. In order to respond to this SDG 3, our main tasks are dealing with the access to and the availability of quality medical products. And this is set by the World Health Assembly and is also reflected in the name of our new division. Next slide, please. Within the promotion of quality medicines, the role of WHO is in promoting access to quality assured medical products, and medical products include not only medicines but also vaccines and in vitro diagnostics. And this is one of the key objectives for WHO. It's underpinned by numerous World Health Assembly resolutions and the targets, as mentioned before, to the SDG 3. We contribute to this objective through the setting of international norms and standards. In addition, the strengthening of regulatory systems, efforts to combat substandard and falsified products, and you have heard about this also within the context of this conference before, and the pre-qualification program, as well as the provision of an international platform to enable important parties like regulatory authorities and, for instance, also pharmacopoeias to meet. Next slide, please. The benefits of the international norms and standards are multiple, and we have set out here the benefits to the manufacturers in the submission of their dossiers on inspections, of course, also for the procurers, and I guess this is one of the reasons why you have invited me kindly to present, because if you have procurement and through standardized information provision and data sharing, that will help enormously. Of course, also the national regulatory authorities, they can benefit from the international standards because they can share data, they can rely on each other's, they can rely on their decisions, work towards convergence and collaborate better. And last but not least, of course, the patients are in the scope as well because they can benefit to better access to quality medicines. In summary, for all of the ones listed before, we hope that this can save time and money. Next, please. WHO develops the global norms and standards through committees, and these are called WHO expert committees. These committees report directly to the Director General of WHO. The committees are established by a World Health Assembly or executive board, means the governing body's resolutions. And we have very strict rules and procedures, including declaration of interest, as just mentioning one, which have to be adhered to. Next, please. The outcome of the WHO expert committee is a report, and in the report, all these summary discussions are summarized. We also have a section with recommendations to WHO for future work and also to the member states. Most importantly, however, and this was mentioned also by the presenter before, are the annexes, because these annexes actually constitute the guidelines, norms and standards, the technical guidance recommended to the WHO governing bodies for implementation. Next slide, please. Here you can see an example of the report, and be very careful because they all have the same corporate format. So when you have something blue like this report in hand, carefully watch for the title and also the number, because each report, as I mentioned before, has annexes, but the number of the technical series is extremely important because it gives the reference to the year of publication and to the specific volume. In the beginning, this expert committee on specifications for pharmaceutical preparations was based on quality control only, because in the area of quality, this was at the time when this expert committee was created in the 1940s, 48 to be precise, was the only measure. Nowadays, as you can see, it includes everything from development down to the distribution and supply of the medicines, covering the whole life cycle. Next slide, please. Altogether, we have about 100 current WHO guidance documents in the area of medicines quality assurance and related regulatory standards. And of course, we do not always have only new ones, but also the maintenance is extremely important. And the GDP is one of them, which has been revised already on several occasions. You can get all the reports and also the specific guidelines in the topic order, means for distribution and supply, all the ones listed on the website given here. Next slide, please. The WHO norms and standards are developed in response to the highest level, to the WHO governing bodies, means the member states, or the international ICDRA, which is the regulatory forum that is hosted by WHO. It can also come from the expert committee itself or other WHO programs, or in response to major public health needs. We work through a process that is including a wide circulation for public consultation, and all the drafts that are in development are on the website, which you have here. We were very grateful that for the GDP, your association has been contributing very actively and very comprehensively to the different drafts that were circulated for comments. All decisions in the expert committee are taken by consensus, and only when there is consensus, the expert committee will adopt a guidance text. And as mentioned before, it will then go to the Director General and to the WHO member states for implementation. Next, please. This is just to give you an idea how the reports look like and how, in which way they are presented. This is one of the biggest or the biggest meeting room in WHO, but in regard to the WHO governing bodies, the second biggest. And the Director General and representatives have to answer questions from the member states in case there are any on the content of each of the reports that is presented. Next slide, please. Now coming to the good storage and distribution practices in specifically, we will have this annex, which is also Annex 7 by chance, but in a new TRS number, which is TRS 1025, which will be presented to the governing bodies in May 2020, means within a few weeks. And this presentation is given by the Director General through the Director General. The good storage and distribution practices, the final text is currently in print, so it's not yet available, but you can see the before last version on the current project's web page. The text is intended as an enforceable standardized GMP text for the inspections, and it is a combination of two previous older texts, the good storage practice and good distribution practices. Next slide, please. The recommendation for combining all the activities in distribution supply, including, as I mentioned before, the GSP and the GDP, with also elements of the guidelines for inspection of drug distribution channels, this recommendation came out of the expert committee in one of the previous meetings. The GSP, just for your information, was at the time developed because it was felt that not all those involved in storage are necessarily reading the GDP. And this is why with the FIP, the International Pharmaceutical Federation, at the time it was decided to have a second, the GSP document. But nowadays, as all the guidances are much more used, even by those or people are more aware of the different guidance texts, it was really decided not to have a sort of half duplication of efforts, but to combine everything in one document. So all to do with storage, trade, distribution, and wholesale will be now in one text. We have in this guidance as well, additionally, the inclusion of vaccines and in vitro diagnostics. So this is new. Before it was dealing specifically with finished pharmaceutical products, which we also refer to as medicines. Also, of course, the older text GDP was a few years old, and this is why there was a need for harmonization alignment with the new trends in the EU and PICS GDPs. We have also added reference to pharmacopoeias and others referring to storage conditions. Next slide, please. We have seen that this text, although we have circulated as normally, has had a major impact in the sense that it was very, very well observed that WHO is working in this area. And we have received 750 comments approximately, which is quite a large number from 40 parties. And this included in national and regional authorities, individual experts, UN agencies, and of course also your association, manufacturers, and also non-governmental organizations such as MSF, to give an example. The first round comments were discussed in a consultation, and then we were sending it out again for public-wide comments and feedback, and we have received in the second round 180 comments, so a lot less, from 17 parties. Next slide, please. To give you a very brief overview which chapters have received the most feedback and major changes, once we had the initial draft, we have, as mentioned before, we had to adapt certain definitions to be including the broader scope of the medical products. We also have had quite a lot of feedback with the responsible persons and QMS and quality. The chapters, by the way, given may no longer refer to the same ones in the final text because obviously there was shifting, but this is when the comments came into the working document versions. In case you look for those chapters, you have to be aware that there may be some shifts. We also had a lot of feedback on the receiving and dispatch base and the sampling of consignments, the transportation temperature data review, and the cold chain. Fire control measures also were addressed and we're also having quite a bit of feedback, and there were major changes through the drafting process. Next slide, please. In addition, we had also the chapters dealing with records of stock levels, the maintenance of those that were discussed quite a bit within the feedback and the different fora when the comments were discussed. Qualification and validation had a lot of attention. And in the end, the decision was not to remove validation, but to amend as appropriate, because in some cases it was still felt necessary that this would be, for instance, in transportation, transport validation. We also have the Alcoa reference that was cleaned up. The certificate of analysis was included, vehicle qualification added, reference to the import permit included, and the contract acceptor qualification approvals were also having quite a bit of back and forth in the comments and the feedback received from the many parties that you have seen before. So this is in very brief on the GDP, and I hope that we will be able to have probably a pre-release of the report, including that annex, before the May meeting in on the web. I thought next slide please, it may be important for you also to know that we have quite a number of related texts that are coming out, and one new one that has been asked for is the points to consider on the remaining shelf life of medical products upon delivery, which is something probably you cannot find elsewhere. And this provision of the guidance was aimed to facilitate national authorization for importation, prevent wastage and delays, ensure sufficient stock is available with the remaining shelf life, prevent the stockout situations, standardize the requirements for remaining, and also the shelf life upon delivery. Give some examples what could be considered as helpful. Next, please. As mentioned before, this request came out of recommendations, and we were actually contacted by major procurement agencies, including the Interagency Pharmaceutical Coordination Group. And the expert committee had decided in October 2018 that WHO should be, and the secretary should be involved and actually coordinate all the discussion with regard to this new guidance document. We have been bringing together some of the UN agencies here in Geneva and some by also virtual means, as we are now experienced here in January 19. And then there was a number of decisions taken, including that it should address all the medical products, as mentioned before, medicines, vaccines, and in vitro diagnostics. Next, please. So some of the points that had major discussion, and I can really say major because the opinions were going far out. First of all, there was a plea to have a policy document, but then it was felt that this is probably going a bit too far because each organization may wish to set their own policy. So now it is called points to consider, which is a level lower than a full guidance document coming out of WHO. As mentioned before, a lot of discussions was going on with regard to the focus and the scope, whether it should be medicines or medical products, and also very specific topics like temperature excursions during transportation for specific products like proteins, products, etc. So this was not included because it was felt to be too specific, and also there was no inclusion of different product types, nor the extension of shelf life was discussed. Also on the annex, now called appendix, because it's an annex to an annex, so it's called appendix, This one was also very much debated, and you will see probably later why. Next slide, please. So this is the appendix, which is an example of a minimum remaining shelf life of medical products. And you can see here that there are different stages in the delivery, which are given, and proposals for total shelf life and the minimum shelf life that can be considered. Next slide. Another related document was already published 2019. It is Annex 5 in the Technical Report Series 1019. And this is a new guideline or revision rather of the one for import procedures from pharmaceutical products. Next slide, please. Now, we hope that the WHO international standards and norms are helping because they are all ready for use and adoption in the national legislation, so countries don't have to write their own text. We hope that they help enabling collaboration and work sharing, reliance, and hopefully also the sourcing of the pharmaceutical actives and also the products. Next, please. Within the standard setting, our priority is that we have a coherent approach for the whole set of norms and standards and global applicabilities. There are no double standards, high or low, for low and middle income countries, for instance. And we hope that we can fill the gap and address the need of the member states. Next, please. WHO will continue for sure its global activities serving the member states, including the development of international norms and standards. And we will support initiatives towards convergence and future synergies with the hope that this all benefits the patients and we will have improved access to quality medicines worldwide. Next, please. This is our Director General's wish, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Sabine, many thanks. That was very interesting, and the good news for us is that there will be one document in the future, because this was not the case in the past. Are there any questions from the audience to Sabine? In this case, we only have one last question. Could you give us an indication about the time frame for finalization of the document?
The document is final, and we have gone through the technical editing because this is the process here for all the WHO documents, and we are currently in layout. So as mentioned, we sincerely hope that we have the green light from our supervisors and Assistant Director General to post the whole report even before it's presented in May to the governing bodies.
Thank you very much, Sabine. We hope to have you next year physically present with us, but I think it worked pretty well that we moved the slides and you told us when we should push the button. Many thanks for virtually participating. We now move on to our inspectors panel, as said before, which was always at the heart of this conference. And when we were programming this conference, we were super happy to have so many inspectors confirmed. We were less and less happy with the cancellations we got, and now it will be a little bit of a technical challenge, but to virtually connect the inspectors to that session. But we are really happy to have at least 2 inspectors here physically present, and also the moderator of this session, like a previous one, had to go back to the US this morning. And as wholesalers are very used to tackle difficulties and to find a solution, we are super happy that our colleague and friend, Claude Jolicoeur, has agreed this morning at breakfast to jump in for the moderator who left, and he will moderate this session. Thank you very much, Claude. Claude is Director Regulatory Affairs for McKesson Canada. He's working in the Montreal office, and Claude is responsible for compliance to all Canadian applicable legislation for the distribution of healthcare products. And Claude, please come up on the stage. The floor is yours, and we really, really appreciate for you jumping in. Thank you.
Danke. Good afternoon. You can hear me all? Okay. So since I'm in Austria, let's start with this. Mein Name ist Claude Jolicoeur. Ich komme aus Canada, Province of Quebec. Mein Name in Deutsch ist Schönherz. Jolicoeur ist Schönherz. Mein Deutsch ist nicht gut, tut mir leid, aber ich spreche sehr gut Englisch und Französisch. That's about it. So, thank you for having me once again. I think this is going to be a bit of a challenge. We did have a last-minute cancellation as well, but I'm going to do this to the best of my knowledge. And I would like you, please, to, I'll ask your excuse for your indulgence. I don't wear a jacket. It's much too warm for me here. This is like Florida. So being from Canada, I have thick blood, I think. So without further ado, we have 7 topics to cover, and I have 5 regulators to present. This, and I don't take anything away from anybody, but this has to be my best part of the conference in general, because I get to meet people that I don't normally meet, apart from one regulator we have in Canada, which is Health Canada. In Europe, I can meet a lot of you, and I have different opinions. And since Canada and the regulators in Europe are very closely related, we have very similar, we don't call them GDPs, but we have our Guideline 69. We have, obviously, a lot of acquaintances on that level with our GMPs. So, I would like to do a roll call before, can I do that? A roll call? Yeah, just to see if people are on the line, or Ethel? We have Ethel and Viviane. That's it? And Andreas, and also Mr. Peter Brown is here. Yeah, I thought we had somebody else online. Okay, so the 7 topics actually are, we'll have 3 before break and 4 after breaks. We'll go through FMD inspections, and Ethel and Viviane will talk about that. Pharmacy inspection regarding mail order deliveries by Andreas Krasnig. Handling temperature-sensitive products during transportation, Andreas again. After break, we will have qualification of suppliers and customers with Joanne Bergen. Qualification and validation of equipment and processes with Andreas. Are we doing the role of wholesaler and mitigating shortages? Is Andreas doing that?
Manuel,
yeah,
but Manuel, he had to go to an urgent meeting, so yeah, we won't have a Manuel on the call.
Okay, so
but
nobody
maybe
is...
we can discuss it a little bit.
No, it's okay.
I think Andreas is very familiar.
I don't want to put anybody on the spot. Pardon me? You're flexible? Okay. Thank you, Andreas. Okay. No, like I said, I don't want to put anybody on the spot. Okay, so the last topic would be digitalization of the supply chain and alternate transportation routes by Mr. Peter Brown. Good. So, on our first subject, I would like to present Ethel and Viviane. So, Ethel Mertens, Director General, DG Inspection. I'm sorry?
We have to solve some technical issues. We'll maybe go with Andreas first.
Oh, well, of course. This is just fun.
Indeed.
So,
as mentioned, I'm flexible.
I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Andreas and Peter, may I ask you to come over on the stage? I was actually able to shake Peter's hand because he's from the UK and I'm from Canada. No. So
you're not infected.
Okay, Andreas Krasnig, head of GDMP Inspection Department, Austrian Agency for Health and Food Safety. Andreas Krasnig is head of the Inspection Department at the Austrian Federal Agency for Safety of Healthcare Products since 2006. He is responsible for manufacturers and wholesalers authorization and related inspection certificate. He is Austria's delegate to the Inspectors Working Group at the European Medicine Agency and Austria's committee member of official at Pharmaceutical Inspection Corporation Scheme, where he is currently also chair of the subcommittee on expert circles. Please help me welcome Andreas Krasnig.
Thank you, Claude.
Welcome.
Thank you. As mentioned before, I'm flexible, and I'm very happy that as an Austrian citizen, being here in the capital today in these difficult times. And I hope that the conference, as I know the conference since its very beginning, and I think it's a very great conference, and therefore I hope that it will be of benefit of all of you, even if you're not here. So welcome to Vienna to all here in the room, and I always wanted to say that also out there on the screens. So I want to start with handling temperature-sensitive medicinal products during transport as a first topic. And actually, maybe some of you will recognize that I will repeat myself. I'm sorry for that, but actually, in the last few years, I didn't change my mind. So I hope you bear with me, and for all of you who are not able to be here, not able to ask questions immediately, please feel free to contact me whenever you like and however you like. As well, you can see this is the building where my office is located at. It's really not far away from here, so I'm really happy to be able to be with you today. At first, let me do a quick view behind. We do have in Austria, on one hand, a national ordinance which is dealing with GDPs, which you all know are coming from European level. But we also have the Codex Transport here in Austria, which is, I want to clarify that it's not a piece of legislation. The national ordinance, yes, this is a piece of legislation. And the National Codex Transport was developed by the lobby organizations regarding the wholesale dealing topics of FAGO, where you already heard Monika Vögele this morning, and also of FAMIG, which is the lobbying organization of manufacturers of medicinal products here in Austria. So we do have on one hand the ordinance, the piece of legislations. On the other hand, we do have the Codex Transport, which is considered to be a practical interpretation guide for the piece of law. You know, a piece of law always has to be written in a way that it can cover from black to white and every shade of gray in between, and sometimes it's not so easy to put that in practice. So the Codex Transport should help to put that in practice, but might be a very typical Austrian view on the other hand. What is crucial for the implementation of GDPs in Austria is quality risk management. And we all do suffering from limited resources, and therefore quality risk management should help to deal with these resources in a very good way. So Quality risk management helps to distinguish the right depth of validation and also consequently the depth of qualification, which depends on the risk which is inherent to the entire process. And as mentioned already before, QRM adds value to those resources available. It helps to prevent wastage of resources, and QRM helps also to identify any possible threats. Coming from that very important point to the last mile shipping conditions and how to handle temperature excursions there. There are several different challenges which I took from this publication of Mr. van Asselt, Mr. Schütte, and Mr. Bishara. From their paper I mentioned here below, we do have the differences in local temperatures across Europe and also, of course, across the world. We do have often we have very big portfolios with up to 100,000 products for those of you who are full service wholesalers. We do have more than 60 different temperature ranges which are defined in one country maybe. And we do have very different products to deal with in multi-temperature range indications per tote. And on top of that, we all know that we do have multiple drop-off points per vehicle, resulting in many openings and closings of the vehicle's door. So how to deal with that? There are 3 possible solutions. We have to look for that the temperature in the last mile vehicle is designed to remain at 15 to 25 degrees centigrade. Second possibility, product temperature excursions to 2 degrees, from 2 degrees centigrade and 32 degrees centigrade within 24 hours are allowed without product impact, but only if this is supported by stability data. Please don't forget on that. And third, as a third point, products that do not meet the requirement number 2 should be listed on a strict 15 to 25 centigrades product list or in a database, and should be marked visibly so that everyone who is handling the entire package is able to see that this entire product has to be taken special care of. For instance, with this red triangle, which was mentioned in the paper before. So, as a conclusion, it's not always easy to distribute medicinal products, but GDPs in general make distribution of medicinal products safer. I think we agree on that. And clever interpretation of those GDPs and the use of quality risk management make the distribution of medicinal products more efficient and also cost-effective for all healthcare actors, including healthcare providers and payers, and last but not least, also the patient, who could be all of us, as we can see these days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andreas. Thank you. Do we have any questions from from the audience or on the net, or no? No? Hold on. I have one for you.
Please.
If you have an excursion in your transportation, can you or can a wholesaler invoke something like USP 659 or use MKT? Or what's there for a wholesaler to justify an excursion?
Let me say a word to MKT.
Yeah.
It's very difficult because MKT is a well-known and also valid method, of course, but it needs you to have all the necessary information available. And usually on the level of the wholesaler, this information is not available. So if you do not have the information, and you need to have all the information, if you do not have all the information, it's going to be difficult and nearly impossible. So usually this is only possible for the manufacturer who has all those necessary information available. But as we also heard this morning already, as long as wholesalers are a vital part of the supply chain, I think it's very difficult to use the MKT method. However, coming back to your question, how to deal with an excursion, I think there are two things which need to be addressed. On one hand, you need to be sure about the entire product, and never forget about, let's say, pharmaceutical common sense. So we are all aware of certain products which are very sensible. So there is a difference if I do have a temperature excursion addressing a product which is very sensible. So on one hand, and if we are having a temperature excursion of a product which is well known to be a very stable product, it's different. So from my personal point of view, you should be aware of your portfolio. What is your portfolio? And you have to divide into sensible products up to stable products, and also defining different measurements if an excursion is occurring. So if an excursion occurs with a very stable product, you might be much more relaxed as if there is an excursion with a product which you know is very sensible. So never forget about the pharmaceutical common sense is, so let's say, my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. What about USP 659?
Actually, I have to admit that I'm very well aware of MKD, but USP 659. I am
It's okay,
familiar
Andreas.
with it.
I'm
I'm
not
very
trying to
sorry
put you on the spot, not at all. No, it's just because it's something that Health Canada references in the in Guideline 69, which is the equivalent of your GDP here.
Yes.
And I thought maybe that since they are part of PICS, that you may have had some discussions on that.
Not yet.
But it's okay.
I had some discussion. You know, in PICS, people are sitting in alphabetical order. So Austria is very close to Canada. So
Good.
I'm always able to talk with my colleagues from Canada there. And yes, of course, how can I say it in a diplomatic way? We are all cooking with water. And our final goal is to bring any medicinal product from the manufacturer to the patient in a way that is still safe and efficient. That's the goal. So how we can reach this goal, there might be several different ways, but in the end, it's the common approach to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from anybody? No? Thank you, Andreas.
Thank you.
You're very kind. Thank you. Yes. We'll go now over the media, or we're okay with Ethel? And yeah, we're good. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ethel and Viviane. Ethel Mertens. Unfortunately, Ethel, I know we've met several times, but you cannot be present, but I'm happy to...
Good afternoon, yes.
I'm happy to hear from you. Ethel Mertens is Director General, DG Inspection, Belgian Federal Agency for Medicine and Health Product. Ethel Mertens obtained a degree in pharmacy at Université of Ghent and started her career by working in a pharmacy. After a few years, she began working for Department of Hormones and Antibiotics at Borderline Products in Belgium, Federal Agency for Medicine and Health Products. In September 2005, she was appointed Directeur Général at Interim, but since February 2018, she is now Director General. So congratulations. Viviane Henry?
Henri.
Henri, I'm sorry. Viviane Henri. Bon après-midi.
Bonjour.
Head of Division Distribution, Belgium Federal Agency for Medicine and Health Product. After her degree in pharmacy at the Catholic University of Louvain in 1997, Ms. Viviane Henry started her professional career in Luxembourg and worked as a dispensary pharmacist. Since 2001, and after 2 diplomas, and Master in European Regulatory Affairs, Evaluation and Negotiation of Healthcare Products at Lille University and Paris 5, I guess. She joined the Federal Agency for Medicine and Health Product. So please help me welcome Ethel and Viviane, and they will be talking about our next subject, which is FMD inspections. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
all
you.
yours.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone can hear us. We really want to thank the organization, GIRP, again, that we can join this meeting. Unfortunately, we couldn't be physically present. We fully regret this because also for us it's really interesting, these meetings, but okay, it is what it is and we'll deal with it. We want to talk about the Falsified Medicines Directive and more specific the inspections we do. I also have a little explication about the general aspects, the stabilization period we had, our stepwise approach, the alerts, and of course then the inspections. The general aspects is a little bit repeating. I think everyone knows already, but in case of, everyone knows that as from 9 February 2019, no budget without safety features can be released for sale anymore or export anymore. There was an amendment of the directive, Article 54, and there was the delegated acts that has to be made. Then there was a delegated regulation, and more specific, Article 32 is very interesting, and also in Belgian legislation we have adopted our legislation, of course. Belgium is a little bit specific. Why? Because we have, normally it's only for medicines for human use on prescription, and also, of course, for medicines on the blacklist. But Belgium has extended the scope also for reimbursable products bearing a unique barcode. Why is this? Because we have in Belgium a system with unique barcodes for the reimbursement of our medicines. Okay. We have our medicines verification organization in Belgium is the BEMVO, and it's a non-profit organization representing the different stakeholders. So it's the stakeholders model, and the agency is not on board. Of course, we have a role to play, and our role is to supervise the functioning of the repositories and investigating of potential incidents of falsification. As far, we didn't do any inspection yet, but a first inspection of the BEMVO is planned in 2020. Maybe it's also interesting to notice that also the EMVO, the European organization, is situated in Belgium, and that makes us also responsible for the supervising this organization. Everyone knows, of course, the status of unique identifier. We have active and also the decommissioned one. Everyone knows the difference between verification and decommissioning, I think. Decommissioning is performed by wholesale distributors authorizations holders and also the pharmacists. And it's very important that every wholesale distributor who physically handles Falsified Medicines Directive must be connected to the national system in order to get an audit trail. As mentioned this morning already by Andreas from EMVO, there were a lot of companies who had a stabilization period. Also, Belgium had his stabilization period. There was a stabilization period until August 3rd, 2019, and the legislation, till then, the legislation had to be interpreted as laid out in our circulars. We had 2 circulars that explained how to handle with the system. Our focus was really to provide availability of medicines without eroding the new protection offered by Falsified Medicines Directive. During this transition period, pharmacists always add to scan and deactivate the unique identifier, and they had to do several checks if there was an error message. For example, the first check is the package compliant. When there was a doubt, the product could not be delivered. Other check, is it anti-tampering device intact? When there was damage, it could not be delivered. Medicines not purchased from a new, not regular supplier. When there was a doubt, also the product could not be delivered. So there was only a delivering possible if the aforementioned controls were in order. But from September 1st, 2019, our stabilization period has finished and the system is fully operational in Belgium. Yeah. So in Belgium, we had a stepwise approach. I did already mention the stabilization period. We began the stabilization period by sending out 2 circulars. The first one in February 2019, and then in July 2019 we did have another one. As of the 1st of September 2019, the system is fully operational. That means that detection of a possible falsified medicine, the product should be in quarantine till approval for delivery. During the transition period, we had some steps of milestones determined. For example, for July 2019, everyone had to be registered with the BEMVO. In August, everyone had to be connected, and September 2019 again, the system is fully operational. I have to emphasize that during all these periods, we really had a close collaboration with BEMVO. We had and still have regular meetings with them about the connection status, the procedure alerts, the question and answers. We do exchange information, and we do receive weekly reports related to alerts. We, at the agency, at the beginning before the start of the system, we did do an analysis of our database of wholesale distributors, and we did check each authorization, and the outcome was that 79 wholesalers and 29 full-line wholesalers did need to be connected with the system. When they weren't connected, we did contact every company who wasn't, and we did follow up all the actions. Also for connected wholesale distribution holders, who were connected but had few transactions, we did contact them for the reason, and we followed up them to get them on order. And again, as of February 2019, the scope of the Falsified Medicines Directive is fully integrated in our routine inspections and also in inspections of new companies. The evolution of our stepwise approach, I can't say I think it's rather successful, although we haven't reached the 100% yet. But you can see it in the graphs at the beginning in 2019, February, we had approximately 50%, 45% of actors connected. And nowadays we have 95, 96% of our actors who are connected. And you can also see that the numbers of transactions registered is enormously increased.
So now a few words about the alerts. You know, all that's the challenging issue. And as you have already noticed, inspectors like to remind legislation. So Article 24 of the delegated regulation stipulates that the wholesaler shall not supply or export medicinal product if they believe that the packaging has been tampered with, or if they have reason to think that the products are not authentic, and they have to inform the competent authorities. And also in our Belgian Royal Decree, it's the same. The companies have to inform immediately the competent authority if they identified or suspect falsified medicines. Of course, they have also to be physically segregated and stored in a dedicated area to be separate from the sealable stock. What about the legal provisions for the legal entities which are managing the repository system? They have to continuously monitor the system for the alerts, and they have to provide with the immediate investigation, and of course to inform the competent authorities at European and at national level if the falsification is confirmed. And you find the same explanation in the Q&A of the European Commission, which say, of course, that the national medicines verifications organization has to ensure that the competent authorities are informed. And as soon as it is clear that the alert cannot be explained by technical issue, we have to know. The companies have to inform the competent authorities about the case. So what about the way to work in Belgium? We developed with our BEMVO a SOP for the stakeholders, and we wanted to avoid unnecessary investigation by the authorities where the alert could be caused by an issue at the level of the user, the system, or the MAH, or the different stakeholders. So we agreed on a procedure. When an alert is triggered, not only the user is receiving the alert message, but that same message is also directed to the concerned MAH and the BEMVO. Besides the fact that the concerned pack that is triggering the alert is really falsification, several other elements caused by one of the other stakeholders can be at the origin of the received alert. Therefore, it's important that all relevant elements are first checked before escalating the alert to the authorities. And as you see on the following flow that has been agreed with our authority and the Luxembourg's authorities, at step 5, the verified potential falsification has to be escalated to the authorities with all relevant information, because of course it's important for us to know what are the results of the investigations of the BEMVO. And after further investigation, we will discuss and communicate the decision to the BEMVO and the concerned actors. It can be the end users of the MAH and so on. So we will provide appropriate information to the concerned users about our decision we made after further investigation about the case. So what is actually the method used by BEMVO? As you see, the alert rate is quite not so high in Belgium. We are approaching the green category of the alerts rates. Only 9% of the alerts were caused by the wholesalers in January this year. So it's just an estimate, but as you see, the wholesalers are only responsible for about 10% in January this year. The BEMVO decided to apply also a sort stepwise approach. I mean that if they know about OBP errors or errors caused by Indian packs, they can exclude those cases. And for the other errors, they are going to assess and to contact all individual users. As you know, there are problems with multiple double alerts caused by the users or the software systems. There are possible errors on the side of the MAH. This causes multiple users error. So the BENVO in this case is going to contact the MAH, or there are also issues regarding the software of the scanner. So in all cases, the BENVO tries to get in touch and to ask the people what are the problems and what could be the solution to avoid this in the future. So, as you know, as all European authorities, I assume we have a dream. We would like to see the situation evolve so that the following results can be achieved. No more alerts are filtered out. It's our big dream. A systematic investigation will be carried out for each alert, and the alert rate is structurally reduced. And of course, analysis of the causes of the alert is carried out in detail, and naturally we expect a corrective and preventive action plan. What about the inspections? This graph shows you when in the supply chain drop codes need to be checked or not. You are, I think, all aware about this. If the products are coming from not designated wholesaler, the company has to scan the medicines in case of physical transfer, of course. No scan is needed in case of financial sales and in case of procurement from MAH of designated wholesalers, and also not needed in case of transfer between the same between the operating sites of the same wholesaler. In Belgium, more concretely, we had developed our own aide-mémoire before the publication of the aide-mémoire proposed by the European Commission, but in fact they are similar. We chose not to make targeted inspections, but to integrate the FMD topic in the general inspection, so the routine and for the routine and the new applications. So this FMD scope was integrated as soon as the legal provisions of the FMD came into force. So we began last year in February. The main points of attention with regard to the FMD are the following. The implementation of the FMD must have been carried out on the basis of a change control related to the different points. Equipment, software, qualification and validation of boards, updating and writing procedures and contracts. It is particularly important to establish the respective responsibilities between the stakeholders. That's why the quality agreement or contracts must be adequately adapted. You know, that's the basic principle to be kept in mind for all inspections. And of course, we are looking for the subs which have been impacted by the implementation of the FMD. I have listed all the subs, and I will not describe it in details, but all subs which have been impacted or updated are one of the major points of inspection. Yes, that's it.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Yes. Go ahead, Monica.
Thank you very much, Ethel and Vivian. That was very interesting, and I'm really impressed that you have had a look at all the wholesale distribution authorization holders, and you made sure that everybody who handles medicines physically is connected to the Belgium system. Belgium was one of the first, or even the first country ending the stabilization period. And I would be interested to know how did it go afterwards? Did you have, you described the process, but did you have many verified falsification events? And if so, did you then see any disruptions by quarantine products in the supply chain, whether on pharmacy or on wholesale level? And then I have another question. There is an aide-mémoire which has been drawn up to harmonize inspections throughout Europe. And there is a part where it asks for checking the designated wholesalers contracts, and there are several elements in these contracts which should be there, but I doubt that in many contracts these are already included because it's all FMD elements, and whether you would just make them aware, so the supply chain actors, that this should be included, but if you could give them some time to adjust their contracts.
Your first question was related to the real falsifications. We didn't detect any real falsification in Belgium so far. So we didn't need to put medicines in quarantine. And it was your second question, I think.
Yeah, that was the first question. That is very good, and I'm very happy to hear that.
Yes, and we hope it will continue.
Yes, we all do.
And yes, about the contracts, of course, we are awaiting that our stakeholders adapt the contracts to be able to state every responsibilities of both partners, because yes, it's...
Yeah. We think it's very important because you have to know that laying down the responsibility of each party is very, very, very important. And even outside the Falsified Medicines Directive and the implementation of this directive, normally you should review temporary your quality agreements with every actor to see if it's still up to date. So we think we have to focus on it, and during inspections we do focus on it. It's really, really important for the case when something would happen. It's really important to know who is responsible for it. So it's really in the interest of all parties, also for the wholesale distributors, to have this quality agreements in place.
Yes, absolutely. We agree that this is important, but perhaps we can take you bilaterally up once on that. We were already discussing it with industry associations, and we would like to provide a template to give more life to the provisions in this aide memoir. So it would be helpful if we perhaps once could sit together with to put down the elements which should be included in the contract.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Yeah. Anything else? Anybody? Yeah. Okay. Peter?
Yes, hello, Peter van Elslander here. I just want to stress that what has been said in the beginning, that I'm a member from the BMVO, and I can say that the collaboration with the agency goes very well. I think that we give them on a regular basis all information they need, and I must say that the collaboration is going very good.
Thank you. We confirm.
Thank you. We confirm. Yes.
Any other questions? I have something, maybe a comment or a surprise. I'm always surprised to see how many falsified medicine there is in Europe. And yes, Simona, I am surprised. Simona is my boss, by the way. So no, don't be shy. I'm always surprised because it's something uncommon in Canada. We have a very closed system. We don't have wholesalers selling to wholesalers. And I think that has an impact over the overall. But I saw one of the weeks in the presentation from Madame Henri, and it was 10,000 alerts. I couldn't believe it. I don't know how many alerts on that are turned out to be really positive, but
in Belgium it was 0.
it's just incredible. So, anyways, it's just a comment. Thank you very much, Ethel and Madame Henri.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Welcome. Bye.
So we'll carry on to the next one. We'll shuffle around a little bit, and we'll do digitalization of supply chain with Mr. Peter Brown. And Mr. Brown is a Senior Medicine Inspector, GDP at Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, MHRA. I knew a guy at MHRA, Ian Holloway.
Yes.
Is he still there?
Inspector, yes.
Is he there?
Yes,
or?
yes, he's there.
Yeah, okay, good. Say hi to him for me.
I'll give you a
when you
best.
see
Yes. Thank you.
Peter Brown has been the Medicines Inspector since 2015 and was appointed to the Senior Inspector in March 2019, following a long career in wholesale operation and quality management. That caught my eye when I read this, wholesale management or wholesale operation. His current portfolio encompasses leading inspectors around intelligence, lead, and inspector serious non-compliance management. So please help me welcome Mr. Peter Brown.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Never had a hype man before. It's much appreciated. Thank you. Appreciate that we're running onto our coffee break time, so you'll be pleased to know I'm not a professional presenter. I'll try and get this done as swiftly as I can, or as we allow. The standard of slides is about to take a significant downward turn as well, I'm afraid. I'm not sure where that conviction comes from, but I'm sure you'll see in a moment. So, I want to talk about digitalization. I was going to take a slightly different route, actually, compared to the full brief around digitalization. I imagine most of you have gone through digitalization. EQMSs have existed for quite a while, for example. Most of you will use warehouse management systems, Sage, SAP, other providers are available. So I want to talk to you a little bit more about data integrity and what data integrity in that digital environment actually means. But initially, let's just quickly talk about exactly what digitalization is to us as an inspectorate. So effectively, it's utilizing or converting your material from paper-based records into digital records, or simply utilizing those systems to generate those records initially. Why? Well, generally speaking, it's more efficient. You're not having to double copy into electronic systems. You can keep your records for indefinite periods, relatively easily and relatively cost effectively. Organizations tend to like it as it's quite a dynamic way of operating. It allows you to have multiple people at multiple sites and different functions all working close together. And that flexibility also allows opportunities for, say, remote working. It's a very, very attractive proposition for a workforce. From a quality perspective, allowing the trending of data is another massive benefit. It's much easier to trend off those digital systems. Okay, pre-blow out the way. Let's talk a little bit about the principles. So, the MHRA issued some guidance in 2018 pertaining to data integrity across GXP. This was a revision of 2016 guidance, which spoke a little bit about ALOCA. For the sake of what we're doing here, please consider when I say ALOCA to mean ALOCA Plus, or whatever the current trend is. So how do you apply ALOCA to a digital record? In some serious instances of non-compliance that we'll talk about in a few moments, examples that we've seen out in the field, it really means that, to me, what's the traceability? How can you demonstrate to me that those records are, for example, contemporaneous, that they're unadulterated, that I can rely on the quality of the information that you're presenting to me as an inspector? How are your systems qualified? Qualification, especially if you're undergoing rapid change in digitalization, is going to be a massive topic for you to focus on. So as a brief reminder, you can validate something. Generally speaking, that'll be something simpler. For example, a digital thermometer or a data logger, but you have to qualify anything really more complex than that, anything you're relying on to generate data. As an inspector, I would like sometimes, depending on how dry the day is, to look over some of your qualification documentation around some of your computerized systems. I'd expect you to have that. Now, I'm not an expert on computer validation. I've never worked in a digital field, but I would expect to see something that tells me about what your objectives are how the system fits your purpose and how you intend to demonstrate that the system is fit for use. You need to have the data to back that up. Risk-based digital management as well. Now, data as a key GXP record contains a certain amount of risk to it. And your risk assessment processes should reflect that. Whenever you're reviewing data that you are either inputting or outputting through your systems, there are several points of the lifestyle and the criticality of the data that you're going to need to examine. So does your risk management process, or could you demonstrate your risk management processes, can go into some depth around the information that you're presenting. If I'm talking to you a little bit about your self-inspections, for example, how can you show me when you've conducted your self-inspection that the data that you've assessed as part of that is of the utmost criticality? When patient safety comes to mind, maybe it's temperature data, maybe it's how you qualify your customers, your suppliers. Company culture is a massive area, which sort of may surprise you when we're talking about digitalization, but the root cause of a significant amount of serious and critical non-compliance that we observe comes down to fear, really. In an authoritative hierarchy system, and where there may be some cultural issues, there's often a need to only present results that are going to fit into a preconceived notion or exactly what management want. As a result, it's tempting for people, be it financially motivated or to please whoever it is up the chain, or simply not to get into trouble, to not be upfront with data integrity issues. This becomes a lot more complex when we're not talking about just looking at a paper-based record where someone's scribbled something out or applied correcting fluid. If you're using digitalization methods, how are you going to show me that there's an audit trail around the data you're presenting to me? Are you utilizing individual logins, for example? Is there a group login? If there is a group login, how are you going to tell me which user is attributed to whichever transaction I might be looking at? I'd expect to be able to see an audit trail from any system. And part of your qualification process should have considered if there is an audit trail within those computerized systems that could show me when a record's been created, when it's been changed, and so on. I was at a very interesting talk a few months ago with Peter Baker, who's an ex-FDA inspector. And he had come across instances where staff had worked out that we're going down to GMP world, so forgive me, but when mass spec readings were off, if they unplugged the machine halfway through, it would reset, or it would allow them to manipulate some of the data. So the data sets that were coming out were not accurate. How could you be sure that your systems are going to maintain appropriate security and that the data you've got is of good quality? And do staff members feel that they can talk to you, or they can talk to their superiors, if they don't think that the data that they've produced is correct, or that the results aren't quite what was expected? Digitalization impacts every area of GDP. I was running this through my head, and there's not a single area in chapters 1 through 10, 1 through 11, but 1 through 10 sort of practically, that your digitalization may not impact. It could be the way you conduct your self-inspections. It could be how you generate your delivery notes. It could be how you qualify your suppliers. It could be anything. EQMS. So you need to really think about applying or reviewing your operations against GDP and where you may have digitalization where perhaps you didn't really consider that as being a GDP record before. Also important to think about quantitative and qualitative data. We get really caught up, I think, a lot of the time when we're reviewing deviations, especially when it comes to like temperature records, as having a look at quantitative data. You know, what does this number say? What does this output mean? How far are my deviations? But qualitative data is also really important, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. So when we come knocking, always a pleasant experience. The way that we have adjusted our inspection models has been quite significant, especially since 2018 within the agency. So we just discussed every chapter impacted, and document retention is another issue. There's a difference between your document retention and your retrieval processes. If you are copying paper records, for example, as part of your retention periods, and then you're having that original copy destroyed, what you actually have is a true copy that you're presenting and retaining for us. Now, that might be acceptable in some instances. It might not be in others. That's where you need to be thinking about using your risk management processes to identify what the original is and what a true copy is to avoid coming unstuck. There are some areas where digitalization, as it stands within EU GDP, will never be able to outstrip a paper-based system. The most obvious that comes to mind is 5.8. So EU GDP Chapter 5.8 states that there must be a dispatch note detailing the product, temperature, storage conditions, product form, etc. That's transported with every shipment. If you're not providing that and you're relying on an electronic transmission, then you are in violation of EU GDP 5.8. Your self-inspections, as we just discussed, self-inspection activities, excellent, brilliant. Go through everything at once, do it multiple times a year. However you skin it, the change of digitalization needs to be considered within your self-inspections. Be thinking about the systems that you use, how they're qualified. You need to be re-qualifying those on a risk basis as well. You need to demonstrate to me or any of my colleagues throughout the EEA that you can do that. So your self-inspections probably need adjusting. It might also be worth having a conversation with your license holders as well and work out if they've got any digitalization programs going on that perhaps you don't have oversight of or your responsible persons don't have oversight of. I'm not going to go hammer the point anymore about the qualification of systems, but we can discuss it after if anyone wants to have a conversation. We spoke earlier on about the appeal of digitalization to an organization and that it provides flexibility. And you also need to consider quite how that dynamic work might impact your license status. For example, if you've got personnel working from home or a significant distance that are involved in procurement activities, for example, or conducting sales activities, then there's an argument to be made that they might be conducting a licensed activity outside of a licensed premises. How do you manage that? If you don't know what's going on within your organization, within your teams, one of the biggest issues we find is commercial running away and not including quality or regulatory teams oversight. That's something to consider and have a conversation about. And the root cause of many matters of qualification, again, of digitalization comes down to poor qualification or a lack of having the right people involved. And it's a specialist topic. You know, as a responsible person or a quality personnel, there's no harm in saying that you need a subject matter expert as long as you have oversight as to exactly what's going on. Data criticality is really important. What information may seem critical to you may not to us, and vice versa. So you need to understand how data is generated within your organization, and after it's generated, how it's used, how it's transposed, how it's communicated onwards out of your organization, what security measures you have around that. A very simple solution, you see on inspection, how are you backing up your data? It's on the cloud. Well, which cloud? How have you selected that provider? How can you demonstrate to me that that provider is going to be fulfilling your needs? And if they go under, what's their disaster recovery plan? And what are your rights to retain that documentation? The very last thing you want is a Class 1 recall to come out as your backup provider goes out of service and you end up in a position where you can't facilitate a recall. And what's a GDP record to you? This is sort of almost the final point here. But a GDP record is probably some stuff that would surprise you. You should have seen the look on this chap's face I went to see a few months ago when I told him that I needed copies of his WhatsApp conversations because he had been conducting procurement activities via WhatsApp, and I had reason to suspect that there was falsification involved. So if you are conducting any activities, say on your personal phone, and something does go askew, you need to be thinking about how you can present that information, and if any of your colleagues are also utilizing such communication services, how A, you can have oversight of it, B, you could audit it, and C, you could demonstrate it as a LOCA data integrity compliant record. We always talk about risk and risk management, and it seems cliche, and it almost sounds like a catch-all to say, apply your risk management principles, but do. And when we're talking about digitalization, look at your risk management tools and work out if they're fit for purpose. You know, a failure mode effect analysis, for example, or HACCP, yeah, they're great tools. Are they applicable to every situation? Maybe yes, maybe no. Are your tools sensitive enough to do what they have to do now across the entire scope of operations that you might conduct? Very, very briefly, because I'm running over time, We've discussed a lot about emerging technology today as well. Earlier on, there's some really interesting stuff around the robotics and the pharma printer. These are all areas which regulation will evolve. Now, that's not to say that you can't do it. It also doesn't mean that you can't seek advice from your inspectorate or your local competent authority if you are dealing with new technology or technology that's seldom used. We really do embrace innovation. The MHRA has an innovation office. If you think you have a great idea, then contact your competent authority, see if they can help you, if they can run with it. They may have similar schemes and functions ongoing. So your data integrity will pose massive risks and massive benefits to your organizations. I'm not for a moment suggesting that you forensically examine every digital record that you generate. That's where your risk processes come back in. Funnily enough, still to this day, whenever I identify criminal levels of activity or of critical non-compliance, it actually is the unsophisticated efforts that will be the ones that fool you. One of the most serious breaches that we've had, which has resulted in arrest and a prosecution in the UK recently, has been around effectively a confidence fraudster presenting documentation which was basically correct, but the little warning signs around who he was and what he was doing didn't match up to the story that he was painting. It's easy to look at the big picture and forget the small risks, but things like information that someone's presenting to you, you need to look at that and work out what the quality of that information is and what the quality of that data is. And if you aren't confident that you're getting all that information, think about expanding those processes. I'm happy to talk about that with anyone else after this also. We spoke about blockchain a little bit earlier. I'm not going to go into it any further, but blockchain undoubtedly is going to be impacting into what we do at some point. Quite how we regulate and we assess that, we're still developing a strategy on, but you could be certain that we would expect you to have qualified that when we come to inspect. Artificial intelligence is another growing area. Quite what AI is going to be doing around our operations in the future is anyone's guess. At the agency, we have a working group operating it right now, but something to think about. Oh gosh, sorry, I thought that was the last slide. I forgot about this. All right, the good foundations are very important. Make sure you've got the basics of GDP right and data integrity. You're not going to go quite wrong. It just requires some thinking outside the box. Qualification is likely to be critical into everything that you do, and you also need to have confidence that your company culture is going to promote someone putting their hand up and saying, this isn't right, or I've done this wrong. Thank you very much for your attention. I don't know if I'm going straight on again now or if we're taking a pause, but I'll go to my colleague.
We can have, if we have a few questions, if we have any questions for Peter, we can go ahead before we break. No? You guys want a break? I have one. You mentioned, just rapidly, I'm not keeping you away from your breaks. You mentioned culture a few times. Is there a culture change, however, going on? Are people validating their system a little bit more? And when they validate it, do they do it appropriately?
Yes. So there tends to be, as we're moving more digitally, more experts in the field and more recognition that we need focus on how we can demonstrate these systems are robust. So that is definitely improving. There's more resource being thrown in that direction. We're seeing less pulling something off the shelf that an organization's given to them and saying, there you go, there's your qualification. People are now recognizing, and organizations are recognizing they need to conduct their own validation, even if they're using the data within that. So that's a positive, but it's really about the people, as always. That's where the things will break.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else before we go? No? Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you very much.
Very interesting.
Thank you for your coffee. Thank you.
So can we reconvene at 16:30 in what, 25 minutes about? Please. Thank you. Danke. You got me there? All right. I'm back. We're back. Okay, sorry for the delay. We're shuffling around the program. So we're going to be back with pharmacy inspections regarding mail order and deliveries, or mail order deliveries, I should say, with Mr. Andreas Krasnig. So Andreas, could you please take it away?
Yes, thank you, Claude. So this topic is, let's say, an Austrian case study, so to speak, because you know that this part of pharmaceutical regulation is not really driven by Europe centrally. It's left up to the entire member states. And Austria, I think, was one of the latest, if not the latest, member state who was making this possible, this mail order delivery, because Austrian pharmacists were really hesitating, and therefore this specific piece of legislation which is governing those topic is really very restrictive. And I will tell you a little bit about this, and also how we are having a look at it from the inspections point of view. So having said so, it's very restrictive. So only public dispensing pharmacies are allowed to take part in mail order delivery. So you have to have a public dispensing pharmacy. Without that, you are not able to take part in this game. The registration is compulsory, so you have to register your entire public pharmacy, your mail order pharmacy, in a register. And currently, and I was having a look at this register the day before, it was 58 pharmacies in Austria which are currently really taking part in mail order delivery. We do have in Austria about 1,300 pharmacies, so you can see about the importance of this part of the business. And the inspection interval is currently defined at least once in 5 years. So it's similar to the inspection interval which regular public dispensing pharmacies have as well. Topics about the inspections are starting from the pharmaceutical quality system, which needs to be in place, even if it's not as elaborated as it is with wholesalers or manufacturers. Of course, we are looking on their documentation practices. We are looking for the training of people which are doing this business. We are also looking on the self-inspections, which makes our life easier. And of course, we want to see if a change management process is in place. We want to see how is dealt with deviations. And of course, as managed already in my previous presentation, how do they deal with quality risk management in the entire pharmacy. A mail order delivery pharmacy needs to have a website. That sounds logical, yes, but those websites need to fulfill certain provisions. And it's starting with that the contact details are available for customers, especially for consultations. A customer needs to be registered before he can be or she can be a customer. And it's necessary to provide at least short information about the medicinal products on the website as information for the patient. And again, quite restrictive. In Austria, it's only possible to send medicinal products via snail mail, which are OTC products. So no prescription medicinal products are able to be part of the mail order deliveries. The orders, of course, need to be documented, and whenever a patient, a customer in this case, wants to have a consultation, it needs to be possible to be consulted, and those consultations need to be documented as well. Every order, before it is sent to the customer, to the patient, needs to be verified by a pharmacist. And of course, last but not least, every delivery needs to be documented as well, and it needs to be archived for 5 years, which also represents, again, the inspection interval. And of course, even with pharmacies, there can be complaints, and those complaints need to be documented and archived for 5 years as well. Coming to the transport part of mail order deliveries, which might be of the highest importance for you. Again, here, transport needs to be validated, taking into account quality risk management principles. So no difference here to the provisions given for manufacturers or for wholesalers. Documentation about the transport needs to be available during the inspection, including the raw data behind it, and deviations need to be documented and also be evaluated, because it doesn't make sense to document a deviation if the information gathered from this is not dealt with. And what also might be of interest is, what are the differences when we're looking at mail order deliver pharmacies regarding storage and transport to a wholesale dealer or to a manufacturer of medicinal products? And the answer is quite simple. There is no difference, because as the entire package of a medicinal product does not know where it currently is, it can be in the warehouse of the manufacturer, it can be on its way to a wholesaler, it can be in the pharmacy, and it can also be in my bathroom cupboard. So the entire package does not know where it is. So it always needs to be handled appropriately, that finally for the patient's use it fits. So thank you for that short for your interest in this short presentation regarding the Austrian case of mail order deliveries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Do we have any questions for Andreas? Anything on the... No? Anything on the net? No? Any questions? No? Okay. I have one.
Yes, please.
One or two. So in Austria, pharmacies can ship products. You have mail orders which are allowed to ship.
Yes.
And is the Austrian inspectorate inspecting those pharmacies?
Yes.
And they're held to the same, because I saw transportation.
Yes.
So they're held to the same standards as a wholesaler.
Yes.
That's very interesting.
Yes, that's because of my last slide. I think that's only logical not to make any quality differences, because at the end, the patient wants to get a safe and efficient piece of medicinal product. So from my personal point of view, it would not make any sense to differentiate here.
Okay.
So I know it's not always easy, but the difficulties are the same for the manufacturer, for the wholesaler, and also for the pharmacies. So, however, whenever you are doing distant sales from a distance, then you need to somehow cope with the challenges.
Okay. To my knowledge, in Canada, we do not have mail order pharmacies. So for us, it's new, or for me, it's new. And the other thing is, pharmacies are normally in Canada regulated by the province. So they don't fall under Health Canada, therefore not under the federal government. They do not get their license from the federal government, so they're not held to the same standards for transportation as we are?
I guess I need to clarify.
Okay, good.
The licenses are also issued by the regional authorities here in Austria.
Okay.
But regarding mail order pharmacies, the surveillance is with the Federal Office for Safety in Healthcare, not for the regular pharmacy. It's only this small part where we are responsible for.
Okay,
we are holding the register and we are conducting the inspections. But the license is the pharmacy license is issued by the regional authorities.
Okay.
So
okay, good.
Yes.
That's
your boss has a question to me.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Simona.
A very basic one. So in the situation of the pharmacy, okay. So for the pharmacist orders you have, because all the pharmacy, they have kind of registered orders. When certain pharmacy registers for having that access and can deliver to the patients the medicine, is it the order in agreement for them to register to that specific kind of activities? Because in Canada, we have a situation that one of the pharmacists kind of delivered product in a controlled environment to doctors, and the doctors provide those products to certain patients in a very strict type of medicine. And because of that, the order of pharmacists, they were not in agreement that that pharmacist in particular can do those things that they didn't. So basically, they put the pharmacist in court for that particular reason.
The situation was quite similar here in Austria, but from a European point of view, all member states needed to allow this practice. We had to.
All right.
So therefore, and as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, Austria was, I think we were the last in Europe to introduce that. So some other member states had, let's say it was in 2015 when we got this ordinance, this piece of legislation, this specific ordinance, and other member states were already able to do that mail order deliveries 10 years ago. So we had to do that, and from the pharmacist chamber, I was talking about restrictions, so the Austrian system here is very restrictive. So I do fully understand the Canadian point of view here, but in the end, as a European member state, we were obliged to allow distance sale of medicinal products.
Okay.
Thank you.
Eddie? Yes. There you go.
Thanks. Eddie Gillissen from IQVIA. Now, mail order is coming a little bit from everywhere. You have speaking about your 58 pharmacies, but it's a cross-border activity. Internet is available from everywhere, so people can easily order from a German online retailer. How is the inspection dealing with that? Because it's coming from an online retailer registered in Germany, but they are then delivering to patients and consumers in Austria.
That's true.
Do you intervene in an inspection when the product is being transported on Austrian territory, or how do you align on that?
No, we trust in your example, we trust our German colleagues, or we trust our Czech colleagues, so we are trusting to the inspectorates throughout Europe. So there are specific rules and specific ordinances for this kind of business all over Europe, most probably 27 different forms of, but for the entire sourcing country where it comes from, the entire authority and the entire inspectorate is responsible for, and we fully trust. So, but let me take an example. If we get the information that something goes wrong, then we are able to get in contact with our colleagues, as we did, let's say, a few years ago, when there was a case in the Czech Republic where we thought there might be something going wrong because we got a lot of complaints, and our Czech colleagues then went there, did an inspection, and well, it turned out that finally it was just a rumor. So, but we trust each other, and we are not going to conduct inspections in the territory of another member state. But if there is a problem, we are going to ask our colleagues to have a closer look. That's how we deal with it.
Good. A short presentation, but a lot of questions. Yeah. Huh? Anything else? Any other questions? Oh, yep. There you go.
Just for my understanding, so it's not allowed to ship prescription-only drugs, even if there is a prescription? There's no way to submit the prescription and get the drug?
No,
No.
not per mail order delivery.
Okay.
You have to obtain your prescription medicinal product in a public dispensing pharmacy.
Okay, so it's just the other way around like it is in Switzerland.
Ah,
You're not allowed to ship OTC, but you're allowed to ship the prescription.
It's
only.
very interesting.
Yeah.
Yes. Aren't
But not that-
OTCs...
it's not attractive to do this business.
Okay. Aren't OTCs less of a problem than prescription? Okay. Anyway, just a... Okay. Any other questions?
In England, it's the reverse.
What? I'm sorry? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Andreas.
Welcome.
I will now call back. Hello. Okay. I will now ask Peter Brown to come and present the alternative transportation route in emergencies. Please, Peter.
Thank you. Yes, this will be much shorter, I promise, than the other one. It's in fact the topic is relatively simple to my mind. There's a number of areas of concern that we can talk about when it comes to emergency supply routes. But in fact, my initial thought when I was having a look over the presentation title was use Google Maps. But obviously, with a bit more thought, we need to delve a little bit deeper into exactly what emergency transportation means and what the expectations from the competent authorities are around these matters. Transportation, hot topic, as we all know. That wasn't a pun, by the way. But important topic that we're focusing on. And it's only getting more difficult. As we're becoming more sensitive to issues within transportation, whereas we might have just accepted a risk assessment historically, it's not going to cut it, not in 2020. If you think about the extremes of climate that we've experienced as well over the last few years, we'll touch on that a little bit later, it becomes even more apparent that our transport is robust and that when we are presented with challenges that these extremes meet, that we can fulfill them. So the reason I have stated something so obvious right at the top is because it's sort of good to refocus it and bring back in. But EU GDP Chapter 9 is what we are talking about when it comes to transportation primarily. Now, the principle under Chapter 9.1 states a lot of things, but the key point that I want to talk about is that it is the responsibility of the supplying wholesaler to ensure that the product is free from damage, theft, adulteration, and is transported within its label conditions. So 9.1 is a really important thing to come back to when you're thinking about transport and you're building emergency transport management into your processes. There are many modes of acceptable transport. We have sea freight, road freight, air. Well, I say many. I say there's three, I guess. But different, a myriad of ways that those are all changing, evolving and developing, keep coming up. So I believe our colleagues in the HPRA, for example, have recently overseen a trial using drones in some instances. I don't know much more than that, so please don't ask me. You have to direct your queries to our Irish colleagues. But it's another example as to where thinking outside the box or utilising new technology is coming into the forefront of European supply chains. I'll then direct you back to EU GDP Chapter 3.3, which talks about equipment. 3.3 states that your equipment must be qualified appropriately to ensure that the storage and distribution of medicines is fit for purpose. So really chapters 9 and chapters 3 have a lot in common, really. Historically, I think we've encountered issues that goods are being stored correctly, and everything's brilliant, and a warehouse can basically sing or dance, but when it was going out the door, it was going into the back of a van, which was simply a van. And then a validation exercise might be conducted in April, and maybe it'll be conducted in October, and that's probably fine. Well, realistically, it's not fine, including use of validated boxes when we're talking about the qualification of validation also. We should be thinking about presenting accurate, real-life, worst-case data. Risk mitigation, again, that catch-all risk is essential. The risk mitigation needs to be realistic. It needs to be effective when you're talking about your emergency transport routes. We'll talk a little bit about more risk mitigation in a moment, but your control measures need to be applicable. And local legislative requirements are also something that's really important to consider. We have a common approach with our colleagues throughout Europe. Nonetheless, there are some intricacies from state to state. For example, the UK does not license point-to-point transport as a licensable activity. And we also have what we call the 36-hour rule. For those of you that aren't familiar, the 36-hour rule means that goods cannot be stored in one location for more than 36 hours unless that premises is licensed. So if you're utilising cross-docking sites, for example, that might spill into the United Kingdom, this will be something to think about. If those goods sit beyond 36 hours, then the MHRA is of the opinion that it needs a licence. I'm not going to go into too much specific details about various territories, but that's just an example as to where your emergency transport routes, or even your traditional supply routes, you might find yourself being caught out. This is the main reason I accepted taking this presentation title. It's one of my favourite pictures of all time. We've had alligators and all sorts, so we'll bring a donkey into the mix. So it's a genuine picture of medicines being taken to a disaster zone by a charity. It's not crudely photoshopped, I assure you. I can't give you any assurances as to how compliant that transportation route is, but it's an example of the extremes and the challenges that we face sometimes when we are delivering. I've been talking a lot about the EEA, but this really does hammer the point that non-European supply and export and the so-called last mile it is a really important thing to have a grip on. I'm sure that if you were distributing your products and someone sent you a picture of that after you've handed it over to a customs clearance agent somewhere, you probably wouldn't be overly amused. So understanding and validating and mapping your routes are important. Having said that, I can't tell you they're not validated boxes. Maybe they are. So the risk-based approach, again. Your disaster recovery plan needs to take into account various emergencies depending on the regions that you're operating, or likely emergencies. So the UK quite recently has experienced flooding. A warehouse for full liner was actually flooded, and all the stock had to be wiped out. They had to implement their emergency management plan. Disaster recovery and emergency management needs to really be built in, and some of that you may also have to include means that maybe you can't ship. The extremes of climate that we've experienced through Europe, notably last summer, and the beast from the east the year before, means that some transport routes simply can't be used. So if that's the case, and you can't use your traditional form of transport, what control measures would you have in place to make sure you can facilitate deliveries of life-saving medicines? If you're using validated boxes, for example, now, I know this will make some people snigger, but we had degrees of up to 40 degrees in the UK, which is frankly extreme for our climate. Wholesalers really had a hard time coping. Their equipment wasn't validated necessarily up to that degree. So if you are using, for example, validated boxes, or you're utilising a risk assessment on the basis that your vans don't need to be conditioned on the basis of average temperature, perhaps one of your control measures needs to be that you don't ship. Something to think about. The effectiveness of the transport routes that you've provided also when it comes to disaster emergency recovery and your supply chain need to be considered. It's no good, for example, if your emergency plan means that you are using a shipping reefer to get through to various parts of the world that might take weeks, when your emergency dictates that things are going to be there in a week. Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. A word on stability data. Don't rely on it. We don't like it. For the pure reason that if we start to say you can use stability data, it starts to encourage allowances for deviations that you will build into your planning. Your best bet is don't do that. Always assume the worst case. Always assume the product's going to be written off. And if you have to use the stability data, then that's the position you find yourself in, and you can justify a deviation. An inspector shouldn't routinely see deviations with a justification that the stability data was fine. If that's the case, there's something wrong with your root cause analysis. Your mitigation measures, I sort of said this earlier, but we'll just talk briefly again, need to be realistic and proportionate. And lastly, know your routes. If you have a transportation issue, then your drivers and your transport planners or your team should know their routes and know where they can go around, where there's cross-docking sites that might be appropriate, where a trucker can be switched over to a van, for example. These are all things that you should be considered when you're conducting your route exercises also. I'm not particularly interested in seeing how effectively you move a box over 10 kilometers. What I am interested in seeing is how you're going to move it over 300 across the country. That worst case scenario will require more effort, and it's going to give you more room for error, but that's exactly what you want. You want that worst case scenario, then you want your control measures and your mitigation, and then you keep the inspectorate happy, the medicine's integrity kept, and ultimately patients safe. And know your medicines. So my learned colleague, Andreas, spoke about this earlier, having an understanding of exactly what you hold on site will also make your risk mitigation and management much easier. Your ambient storage conditions, what do the labels say? Are we talking 15 to 25? Are we talking 8 to 25, 8 to 30? I mean, there's a myriad of options out there. What can you safely transport when? Is the bottom line. And what can you not? And if you can't transport that, how are you going to go about it? Is it a critical medicine? Do you have a contract which says you have to? And also bear in mind that even if your goods have got no label conditions, the guidance from the EMA is they need to be treated as having ambient controlled, so effectively 8 to 25 degrees. Outsourcing the problem isn't always the way to go. So your plan B might be that you're going to outsource it, have a courier, a contractor that will assist you with any of your issues should your route fail or your vehicles fail. If you're going to go down this route, you need to be very confident and comfortable that you have an understanding as to exactly where that package is going to be at what time via that contractor. And also, as an inspector, I'll be saying, how are you managing the outsourced activity? Have you audited them? If you have audited them, what are the local requirements in that territory, or what standard have you audited them against? Do you understand what their subcontracting network is? Because if you're outsourcing, and that outsourcing subcontracts, who then subcontracts, who subcontracts, you've suddenly got medicines that are moving through extremely non-compliant routes, and your risk goes from pretty low to all the way up here. Novel solutions, again, we're always welcome to. I'm going to refer back to the drone issue for a moment. Really interesting piece of work. Do give it a look and see what has been going on with the use of drones. If we go back to other areas that might also be using it, Amazon and so on, this technology will be part of our landscape in the short to medium term. So in summary, plan for your alternatives, plan for the worst, make sure your disaster recovery or your disaster management is accurate. Risk management is absolutely essential. Don't pay lip service to it. Make sure it's effective and make sure it tells you and the license holder exactly what it needs to tell them. Your unqualified solutions aren't solutions at all. They're going to get you in trouble. If you're going to utilize something, make sure that that product or that service does exactly what you need it to do. Be aware of your clients and your products, what your contractual obligations are, where things need to be and when, and what the risks are geographically and climatically. And I'm slightly over time, so I just rushed through that last slide, but thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for having me here today.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much. Questions? No?
Excellent. Right, thank you.
Hold on. I've got one for you. Drones. You mentioned drones. I've always wondered how you validate for temperature. with
Well,
drones?
this is the question. So this is why I'm going to be very interested to see what the outcomes of some of these exercises have been.
Yeah.
Because if we're talking about extremes of weather, perhaps using a drone isn't the solution. But
no, I know it's out there.
It's out there. How it works, I don't know. We'll have to look at it as it comes out. But I suppose validated packaging will be the case. Do we then have an issue where the validated packaging creates a box too heavy to be utilised by a drone?
Yeah.
Who knows?
I've had a pharmacy supply me with a video. Unfortunately, I can't show it here because it's a competitor on top of that. So, but they privied me to this, and it's actually, but it's a pharmacy, so they're not regulated by the federal government, and they have a drone shipping products to patients out in the open.
A drone shut down Gatwick Airport for 2 weeks, so I don't really want to guess what the issues would be around there.
I don't know. I know that the technology is out there, that it's going to be at one point in time coming out, and people are going to start using it. But it has this whole problems with
yes.
Okay.
Another Pandora's box to open.
Yeah. The other thing I'd have also is, you're saying that you had extreme temperatures. We've heard about them in the UK. Fortunately for us, or unfortunately for us, our temperatures are getting warmer. So it depends. It's not necessarily good, but on the pack-out side, it is. What about in the case of the UK? Are you saying that in case of emergency, a wholesaler will have to have a special packaging available to ship products if it's and validated if it's 40 degrees, for example?
Yeah, so if, for example, there's a solution which that could meet the criterion of that extreme of temperature, and you have a life-saving medicine or something that could impact a life-changing or a life-saving event, then yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
There's no point in getting that medicine to the patient if it's no good.
No, I understand.
So yeah, absolutely. We would encourage that sort of resilience planning into
okay, there's quite a lot of cost involved in that kind of
there is.
Thinking, because you're developing something and validating something that you may not be using on a regular basis, one thing, and the other thing is, there's, well,
there is and there isn't. There's initial upfront cost, but if, say, for example, you're using validated packaging and you've got a rough estimate of the orders, then you can conduct that exercise, have it ready to go, and you've done your work, effectively.
Yeah, we still have to prove it to the auditors.
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
Anything else? Anybody? No? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you very much.
Very, very appreciate it. Thank you. So, last but not least, Andreas, I will call you back to talk about qualification and validation of equipment and processes. Please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Claude. And please let me add something. It's really amazing for me. Peter and myself, we met here for the first time in our lives. And we were not in contact before this conference, I also have to admit. But it's amazing to see how the European approach is working. So there's nothing to add from my side, and it's exactly the same how we are expecting the things to be handled with. So really excellent. Congratulations. I think for me it's really showing that the European approach is working.
So you feel comfortable?
Very comfortable. Good. Though a little bit challenged today, but I feel comfortable.
There you
Thank
go.
you. Okay, so I've been asked to tell a little bit about qualification and validation of equipment and processes, because for me, qualification is always has to be seen together with equipment, and validation then playing together with qualified equipment and the process itself. And I want to put a light on transport and storage. As mentioned by Vivian and Ethel, our Belgian colleagues before, regulators usually like to show parts of the legislation. I want to start here with point 332 in the EU GDP guidelines, where qualification and validation are addressed. And it says wholesale distributors should identify what key equipment qualification and/or key process validation is necessary to ensure correct installation and operation. The scope and extent of such qualification and/or validation activities, such as storage, pick and pack processes, should be determined using a documented risk assessment approach. So here again, we have quality risk management also in European GDPs. So why should we qualify? On one hand, yes, it's mentioned in the guideline. We are obliged to do that by law. And please add me here a footnote. Talking about the European approach, EU GDPs are valid for you as a wholesaler or a manufacturer, but they are also valid for us as regulators and inspectors. There is no inspector's edition of the document. Please believe me. So it's the same version for you and for us. So in practice, why do we need qualification and validation? We want to have documented evidence to prove that, for instance, premises supporting utilities and equipment have been built and installed, the so-called design qualification and so-called installation qualification, operational qualification, and perform consistently, proven by the performance qualification in accordance with their design specifications. So that's why we do that. And regarding the validation, we need again documented evidence. You know, we are in a quality system environment, and therefore we have to have documented evidence to prove that a specific process will consistently produce a product meeting its predetermined specifications. So testing until it fits is not an option in this case. So we need to know what we want beforehand, and afterwards we have to prove that. And you might have heard about the term user requirement specifications. So you need to know what you want before you start. How can you perform qualification and validation? And yes, I think it's for such a short presentation, I could fill an afternoon or an evening to talk about qualification and validation, but I tried to shrink on the at least for me, important points. So from a regulatory point of view, EUDOLEX, Volume 4, Good Manufacturing Practices Guidelines, are represented with Annex 15, and its title is Qualification and Validation. So you find in there a lot of useful information combined with provisions you have to follow. And from a practical point of view, I thought I put together a little bit, at least from my personal point of view, how I would see the practice here. First, get a clear picture of your routes and the transported medicinal products. So what is your portfolio and what are your routes? So representing your user requirement specifications. Get also a clear picture of the available packaging equipment and qualify it so that you are able to operate in your given temperature and humidity ranges. And coming back to the question which was asked by Claude beforehand, how to qualify or validate the process with a drone, I think it's quite easy. You have to show, okay, is the drone able to do a certain route, and how about the weather conditions around? So how about humidity, how about temperatures? And as long as you are within that corridor, you won. If as soon as you're out of that corridor and with a drone, it might be more probable than with a vehicle, then you need to deal with the entire deviation. So Personally, I think it's possible to validate the transport process with a drone without any rocket science. Get a clear picture of the possible temperature ranges over the year, and please do not forget to cover extremas, summer, winter, so please look at the entire seasons. And in the end, prove your assumptions in reality based on the provisions given in Annex 15. So that's in a nutshell how I would do in practice start with qualification and validation. A very frequently asked question is how should I conduct a temperature mapping? So I thought I put together some points which I think need to be considered when you are starting with a temperature mapping. As we are again in a quality system environment, you have to have a validation plan. So how does your company deal with validations in total, including qualification? So again, use quality risk management and consider all the risks which might be there in the entire compartment which you want to map. So we can start from very small compartments, as for instance a refrigerator or something similar, up to very big warehouses. Prepare for documented evidence. Again, you are in a quality system environment, so you need to have documented evidence. Think about how you want to distribute the entire sensors. Make an assumption, and depending again on the size of the compartment you want to map, it's necessary to think about it. And it seems to be logical, but look for an even distribution. Then install, of course, calibrated mapping equipment. And one pitfall here might be that please have a look that the entire range you want to cover has to be also covered by the entire calibration. Then conduct the test, including summer and winter extremas, and prepare the qualification report so that any inspector has a start where he can start his investigations. And as we are again in a quality system environment, we have to avoid loose ends. So already consider at this stage how you want to deal with requalification intervals. Coming from theory to some common deficiencies, I was looking at several inspection reports and thought by myself it might be a good idea to share with you which were common deficiencies we were coming across in the last years. So this is just a non-exhaustive listing here. But we came across that, for instance, a risk-based validation of the transport process has not been performed, or that seasonal variations were not taken into consideration during the transport process validation. Another one was it was not possible for the company to demonstrate that the medicines have not been exposed to conditions that may compromise their quality. And I put it here in brackets that the transport is not temperature controlled. I put it in brackets because the transport does not necessarily have to be temperature controlled at 100%. The solution is doing a real proper transport process validation. But for those of you who do not want to do that validation, there is a way around. If you are doing a 100% temperature control, then you're out of the validation issue. So that's the way around the validation, if you do 100% temperature control. Continuing here, qualification reports are incomplete, so no summary of results, commenting on observed deviations. So, as mentioned before, if you have a deviation, that's nice, but you need to evaluate the outcome of this deviation. And if you have done a proper qualification or validation, of course, you need to conclude on it. Is it now okay or is it not okay? And equipment has not been qualified using a risk-based approach. You have heard me saying several times the quality risk management. Or another one, temperature mapping was not conducted under representative conditions. So with any process, not only with the transport process, with any process in the pharmaceutical environment, you have to show that your process is under control under representative conditions. So there is no exception here. Yes, that's it. I hope it adds a little bit of value to your daily life. And whenever you have any questions regarding qualification and validation, please feel free to contact me. I know that in such a short time, it's only a very rough overview. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andreas. Just to comfort you even more, I can tell you that none of what you said is not knowledge to me.
Excellent.
So our authority, Health Canada, is really aligned on Europe.
That's great. That's good to hear. Yeah. Any questions in the room or outside there on the computers?
Anybody? Nothing? Talk about this one. Talked about validation master plan, URS. You talked about validation, SOPs, and how do you find that the culture is changing? You've had a lot of observations that you've shared with us. Do you find that it's a trend that's diminishing, or is it stopped, or is it?
Let me say it's changing. You know that several years ago, it's not been such a long time that the transport and storage and distribution of medicinal products were somehow a black hole. Everyone was focusing on manufacturing, and good manufacturing practices were increasing and increasing, demanding, but no one was really taking care of distribution, of the transport of medicinal products, and especially not about the last mile to the pharmacy or to the patient. Yeah. So since under the light of the Falsified Medicines Directive, the good distribution practice guidance in Europe was reviewed. I think revised is the correct term, sorry. Revised. I think it really changed a lot, and let's say we are through with the basics, so to speak. But as I mentioned before, it is changing. So I think that new challenges are coming up. So, you know, I have the feeling that we are closing one hole, but during closing the hole, our knowledge is increasing, and with increasing knowledge, we are also having new and other questions. Or, let's say, as we are all following the principle of continuous improvement, we can say, okay, we have now reached a new level, but there is still room for improvement available. And I think personally the questions or the challenges in the business are changing. So what I mentioned here before, I think, yes, those are really things once addressed, they are also solved. So, and throughout the business, those deficiencies I mentioned here are still there, but once addressed, they are already dealt with, and today in really quickly. I do remember at first it was quite difficult to explain what's necessary, but today the knowledge is quite widespread, and inspectees usually already know, okay, there might be a problem and it might be a deficiency, and therefore they are quite fast with solving those things. But yes, new challenges are coming up, and well, I guess we need to have a closer look on returned medicinal products. Okay. It's still, especially when we're talking about room temperature, currently, due to my knowledge, we do not have really a global definition for room temperature, and we do not even have a common term for that. Yeah. So, of course, we are able to say, okay, it's defined in the European Pharmacopoeia for European companies, but even there are limitations. Another point might be, as mentioned before, direct to pharmacy is also changing the game. So yes, new challenges are coming up, and also with new products which might need different methods or different ways to treat them. Yeah. So it's still a lot to do.
Yeah, good, excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything else? Anybody? No. Thank you, Andreas.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A very big thank you to you, Claude.
My pleasure.
As we have known, you did an excellent job in moderating this session. It was challenging, as we knew before, because we had some technical issues to solve. Thank you all very much for your attention, for your personal participation. We have uploaded some of the pictures taken on the app, and we'll send you then some more pictures taken by our photographer later on by email. Now, for tonight, we plan to leave, and the presentations will be online once they are held. So we'll upload the presentations of today already, and then for tomorrow, they should be there by Monday. That is the address, the login, GIRP SCC, and the password Vienna 2020. We also wanted to thank you once again to Andreas and Peter for having dared to travel and come here to join us in Vienna. We think this is of great value to our members, to our industry partners, to have this inspectors panel. And we will plan, of course, another conference, which will take place normally in Madrid, and it will be end of February, beginning of March. We still have to finalize the date, 2021. We thank you all. Last year we had a full panel of inspectors present, and we hope to have this full panel present next year. But for today, thanks for all of your efforts in any case. And now we would like to invite you to dinner. The bus will leave at 19 hours sharp, and we will go to the Hotel Sacher in the city center, and we hope we can spoil you with a nice dinner tonight. Thank you very much for your attention.